As soon as player number 9 took the microphone, a dialogue box popped up on the screen. Ren Fan looked at the number plate in front of him and chose player number 4 without hesitation. If there are no accidents, this game should be won. Ren Fan thought happily in his heart. If everything goes well, he can push player number 4 out of the game today, and then the witch can poison player number 5 in the evening, just as a trap, and then he can go and shoot player number 11. From his perspective, 11 cannot play the good guy card, so he has to shoot 11. He believes in his own judgment. 11 This kid is quite smart, it's a pity that I met him. There is a saying that goes, no matter how cunning the fox is, it cannot beat the old hunter, let alone the old hunter who is a dream catcher. 4, 5, and 11 are all eliminated, plus player number 10 has been pushed back, so basically all 4 wolves are dead. Unless player number 10 is not a wolf, but the possibility is relatively low, then it would be too weak for player number 10 to say that he is not a wolf. If he were a hunter, it would be fine if he was having so much fun. With a gun in hand, he would have the confidence to do something weird. But if he doesn't have any strong cards and keeps talking nonsense, he is just courting death. This is not the mentality of a good person, we can only say that he is a wolf. It didn't take long for the voting results to appear on the screen. 167891114. 3, 4, and 5 choose to vote for player number 6. Player number 2 chooses to abstain from voting. As soon as this ticket type came out, Ren Fan finally put his heart at ease. Although most of the good people on the field say to stand on the side of 6, and there are 8 and 9 in the last position to help him number the tickets, there is a possibility of accidents before the ticket pattern comes out. Now the dust has finally settled. 4 were eliminated, and they were eliminated in large numbers, which shows that the good guys are basically on the right side. As for people 3 and 5, they are both in the wolf's den, so it is normal for them to get votes from bandits. Player number 11 is quite tolerant. In Ren Fan's opinion, he is the wolf and the hook. He is selling out his teammates and standing by player number 6. He is quite cruel. Player number 4 is out, please leave your last words. I should say I lost. I was eliminated by the wolves in this round. The good guys basically have no hope of a comeback. But to be honest, this result was within my expectations. After listening to the speeches, most of the good guys on the field tend to side with player 6. Plus, players 6, 7, 8, and 9 are in the last position, so the rhythm is very fast. They have twisted the logic, so it's easy to get rid of me. Player 7 swore to the good guys that 5 and 11 were twin wolves this round, but in the end, player 11 followed 6 and voted for me. Isn't this voting pattern combined with 7's logic ironic? 5, 5, 1, 1, 5, 1, 1, 5, 1, 1. Obviously, it's more speculation than logic. If we use logic, it's impossible to put player number 11 into the wolf pit. Player 7, if you are a wolf, I can understand that you just want to force logic and fool the good guys. As long as you can push me out of the game, you can make up anything. But if you are a good guy, I can only say that the wolves want to thank you. Player 4's words were filled with anger. Let's talk to player 8 again. Judging from the vote pattern, you should be the witch. After all, no one voted for you. But I want to tell you that you are on the wrong side. Player number 7 is Silver Water, but this Silver Water cannot be trusted. It is very likely that he is a self-sabotaged wolf. If he is a good guy, why does he keep sneaking into the wolves and setting the pace to attack me? He is a stuntman even with 5 and 11 wolves. His words and actions really make it impossible for me to believe that he is a good guy. Now I just hope that you, the witch, can turn back and poison player 6 tonight, and play player 9 tomorrow. That way, the good guys still have a chance to win. But if you insist on poisoning player 5, we will definitely lose this game. Anyway, as a prophet, I tried my best in this game. If I lose, it's not my fault. I can only say that there are too many good people on the wrong side. Finally, let's click on the wolf pit. 6, 7, 9, 10. The margin of error is on player 1. If player 7 is not the self-killing wolf, then player 1 must be the wolf. Player 8, when it's late at night and everyone is asleep, think carefully about whether 10 and I can become wolf teammates. Yesterday, he stood by 6 to kill me. If 4 and 10 are both wolves, do you think 10 will turn around and stand by 6 after they have already charged? If you think it's possible, just poison player 5. I have nothing to say. If you think it's impossible, please send player 6 away, and lead the team to fight player 9 the next day. Finally, PK with player 1 and 7. That's it. We've passed? Player No 4's last words were moving and very inspiring, and they are likely to touch the hearts of many good people. Especially his emotions, state, and tone of voice. He really doesn't look like a tough guy who was pushed out. Next, it depends on how the witch chooses. If the witch wants stability, she can poison player number 9. If 6 jumps hard, 9 must be wolves. If 9 is poisoned, the wolves will not control the field the next day. By then, good people can still turn back if they want to. But if the witch doesn't want to do so much and lose everything, then she will directly poison player number 5. If you lose, you lose. If you win and have a great time. Ren Fan is not a witch in this game, so there is no need to consider this matter. But if he were a witch, he would definitely poison player number 5 at night. Oh no, player number 11. At this point, he would not go to player number 6 to pretend to be a wolf. If 6 was really a wolf, this game would be outrageous. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. After player number 4 finished his last words, the system immediately announced that the game had entered dark night. Dreamcatcher, please open your eyes, please choose a player to become a sleepwalker. The sound of the system rang in Ren Fan's ears, and he directly clicked on player number 11 without even thinking about it. In fact, this night, the dreamer has many choices. You can protect player number 6. After all, he is a prophet without a police badge. You can protect him so that he can listen to the test information for another day. But Ren Fan felt that it was unnecessary. All the wolves had been found, so what was the use of a prophet? 4510111103. As for the witch, she will most likely be frightened by the nightmare and unable to use poison. Logically speaking, he should capture the witch tonight. It would be a bit unfair if he let the witch go away with the poison. But then again, what if the wolf had already figured out that he was the dream catcher? Or in other words, during the day, he was a wolf and had been targeted. Werewolves always kill the thorns in their eyes and the thorns in their flesh as soon as possible. Therefore, it is not ruled out that the wolf knife will fall on him tonight. In this case, if he goes to capture the witch again, wouldn't it be like killing two gods with one knife, and the witch won't be able to poison him? Once this happens, the good guys will collapse, which is equivalent to the dream catcher helping the wolves to chase the rounds. Ren Fan will never do such a stupid thing, let alone let it happen. At this moment, the dream catcher can only attack and can no longer think about defending anyone. It doesn't matter who you love, whoever gets stabbed will die. To be on the safe side, he absolutely cannot take the risk of the shield witch. After thinking it over, Ren Fan decided to sleep with 11 for another night and sleep him to death. Since he was the one who dealt with the two wolves 4 and 11, there was no need to bother others to do it. It might be a better choice to deal with 11 by yourself. With this in mind, Ren Fan chose to photograph player number 11 again, and player number 11 fell asleep. The night operation was quickly over. After dawn, the information about last night's death was presented to everyone. The two players who died last night were player 8 and player 11. There was no order of death and no last words. 8-11 double deaths? This result was truly beyond the expectations of good people. How could they both die? Player number 8 is a witch, so he was definitely killed, there is no doubt about that. But how did player number 11 die? If 8 is prescribed poison, it will definitely not poison player 11. It will only poison player number 5. This is what he said personally yesterday. If 8 was frightened by the nightmare and couldn't use poison, how could 11 die? Unless player number 11 is the dream catcher who took the picture of player number 8 last night. Nightmare's fear is 8, which prevents him from using poison, and the wolf knife falls on 11, so both 8 and 11 die. Or player 8 was killed by a knife, and player number 11 was captured by the dreamer. But the key point is, how could the dream catcher kill player number 11 directly under such circumstances, regardless of the prophet or the witch? After much discussion, it seems that the 11th player was killed by the nightmare and took the 8th player with him, while the 8th player was frightened by the nightmare and had no chance to poison him. Since there is no police chief in this game, player number 5 will randomly speak in order. Player number 5 please speak. Player number 8 has fallen, but I am still alive. I don't know if player number 8 didn't poison me, or if he was frightened by the nightmare and couldn't use the poison. No matter what the situation is, it's a good thing that I didn't die. Good people, please come back today. It's the 3rd day. A prophet hasn't died in 3 days. Do you think this is normal? Later, player 6 will definitely say that Wolf didn't kill him in order to taint his identity and keep him in the daytime. Objectively speaking, this possibility does exist. The problem is, will Wolf take such a big risk? If he doesn't kill him, will he let him report for another day to verify his identity? Didn't he keep calling me a wolf? If I were really a wolf, I would definitely kill him at night. Even if the dream catcher might protect him, I would kill him. So far, the good guys are already behind in turns. Last night, both 8th and 11th died. If 11th was the dream catcher and 8th was the witch, then only the hunter would be left on the field. And there are at least 3 more wolves. If we don't get rid of 6 today, the good guys will definitely lose. I don't know what to talk about now to make you believe that I am a good person, because I have already talked about everything that needs to be talked about. I said that it is impossible for me and 4 to become 2 wolves. If we, 4 and 5, were 2 wolves, my police officer would not say that his speech was dull and I would not want to side with him. If I was talking like this to make a counterattack, the police badge vote should be cast for 6, stand on the side of 6, and never change. This is in line with the logic of the counterattack wolf. How could it be like me, who said on the police that I don't want to stand on the side of 4, but turned around and voted for 4? Player number 5 was in a very low mood and seemed weak when speaking. This was in sharp contrast to his high-spirited state yesterday. However, even so, 5 is still trying hard to prove that he is a good person, not a wolf. Player number 7, if you are not a wolf, you really should not join the wolf team again. Now that the seer, dreamcatcher, and witch are gone, there is only one hunter left on the field. If you don't turn around and play player number 6, the good guys won't even have a chance. You said yesterday that we had 5 or 11 pairs of wolves, and I was selling my perspective. In fact, it wasn't selling my perspective at all. It was just that I forgot about player no 11. You really think too much, brother. 11 is a dream catcher. It is impossible for 11 and I to be teammates.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Don't be stubborn. Player number 6 was born today. As long as the hunter can hide well, we still have hope of winning. Although the hope is very small, it depends on manpower. Of course, if you're a wolf, just pretend I didn't say anything. Anyway, my vote today will definitely go to player 6. No matter if he throws me a gold water or a check kill, I will definitely vote for player 6 as long as I can vote before he is eliminated. That's it. Pass. Player number 6 please speak. 3 Jinshui. The player number 3 I tested last night was Jinshui. To be honest, I was a little surprised when I found out he was a good person, because I was testing for the wolf. There are 4 people under the police, 3, 9, 11, and 12. Player 11 is well known, 12 is Jinshui, and 9 has always been on my side. I can't play him as a hook. In this way, I think the wolf under the police is player 3, but he is still a good person. It's outrageous. There is nothing we can do now. Player number 11 is most likely the dream catcher. Player number 3 and number 12 are both gold and water. The only way to open the wolf under the police is to be 9, otherwise you have to play 4 wolves and go to the police. And if the police have 4 wolves on the upper plate, they have to beat player 2 into the wolf pit. But I was thinking, if player 2 was a wolf, how could he have abstained from voting yesterday? Even if there is a glimmer of hope, he will not abandon his vote. Or are you saying that player number 1 is Barb, and 1, 4, 5, and 10 are the 4 wolves? I'm a little confused. Really, when 3 turns out to be Jinshui, my brain is not very clear. Player number 6 reported that 3 is Jinshui, which made the good people standing next to him frown. 3 it can also be gold and water. Is there any mistake? Especially player number 9, his eyes dropped in shock. In his opinion, the police must be the third one to open the wolf, but the other party accepted the gold and water, so there is no way to reason. Player number 3 is not a wolf, so the question is, where is the werewolf under the police? Thinking in his mind, player number 9 suddenly had a bad feeling. Could he really have chosen the wrong side? Player number 3, it's time for you to turn back. If I were a wolf, I would definitely throw a check on you today and force you to push back. I would never throw a gold water on you. Actually, I didn't really want to deal with you 3 or 4 wolves. I wanted to deal with you as a good guy, but you were so stubborn that I had to deal with you. To be honest, when the ticket pattern came out yesterday, if I hadn't verified you, I really couldn't believe that you could still be a good person, but the verification information couldn't be wrong. You are Jinshui. In this case, I have to consider that player number 9 is a hook. Wait for the 9th shot to identify yourself. If you can't do it, you will have to go to the anti-push position tomorrow. Don't blame me for playing you as the number 9 player in Barb. There's nothing I can do about it. If you don't play like this, you will have to play the 4 wolves and call the police, but the possibility of this is too low. I really hope you're not a wolf. After all, you've always been on my side, but sometimes it's not a question of whether I want to or not. Player number 6 was speaking from his heart. He didn't want player 9 to be a wolf. It would be a bit sad if player, who had been on his side from the beginning to the end, was a wolf. He especially hopes that a hunter will jump in at 9th level, so that he can play 4 wolves and go to the police. Player 1 might be a hook. However, player number 6 does not know yet that his report of 3 is gold water, which has caused serious doubts about his identity as a prophet. The police won't let the wolf out? This possibility is too small. 9 feels that 6 throws gold water to player number 3 because he wants to use him as a counter push. To be honest, he didn't dare to continue to side with player number 6. Today he thought of number 6. Player number 7 please speak. Player number 3 is Jinshui, that's right. Player number 6, why should you be surprised? The reason you think that player number 3 is a wolf and not a good person is that your logic is wrong. I said yesterday that 3 is at most a tolerance rate, and player 11 is more like a wolf. Especially after listening to player 5's speech, I think 5 and 11 are 2 wolves, and player 5 just accidentally sold the perspective. So, last night I directly photographed player number 11 to death. At this point, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to reveal my cards. My trump card is Dreamcatcher. On the second night, I took a photo of player number 11. He jumped to the hunter's ticket in the last position. I thought he was a real hunter, so I protected him at night to prevent him from being frightened by the nightmare and unable to shoot. But when he got up the next day and took off his clothes, he said he was not a hunter. I was a little suspicious of him. Plus, since he was missing from 5's perspective, I thought 5 and 11 were 2 wolves. I didn't protect the prophet or the witch at night. Player 11 was killed for 2 consecutive nights. Player 6 found out that 3 was gold and water, so I am more convinced that 11 was killed by the wolf. In this round, Ren Fan did not hide his identity anymore. He stood up and jumped into the Dreamcatcher to report the information, saying that he was the one who killed player number 11, and it was not that player number 11 was killed by player number 8 at all. This is very important. If good people can't figure out how the twin deaths happened last night, then what logic is there? The good people in the external position felt incredible after hearing Ren Fan's words. A Dreamcatcher didn't protect the poisonous witch or the prophet, but actually killed a person who might not be a wolf. This action is incomprehensible. It was even said that there was something wrong with Ren Fan's photography. For a time, some good people who were confused about the situation began to suspect that Ren Fan was a self-inflicted knife wolf. He jumped into the role of Dreamcatcher because he saw that Dreamcatcher number 11 had fallen, so he forced himself to put on his clothes today. After a pause, Ren Fan continued, I think you must be questioning my actions. There are obviously Prophet and Poison Witch who need my protection. They are all very important. Why do I have to kill player no 11? It's very simple. I don't know whether the wolf's knife will fall on the Prophet or the Witch. Instead of betting with the wolf team, I might as well kill a wolf myself to chase the next round. Perhaps in your eyes, player number 11 doesn't look like a wolf, and you don't think it's necessary to go into such a big fight, but for me, taking death 11 is just helping the good guys chase him for a round. And I don't know if the wolf has discovered my identity. If I go to shoot a prophet or a witch at night, once I take the knife, it will be two gods who are defeated at the same time. I will not give the wolf this chance. On the third night, I, the Dreamcatcher, can only play offense, not defense. Ren Fan knew very well in his heart that if he didn't explain clearly why he forcibly killed player number 11 when he should have protected the prophet or witch, someone would later accuse him of being a wolf-jumping Dreamcatcher. So, he talked about the whole process, as well as his thoughts and judgments. Player number 9, you don't have to worry about whether you are on the wrong side. Why wouldn't the police kill the wolf? I can tell you clearly that player number 11 is not the Dreamcatcher. He was killed by me. He is the police's wolf. You are the good guy on the right side. There should be only one wolf left on the field, player 5. If he is gone, the game will most likely be over. In Ren Fan's opinion, except for player number 5, all the wolves on the field have basically been eliminated. He thinks players 4, 10, and 11 are wolves, so if he gets rid of player 5, the game should be over. However, the good people in the outside position are far less optimistic than Ren Fan, and they even feel that they are on the wrong side. Player number 6 is a great jumper. Ren Fan's silver water is his own sword. Player number 1 will most likely charge. Today, player 6 threw gold water to player number 3, probably to get his vote to go to player number 9 who was on the police call. Everyone, maybe you have doubts about my identity, but if you want to say that I am a wolf, the prophet, Dreamcatcher, and witch are all gone. There is only the hunter left on the field, and there are at least 3 wolves. How can you win? Let's put it this way. If we had 6 and 7 as double wolves, given the 9th player's comments and behavior, he definitely wouldn't have been able to get the nice guy card. But in this round, 6 is beating 9, so it's clear that we're not meeting. Let's take a step back and say that 9 is the good guy on the wrong side, then 1 must be our wolf teammate. In this case, if we just mention his identity, the hunter won't be able to hide it. We can just kill him. Why are we still wasting our breath here? Anyway, I've said everything I need to say. I'll send out player number 5 today. If I can't send him out, I'll go shoot number 5 tonight. Anyway, he's dead. Ren Fan wanted to end this game as soon as possible, so he tried so hard to persuade the good guy not to think about the issue of player number 6 being a tough jumper. In fact, even if the good guys don't send out player number 5, he can still kill player number 5 for 2 consecutive nights, it's just a little more troublesome. At this point, the wolves can no longer win. Player number 9 please speak. Player number 7, it stands to reason that you are Yin Shui, and you are a good person I have recognized from the police. I should trust you, but 6 lost gold water to 3. To be honest, I was a little panicked. You said that the wolf under the police is player 11, but 11 doesn't behave like a wolf. I said it yesterday, unless 10 is a good person, otherwise, you can't tell if 11 is a wolf. Who dares to say that 10 is a good person now? Even you said that 10 is a wolf, and 10 and 11 obviously can't be a pair of wolves. You insist on making them into a pair of wolves. I can't accept this. Player number 9 has begun to question the identity of Ren Fan and player number 6, but before that, he felt that Ren Fan must be a good person. The reason why such a big change occurred is because player number 6 threw gold water to number 3, which suddenly gave him a huge sense of crisis and made him realize that something was wrong. Moreover, Ren Fan has been betting that player number 11 is a wolf since yesterday. After listening to Ren Fan's speech, 9 said that only 10 is a good person, so he can play 11 as a wolf. Otherwise, he feels that 11 cannot afford the wolf card. But Ren Fan just happened to discuss the two wolves 10 and 11, saying that they were each other's identities. He really found it hard to agree with this logic. If you cannot agree, you will naturally question Ren Fan. And doubt is like a weed. Once it grows, it will spread wildly and cannot be stopped. 9 Now I feel that Ren Fan might really be a self-sabotaging wolf. Today I will most likely play player 6. Previously, many people played with us 6 and 9 as wolves. I was charging for 6. Now I will take the lead in playing player 6. This will prove that 6 and I are not wolf teammates, right? 4 is the prophet, the wolf pit is 1, 6, 7, 10, the 4 wolves are on the police, and the people below the police are all good people. As for player number 2, he can't be counted. Yesterday, at the critical moment when 4 and 6 were eliminated, 2 abandoned his vote. If he were a wolf, he would definitely not abandon his vote. His abstention shows that he cannot afford the wolf card. No matter whether there is only one hunter left on the field, as long as the game is not over, we should not give up. Even if there is still a glimmer of hope of winning, we must try our best to fight for it. Today I will play player number 6. When I wake up tomorrow, I will play player number 1. As for the silver water of number 7, I will leave it for last. Player number 7, didn't you say you are a dream catcher? Then let's see if you can kill player no 5. Player number 9 is going to completely turn back and stand on the side of player number 4. He had no choice but to stand aside. If he continues to insist on standing on his side, he will have to call the police for the 4 wolves, but the probability of the 4 wolves calling the police is very small. Therefore, player number 9 felt that he had a good chance of joining the wolves team, and today he was going to push the 6th resistance out of the game. Player number 1, please speak. What I am going to say next may subvert your cognition even more. My trump card is the witch. I poisoned player 11 last night. He died because of the poison. Player 8 died because of the knife. And the silver water is not player 7, but player 5. When these words were spoken, all the good people were stunned. What the hell? 1 is the witch, so why did he vote for player 4 yesterday? You know, 8 was the last player to play the witch and lead the rhythm to stand next to 6. 686814. Why was it player number 11 who was poisoned last night, instead of player number 8 who was wearing his clothes? If these things are not explained clearly, it is impossible for good people to recognize him as a witch at this time. I know that I am a witch, and you must have a lot of questions in your head, but don't worry, listen to me and talk to you slowly. After the conversation, the doubts in your heart will naturally disappear. First of all, player number 8 suddenly wore my clothes and helped player number 6 to vote for the incitement number yesterday. I didn't vote and changed my vote to player number 6 for 2 reasons. One is that I suspect that 8 might be trying to shield player 6. If 6 and 8 are really 2 wolves, and 8 still has poison in the witch's hand, it is not a wise choice to forcibly pretend to be the witch to help the wolf teammate charge. It's even possible that this behavior could lead to the collapse of the team. After all, the poison in the witch's hand can be used to track rounds, and she can also cleverly poison people to prove her identity. It's impossible that player 8 didn't think of this. He thought of it but still did it. So we can't rule out the possibility that he wanted to get the real witch into player 4's team. The second reason is that I want to hide my identity. If I change my vote to vote for player 6, the wolf will be able to tell that I am a witch. After all, when I spoke, I said I would support player 6. If I suddenly changed my mind, there must be a strong external factor, and this external force is most likely a trump card. I don't want to be found by nightmare. I can't even release the poison when I eat fear at night, so I choose to play dumb and vote for player no 4. Oh, by the way, there is another very important point. I suspect that player 5 is a self-sabotaging wolf, and player 8 forced to jump to the witch just to force me to come out and report the silver water. As for why I suspect 5 is a self-sabotaging wolf, of course it has something to do with his speeches and the sides he took. I believe 6 is a prophet, but he insisted on inciting 4. In my opinion, this may be a problem with his identity. Plus, I recognized player number 7. I think his logic of playing 5 and 1 as a double wolf makes a lot of sense. I had originally recognized player number 11, but after listening to his speech, I suddenly felt that 5 and 11 might really be a double wolf. So, I poisoned player 11 at night. The next day, I heard player 6 report that he had tested someone. He estimated that he had tested either player 3 or player 5. There was no other possibility. The reason why I didn't poison player 8 last night was because I didn't dare to poison him, because the dream catcher in the external position didn't know that player 8 was a fake witch. In order to prevent the witch from being poisoned by the terror or the knife, the dream catcher usually goes to catch player number 8. Then wouldn't it be a waste if I put the poison on no 8? That's why I didn't have poison 8. As a result, he got stabbed. This shows that he is a good guy who jumped into the witch. His operation was very impressive. It's a pity that my skills collided with the dream catchers. If I had known earlier, I would have suppressed the poison. Player number 1 talked about why he poisoned player number 11 but not player number 8 last night, which is really hard to reason with. In that situation, the dream catcher would most likely go for shield 8, and the poison would not kill him, because the sleepwalker chosen by the dream catcher was immune to all damage at night. And 1 was convinced by Ren Fan's logic. He thought that 5 and 11 might really be a pair of wolves, so he decisively poisoned 11 and then waited for 6 to come up and report the person. The current situation is that player number 3 has 2 gold and water cards, player number 2 cannot pick up the wolf card, player number 5 is probably going to be killed by the wolf, and player number 8 didn't report the right edge but still got stabbed. There must be a reason that he doesn't know. 8 is not a wolf, so I am more convinced that 6 is a prophet. 7 and 8 are both good people, and 6 has no wolf teammates at all. 94669. The police will open the wolf, either the number 11 player has been eliminated, or the number 9 player has been playing the hook, and he can't hook this round, so he chooses to play the charge. But I'm more inclined to think that the 2 wolves are in plate 5 and 11, because the more I think about the logic of player 7, the more it makes sense. This is also one of the important reasons why I doubt the self-knife of player 5. Now that the 4 gods are here, the wolves have already lost. The wolf pit I ordered is burst. Player number 1 was just about to attack the wolf pit, but player number 5 blew himself up. Player number 5 chooses to self-destruct, the game ends, and the good guys win. Is this a win? The sudden victory made the good people extremely happy. I originally thought that I had chosen the wrong side and was going to lose the game, but unexpectedly, there was a ray of hope, and there was actually only one wolf left on the field, 5, and he had killed himself. Recalling yesterday when Ren Fan played 5 and 11 double wolves, they thought Ren Fan had a wild imagination, but now they think it's because of their poor level. Soon, the game settlement page popped up. 45101111. The good guy camp in this round is the prophet number 6, the witch is number 1, the hunter is number 3, the dream catcher is number 7, and the others are all civilians. 11 is a nightmare? This made Ren Fan very happy. If that was the case, he would happily accept the MVP title. After all, he was the first to draw the double wolves at 5 and 11, and he was also the one who solved the problem of player number 11. Although player 1 also poisoned 11, the dream catcher's skill came first and the witch's skill came later, so one wasted a bottle of poison in vain. Not only that, he also saved Zideolang, which meant that he had no chance of winning the MVP. As for the prophet 6, he hasn't even got a police badge yet, so how can he think about the MVP? The hunter was even worse. He stood on the wrong side and stole the tickets the whole time. Only he, the dream catcher, played the best. Without him, the good guys would have lost long ago. Who can get the 5th and 11th wolves? However, Ren Fan couldn't figure it out. 10 and 11 were both wolves. On the first day of the exile vote, what did it mean that 11 was at the end wearing hunter clothes and returning the vote to his wolf teammates? I'm afraid player number 10 will have to greet player no 11's xylophone, or even his ancestors for 19 generations. In addition, player number 5 accidentally sold the perspective, which was also one of the important reasons why the wolves lost. After everyone's identities and trump cards were announced, the specific actions of the Night God card and the Werewolf were revealed. On the first night, the nightmare was not operated. The prophet checked that player number 12 was a good person. The wolf knife fell on player number 5. The witch used the antidote to pick him up. The dream catcher chose player number 8 to be the sleepwalker. On the second night, the nightmare frightened player number 6. The prophet could not use his skills. The wolf knife fell on player number 12. The witch did not use the poison, and the dream catcher chose player number 11 to become a sleepwalker. On the third night, the nightmare frightened player number 8. The prophet checked that player number 3 was a good person. The wolf dagger killed player number 8. The dream catcher killed player number 11 in a dream, and the witch poisoned player no 11. Player number 11, you bastard, I just want to ask you one question. Is there shit stuck in your brain? Why are you pretending to be a hunter and resisting me on your first day? Player 10 asked, cursing. He never thought that he would be the one to get the hunter ticket back by his wolf teammate. He endured it for the whole game, and now he could finally vent. You have shit in your mouth, otherwise why do you talk so badly? You even have the nerve to ask me why I voted you out. Have you ever heard of recycling? Player number 11 doesn't think there's anything wrong with picking 10 on his ticket, and he just chatted with number 10 like that. It's a spiral explosion. If he doesn't pick 10, he'll have to eat poison at night or get resisted the next day. In this case, he might as well clean up the mess and create an identity for himself at the same time. The last position number is player number 10. Who can get the double wolves 10 and 11? Only Ren Fan's words were weird. Anyone with a normal brain would not doubt his identity. The most important thing is that the situation on the first day is not good for player number 4. If it is a PK between 4 and 6, there is a high probability that player number 4 will be pushed out, allowing player number 10 to go first, and then player number 4 will have another round of debate with the prophet, and perhaps there will be a turning point. This is why number 11 wore hunter clothes and forcibly voted for player number 10. If 10 is not returned and the opposite side is also pulled out, the good guy still cannot deal with the twin wolves 10 and 11. Player number 11 had a good idea. He was ruthless, vicious, and cruel, but he was unlucky and met Ren Fan. If Ren Fan hadn't played 5 and 11 as wolves, the good guy would probably never have thought that he could be a wolf teammate with number 10. You say I'm a waste. Player number 10 immediately got furious. You little bastard, if you can tell me where your home is, I'll beat the shit out of you and take your last name. I'm sorry, I don't need a son, but thank you for your kindness. Player number 11 has a mean mouth. The insults of number 10 are straightforward, rough, and simple, but number 11 is different. They are sarcastic and do not use any dirty words. But it is really infuriating. This kid had better not try to kill him, otherwise, the irritable old man will hit him in the head. You're just a coward. You only know how to complain online. I asked you to give me your address so we can have a fight offline, but you didn't dare to. Player 10 sneered. I'm not interested in meeting a dog. Player number 5, we are already at this level. Why are you still killing yourself? It's unethical. I believed you were a good person at first. In fact, you should have hooked down. You can hardly be caught with your hook. Why did you suddenly think of charging? Regarding the statement made by player number 5 on the police station, player 1 agrees with it and thinks that there should be no problem with this silver water and it is impossible that it was a self-sabotaged wolf. In the end, reality slapped him hard in the face. 5 was the one who killed himself. He just wasted a bottle of medicine. It was a pity just thinking about it. You know, when he got the witch, he was full of ambition and was aiming for the MVP. Now the antidote is for the self-saber wolf, and the poison is too heavy for the dream catcher. As a result, MVP is obviously out of the question. I feel like players 2 and 3 are on the wrong side. With the two of them on the Diamond Wolf team, and if we can get more votes, I think we have a good chance of resisting player 6. And I'm Silver Water, which has a certain influence on the witch's side. 56451110. It seems that player number 5 is also complaining about player no 11's messing around. No matter how bad 10 is at chatting, he is a wolf after all. How can he sell out his teammates like this? It is really crazy to jump into the hunter and join the opposite side. With this operation, not to mention that player number 10 was furious, he also felt it was a bit too much. Playing with the family tree like this would definitely lead to a sacrifice to heaven, and player number 11 really didn't care. But then again, 10's remarks and behavior were really bad. He clearly had the chance to vote for the prophet, but he ended up siding with player number 6 and letting him vote for number 4. He was like a lunatic. Don't charge when you should, and charge hard when you shouldn't. You just couldn't hold back your killing intent. If you were determined to play the hook, it would be unlikely that you would be the one who killed yourself. After all, your comments on the police station didn't seem like a meeting with player 4. Player number 1 said this, but in his heart he was secretly glad that player 5 didn't hook him to death, otherwise, even Ren Fan might not be able to figure out that player 5 was a wolf. There was something wrong with my play in this game. When I was self-killing, I should have sold out to my teammates and hooked them to the end. Any thought of rushing forward was my fault. Player number 5 sighed. He regretted it very much. If he had known earlier, he would not have charged with rhythm. After all, he still couldn't control his impulse. He thought he had a good chance of defeating the prophet, but unfortunately his teammates were not strong enough and he started an internal conflict. You also sold the perspective and tricked me. At this time, player number 11 suddenly spoke. Originally, his identity was well done, and most people on the field had already recognized him, but he was missing from the 5 canvassing perspective, which led to Ren Fan's keen awareness of this. If not for this, Ren Fan would never have played any 5 or 11 double wolves. This is really my fault. Player number 5 nodded. The only person he felt sorry for was player 11. He accidentally sold the perspective, which led to the exposure of player 11's identity. He must remember this lesson firmly and never make the same mistake again next time. Subconsciously excluding his wolf teammates when speaking is a fatal and low-level mistake. People who don't listen to the speech carefully may not notice it, but for a nitpicking logician like Ren Fan, even the slightest problem can be magnified infinitely. But this time, Ren Fan did a really great job. He followed the clues and caught 2 deep-water wolves. Player number 5, I jumped on the witch's knife edge and it reported an error. Why did you knife me, and aren't you afraid of the knife coming out on Christmas Eve? Player 8 asked with a smile. It's outrageous that he can take the knife, and it's even more outrageous that he can still turn the cards around after taking the knife. Is the dream catcher sleepwalking? He didn't know that he had jumped the witch, and there was still a bottle of poison in his hand, and the nightmare was watching him covetously. First, tell me why you are a commoner and you are a witch. Player number 5 looked depressed. Originally, he used his own knife to create an identity for himself, but the witch 8 reported that Ren Fan was Yinshui, which made him doubt his life for a while. He couldn't help but remind 8 to think carefully, wondering if he remembered Yinshui wrongly. He was obviously the one who got stabbed. It was not until player number 1 played the witch that he realized that player number 8 was an imposter. But the witch had poison in her hand at that time, and player number 8 played the witch in the identity of a civilian to help player number 6 to vote for the incitement. He was really not afraid of leading the witch into a ditch. Those who dare to do this are all big-hearted players. Once the situation goes wrong and the good guys suffer a lot, if he wins, he will look particularly impressive and may very likely be the MVP. I'm afraid that the good guys will play 6 or 8 double wolves, and player 6 has already told me to show my identity. How can I let him down? Player 8 said, at that time, I was thinking of taking advantage of the time difference and pushing player 4 out of the game first, and then taking off my clothes the next day. Anyway, the dream catcher will come to shield me at night, and I am not afraid of being poisoned or stabbed. What's more, the witch can't poison me. It's not like she can't think of it. The dream catcher will come to capture me, and poisoning me won't kill me. In fact, it was player number 11 who gave him the inspiration to use the witch to create a time difference and resist the werewolf. Since 11 can wear the hunter's clothes and return the vote to player 10, he can jump into the witch and lead the team to resist player 4. From his perspective, 4 must be a tough wolf. No matter what, 4 must be pushed out of the game. Once 6 is the one who eats the tough wolf, it will be difficult for the good guys to win. This is the fundamental reason and motivation for his witch dance. You should be thankful that player 1 was not led into trouble by your behavior. He even used you as a cushion and stood on the team of the prophet. Otherwise, the good guys would have been ruined. Player 5 sighed again. With so many opportunities, if only one of them was in their favor, wouldn't they have won the game? But they didn't have a single one. Player number 8 is a weirdo. He jumped to the witch number and got 4 as a civilian, but he didn't catch up with the witch and was placed in the last position. Ren Fan noticed the loophole in his perspective, and directly brought out the 5th and 11th wolves, and acted decisively and ruthlessly without any hesitation. Player number 1 should obviously stand on the side of 8 because of 4's behavior, but he did something stupid and hid his identity, and put the ticket on 4, causing 4 to be eliminated. In every case, the goddess of luck has always favored the good people and kept away from the wolves. There are no ifs. Now it's your turn to tell me why you wanted to stab me. Do you really think I'm a witch? Player 8 asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes. Player number 5 was frank about this. I thought you were afraid that I was a self-sabotaging wolf, and you wanted to prove that 6 was the prophet, so you didn't report the real knife edge, but lied that 7 was the silver water. In this way, you 3 can't be teammates with the wolf, and the good guys can only stand on the side of 6. And judging from the vote pattern, no one voted for you, so you are most likely a witch. Who knows if you are an imposter? Even the witch is too cowardly to come out. Player 5 explained. As for why I wanted to kill you directly, that was the knife that player 11 brought. I asked if we should kill player 7 first, so that he wouldn't keep playing double wolves with player 5 and player 11. Player 11 said no, we can kill you first. Dreamcatcher probably won't play defense anymore, and he's afraid that his identity will be revealed, so he killed you. Okay. Player number 7, when you played 5 and 11 as wolves and tried to kill me at night, didn't you have any doubts in your heart? What if 5 is not a wolf? And it is not ruled out that 5 deliberately sold the perspective to tarnish my identity. How can you be so cruel that you even don't protect the prophet and the witch? Player number 11 didn't want to ask this question, but he couldn't help it in the end. We just finished analyzing 5 and 11, which might be double wolves, and then we killed him at night. Isn't that too swift? Moreover, his status is always higher than player number 5. Only if player number 5 is a wolf can he be a wolf. In this case, if anyone is to be photographed, it should be player number 5. Why should he be photographed? The prophet and the witch definitely don't need to be protected. If I protect them in that round, I might be harming them. Don't tell me you didn't think of killing 2 gods with 1 blow. Ren Fan smiled and said, as for why I prioritized photographing you instead of player number 5, I've already said it before. I photographed you the next night, and if I photographed you again, you would be killed directly, but photographing player number 5 can last another night, which is too slow. The most important thing is that the villain side of player 5 is obvious, but you are different. The good guys don't quite agree with the logic of the 2 wolves 5 and 11. You are a much greater threat to the good guys than 5. Do you understand what I mean? Understood. Player 11 nodded. Player 10, why did you come up with such a ridiculous reason to side with player 4? Even if you speak properly, you won't be defeated. At least you won't be kicked out on the first day. I actually wanted to counterattack player 6. I said that and stood by player 4. You might think I was trying to cushion the opponent and fill the wolf pit with player 4. This way, I could increase the prophet's side for player 4 and lower the prophet's side for player 6. Moreover, I could charge in and win the vote openly. But player 4 insisted on attacking me. At level 11, he jumped into the hunter to resist me. It's really a pit. Player number 10 said very unhappily. He felt that the reason for losing this game had a lot to do with the cooperation between his wolf teammates, which resulted in his tactics not achieving the desired effect and instead backfired. You're a bad player, but you still have the nerve to blame others for being a scumbag? This is the biggest joke I've heard today. All players please note that the MVP of this game is player number 7. Most people had no objection to Ren Fan being the MVP, except for player number 8 who was slightly dissatisfied. He was a commoner who played the role of witch, and forced the number 4 player to appear in the last position. At night, he helped God to block a knife. With such a good operation, how could he not be better than Ren Fan, the dream catcher? But it is useless no matter how unwilling you are in your heart. After all, the result cannot be changed. All we can say is that Ren Fan won because of his trump card, at least that's what player number 8 thought. If Ren Fan wasn't the dream capturer, he would definitely be the MVP of this game. After exiting the game room, Ren Fan couldn't wait to open the score ranking list. Total points, 44. From the original 9th place, Ren Fan jumped to 3rd place. Only 1 point away from 2nd place and 2 points away from 1st place. It's just a matter of 1 game. I glanced at the time and it was already 8 o'clock. The number of people online in the live broadcast room exceeded 20,000 and was approaching 30,000. You know, this is still a black screen. If Ren Fan showed that handsome face, the live broadcast room would probably explode. If someone comes along and gives him 2 more super fires, he'll only need 2 more. Don't let the efforts of the predecessors go to waste. That's right, while Ren Fan was playing the game, someone gave him 6 super rockets. Together with the previous 2, there were a total of 8 super rockets. He only needed 2 more to watch Ren Fan's live broadcast. 2 super hot ones, you make it sound easy, but that's 20,000 yuan. I wonder what you guys are watching him do on his live stream? Is he being scolded on his live stream? Or is he arguing with you guys on his live stream? Yeah, as long as I can scold him and let him see it, it doesn't matter where I scold him. As expected of a man who wants to hook up with a rich woman, he can even get the wool from her. I'm so envious. This live broadcast room is so popular. What are you watching? Fuck, this live broadcast room is so dark. Wait, why are all the messages swearing? Dushao Live is one of the best live streaming platforms in the world, with huge traffic and millions of daily active users. Ren Fan's live broadcast room has been super popular for 8 consecutive times, and has been pushed by the system, so many viewers who are unaware of the truth have come. There's still half an hour left. There are hundreds of thousands of black fans. Why don't many of them dare to come to the live broadcast room? Are you afraid that I will come over through the network and beat you up? Ren Fan continued to post provocative updates on Weibo. As soon as this post came out, there were dozens of comments instantly. To be honest, the fan stickiness of this person is no less than that of people with millions of fans. Although the comments are not very nice, it doesn't matter. What matters is the traffic. Ren Fan even had to thank the New Star Club for its manifesto. Without them, he wouldn't have become popular, let alone make so much money. You can earn tens of thousands of dollars in one night just by talking. No wonder so many people like live streaming, it's really profitable. At the same time, Xiao Hui secretly lurked in Ren Fan's live broadcast room, his eyes almost turned red. In just 2 hours, Ren Fan received 8 super hot messages, and he didn't even have to say a word of thanks. Think about him, when he meets a big brother who gives super hot messages, he has to lick his face to please him. Isn't the difference in people's behavior too big? Although his net worth is many times higher than Ren Fan's, net worth is not money after all. When you go to buy something, can you say that I am worth millions, so I should get it for free? The so-called net worth and valuation are all false. Only real cash and assets are real. Ren Fan earned nearly 50,000 yuan that night, which was higher than the half-year salary of an ordinary contracted player. If he hadn't known that the club was suppressing Ren Fan, he would have suspected that this was hype. Why hasn't Ren Go come out yet? Isn't he hiding and afraid to come out? Is he just trying to cheat for gifts? Everyone please stop giving him gifts. It makes me feel bad for him to make money. Xiao Hui was setting the pace crazily in the live broadcast room. Looking at the scattered people giving gifts to Ren Fan, he was furious. I still say that, there are too many fools these days and not enough liars. Even a thing with such low moral character has people giving him gifts. It's really destructive to one's worldview. You are jealous, right? I have money, so I can spend it however I want. If you don't like it, just get out of here. That's right, giving gifts is just for fun. I just want to be happy. If you want to be a moralist, who knows how vulgar you are in real life? Ren Fan had been watching the barrage, and he had noticed Xiao Hui. Of course, Ren Fan certainly didn't know that the owner of this account was Xiao Hui. He only saw that this account was always leading the rhythm, asking people not to give him gifts, which made Ren Fan extremely unhappy. I originally wanted to ban him from speaking, but then I thought that doing so would be too easy for him. So, Ren Fan registered a small account. Brothers, the money has just been topped up, but you still need 2 more super fires, right? I'll give him 4. Seeing the barrage sent by Ren Fan, Xiao Hui rolled his eyes and thought, where the hell can I get someone to make a stick? If you think the money is too much, you can give it to him. After all, he makes a living by live streaming. Speaking of which, there are tens of thousands of people online in his live broadcast room every day, but the annoying thing is that 99% of them are freeloaders. I really want to meet this kind of stupid son of a landlord. No, you can't let him brush it. Thinking in his mind, Xiao Hui immediately sent 3 identical comments to stop it. Brother, you are so confused. We are here to scold him. Don't you feel bad if you give gifts to a low-quality, disgusting rubbish like him and let him earn your money? Listen to my advice and stop giving gifts. Xiao Hui was afraid that his barrage would be drowned out, so he even turned on the noble function to highlight the barrage. But I just wanted to use it. I just recharged 100,000 yuan. Ren Fan actually started chatting with Xiao Hui in the barrage, oblivious to the people around him. How about you give me the money, give me all 100,000, and I'll give you an administrator position. When Xiao Hui heard Ren Fan say that he had just recharged 100,000 yuan, he was immediately excited. Click on Ren Fan's profile picture and start sending private messages. It's my brother. I'm actually the host of Werewolf. Have you heard of Xiao Hui from the Nova Club? Looking at the private message sent by the other party, Ren Fan was stunned. Xiao Hui? He is familiar with it. He is too familiar with it. He would be familiar with it even if he turned into ashes. He didn't expect that the guy who was leading the rhythm in his live broadcast room was actually Xiao Hui. He was going to make a scene. Really? I'm Xiao Hui's idol. Oh no, Xiao Hui is my fan. I mean I like you very much. Are you really him? Ren Fan vividly portrayed a person who was incoherent after meeting his idol with words. This is the acting skill that comes from playing Werewolf too much. You are always thinking about how to trick others into believing you. It's the real deal, brother. If you give me 100,000 yuan and give me 10 super hots, I will let you be a manager. Xiao Hui talked about 100,000 yuan every other sentence, and he was very envious. The most important thing is that Ren Fan just charged 100,000 yuan. If this is not a rich man, what is it? It is impossible for a person to use all his money to charge virtual currency. There are at least tens of millions of people who can easily recharge 100,000. If he can please such a big sponsor, what is the point of being a host? He will no longer have to explore the deep at night. But I want to give this person a lot of fire right now. I want to throw money at him and make him call himself a fool, a moron, and a moron. Ren Fan tricked Xiao Hui little by little, and seemed to have imagined the scene of Xiao Hui getting furious after being fooled, and a charming smile appeared on his face. You gave him money just to hear him scold you. Xiao Hui was a little speechless. Why are all these rich people so perverted? Hey, why did I say all? To be precise, I cursed myself in front of tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room. I like this style. Ren Fan approached step by step. Forget it, I won't talk to you for now. He started to clamor again that no one would give him super fire. No, I must put down his arrogance today. Seeing the message sent by Ren Fan, Xiao Huai couldn't help but curse in his heart, you're throwing money at people, and they're so happy. What's the arrogance? I don't know how there can be such stupid people in the world. The most bizarre thing is that Ren Fan happened to meet such a stupid person, and he had to make him super popular. How the hell is this reasonable? Brother, you are confused. You just want to see people scolding you in front of the camera in front of tens of thousands of people. I can do that too. For the sake of money, Xiao Huai risked everything. Don't be fooled by his seemingly glorious appearance and the fact that he is the anchor favored by the Rising Star Club. He actually doesn't make much money every month. The revenue from the live broadcast room is all generated by the club through the union, and not much actually reaches him. Having met such a sucker today, he naturally wanted to do his best to please him and keep him to be his big brother. Judging from the current situation, there is great hope. After all, the other party is one's fan. You cannot. Ren Fan replied, you are a well-known anchor, and he is a small-time jerk who relies on his black fans to gain popularity. How can he compare with you? It would be a loss of face if you curse yourself in the live broadcast room. Seeing the message sent by Ren Fan, Xiao Huai felt even more contemptuous, thinking that this guy didn't seem to have a high level of education, and he had a head and a butt, which was called having a good reputation, but he really didn't know anything. However, this is what Ren Fan wanted to express. How can you say you have a good reputation without a face? You can only use butt instead. Ren Fan was implying that Xiao Huai was shameless, but Xiao Huai thought that Ren Fan was uneducated and the two of them were not communicating on the same channel. It's okay. I just don't want you to waste your money on this kind of person. It hurts to see you like this. Xiao Huai didn't lie to Ren Fan with this sentence, he really felt sorry for her. Seeing Ren Fan making money is more painful than seeing him losing money. Okay, then I won't brush it for now. When will you start broadcasting? I'll brush it for you when you start broadcasting, but don't lie to me and scold yourself in the live broadcast room. Ren Fan knew that the fish had taken the bait, so the next step was to cast a long line to catch the big fish. I usually start broadcasting at 10:30 and end at 2 o'clock in the morning, but if you can't wait, I can start broadcasting earlier. Xiao Huai didn't know whether Ren Fan could wait any longer, but he couldn't wait any longer. He already regarded the 10 super hot ones as his own, and he couldn't accept any less. It's okay, no need to start the show early, just wait until 10:30. Ren Fan knew that Xiao Huai was already impatient, but the more impatient he was, the more he had to leave him alone. Otherwise, you still had his reason and it would be difficult to fool him. Afterwards, the two added each other as friends, and Ren Fan promised to go to Xiao Huai's live broadcast room on time at 10:30 to show 10 super hot stars. If he was happy, there might be more than 10. Xiao Huai kept telling him that he must never give gifts in this live broadcast room, not even a penny, because bad people don't deserve to receive gifts. 8:30 in the evening. There are already more than 30,000 viewers online in Ren Fan's live broadcast room, and all of them are here to have fun. Why is the screen still black? Where's the live broadcast you promised? Aren't you just asking us to chat in the live broadcast room? Don't tell me, he is capable of such a thing. He would cheat people into giving him gifts. He would cheat as many as he could. In the end, he cheated quite a few. 8 super hot ones, 80,000 yuan, are enough for my annual salary. The time has come, but there is still no video. Is he dead? If you're dead, at least let me know. That way I can be happy. I just checked Weibo and found that this guy has nearly 200,000 fans. It's ridiculous. He's so popular for no apparent reason. It's confusing. Are you sure he's a fire? Not a street rat. There are two types of barrage in the live broadcast room. One is to urge Ren Fan to start broadcasting quickly and stop hiding behind the screen pretending to be a grandson. The other type is to swear wildly and use all kinds of dirty words. After Ren Fan made all the preparations for the broadcast, he finally turned on the camera. However, what the audience saw was not a face, but a doll headgear with a few words clearly written on it. If you don't agree, come and beat me. The audience was so angry that they kept sending comments asking him for his address. Some even asked if he could give them his address since he was so popular. Ren Fan refused without hesitation. Is he the kind of guy who would sell his address for a little money? Money is nothing but material possessions. If you want his address just because you are super popular, you are dreaming. Okay, I know you like me, but any relationship develops step by step. We will have a chance to meet in the future. I won't tell you where I live now. Ren Fan looked so mean, causing the audience in the live broadcast room to curse again. And looking at the filthy barrage, Ren Fan said again, look at you one by one, you have been spraying feces for 2 hours. How much do you usually eat? Pay attention to your diet. Don't eat anything that is too smelly or too watery. Ren Fan's words disgusted the audience in the live broadcast room. I won't show my face during the live broadcast today. I will show my face when my fans exceed 300,000. Of course, as the saying goes, money talks. If someone gives me 20 super fires, I will show up immediately. 20 super hot faces show up? Listening to Ren Fan's words, the audience in the live broadcast room scolded him for being crazy about money. Your face is made of gold, and it costs 200,000 to show it. I really dare to say that. Last time, I was in a live broadcast room of an internet celebrity and I only received 50,000 yuan even if I didn't show my face. Brother, let's talk about the $50,000. Human greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. They are trying to take advantage of us sheep and kill us. You know what? This guy is really good at making money. He broadcasts live in advance when he receives gifts, and then shows his face when he receives gifts. He asks for money in different ways. If he could put this little thought into the game, the result wouldn't be like this today. Ren Fan ignored the comments in the live broadcast room and continued to talk to himself. I will be waiting for you in the live broadcast room at 8 o'clock every night. The content of the live broadcast is playing games. You should all learn well. I'm not bragging to you, but with my skills, if you can learn even a little bit, you will be able to become a professional. Ren Fan spoke out loudly in the live broadcast room, but was met with nothing but ridicule and insults. Don't overestimate your own abilities? Arrogant child x6859. Thousands of rotten eggs fell instantly, and Ren Fan earned a few $100s with tears in his eyes. Next is my teaching session. Everyone, open your eyes and watch out for what it means to lead the team. Ren Fan said as he opened the game's matching interface. This time he was playing the pre-Hunter White Standard, a board with almost no fancy routines, only pure speech and logic. The so-called pre-Hunter White is the prophet, witch, hunter, and idiot. This is the most basic configuration of the 4 gods in the good camp. The werewolves are even more plain, with 4 little wolf cards and no big brother. This board is really all about speaking. If the prophet talks well, the wolf will be eliminated and the wolf team will collapse. If the wolf talks well, the prophet will be eliminated and the good guys will collapse. Basically, the outcome is determined in 1 round to target 4 wolves, and 1 round to subdue 4 gods. It is recommended that those brothers who have not played 12-player games before and have always been in 12-player or player games should start with the pre-Hunter White if they want to play player games. After playing 100 games, with a win rate of over 60% and more than 70% of the time you are on the right side, you can start playing more complicated boards. Although the difficulty level of the pre-Hunter White is 1 star, this board is still the best choice for practicing speaking, logic, guessing identities, and finding wolves. This seems to be the matching interface for the Champions Cup Challenge, right? Why can't I see his ID? I want to add him as my friend. I'm already level 4, 9 stars this season. Level 4, 9 stars? A half-step level 5 expert, so terrifying. To be honest, those above level 4 are all very powerful. There are really many experts. No, is he trying to lose points live? Ha ha ha, how can a live broadcast betray his teammates? I really hope he can meet a grumpy old man who can scold him for us. How can a guy who was fired from the club have the nerve to say that he is teaching us how to play the game? He is indeed shameless and extremely despicable. Just wait for him to take over the kill. I'm a prophet in this game, trust me. Since Ren Fan's score was relatively high and the player pool was small, it took more than a minute of matching before he entered the game. Please note that this game is a 12-player pre-hunting game. Board configuration. Good camp, prophet plus witch plus hunter plus idiot plus 4 civilians. Werewolf camp, 4 ordinary werewolves. Speech time, 3 minutes. Witch, you can't save yourself in the whole process. There is a police chief, who has the right to return votes, and has 0.5 more votes and 30 seconds to speak. Double explosion swallowing police badge. Ren Fan habitually glanced at his seat number. 5 number. Counting on my fingers, this is a good sign. Players please check your identity cards. On the screen, various identity cards quickly passed in front of Ren Fan's eyes, and finally stopped on the idiot. Although the name of this card is a bit unpleasant, it is definitely a powerful card that the wolves dare not provoke. It is very awesome. After all, it can prove its identity by flipping the card, and the wolves can't make a bold move. Some wolves would rather pretend to be a witch and eat poison at night than pretend to be an idiot when they are being checked and killed. Because once you jump into the idiot role, you will definitely be attacked by the anti-overthrow card, but the werewolf does not have this function. Wouldn't you be exposed as soon as you flip the card? But it's different when the witch jumps. At night, the wolf's knife falls on the witch, and the witch poisons the wolf. When they wake up the next day, they both turn over the cards at the same time. Who knows which one will be affected by the poison and which one will be affected by the knife? In other words, if the wolf continues to check and kill the witch who pretends to be a witch, it will be an extreme 1-for-1 exchange, and will not give the good guy a positive perspective. But jumping idiot is completely different. No matter what the result is, wolves will not gain any advantage. Suppose the idiot flips the cards, the good guys will immediately know who is the prophet and who is the wolf. But if you don't push the idiot, you will have to suffer the consequences. The most important thing is that due to his own characteristics, the idiot is still considered a god after he gets the anti-overthrow card. The wolves wanted to kill the god, so even if the idiot had already turned over, they had to kill him with a knife. In fact, the only difference between an idiot who flipped the cards and an idiot who didn't flip the cards is that an idiot who flipped the cards can't be voted on, while an idiot who didn't flip the cards can. Ren Fan was quite satisfied when he got this card. But what he wanted most was the hunter. There is a gun standing here, and I want to ask you one question: who is in favor and who is against? At the same time, when the audience in the live broadcast room saw that Ren Fan's trump card was an idiot, the barrage exploded instantly. It really fits the situation. This card is the most appropriate evaluation of this person. An idiot takes an idiot to the power of 2. Let him get it and let the idiot mess it up. The board of Yu no Hunbai is so boring. There is no interest at all. I am leaving now. If you play well, you are a god. If you play badly, you are an idiot. I bet he will lose this round. Maybe he will be killed by the witch and then blinded by the poison hunter. Don't tell me, I've encountered this kind of situation before. The good guy collapsed instantly and surrendered his cards. I haven't played such a basic board in a long time, pre-hunter white, a board with the best balance, but the easiest to make people tired of it. Indeed, if we talk about the faction with the best balance, it is undoubtedly the pre-hunter white. It's just that it's a bit boring to play. It's a pity to throw it away. Players, please confirm your identity cards. The system's beep sounded in everyone's ears. The next second, the game entered darkness. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. As an idiot, Ren Fan does not open his eyes at night, but if this is a face-to-face killing, he must follow the prompts and open his eyes to identify himself to the judge. Not only idiots, but hunters as well. And this is the difference between face-to-face killing and online killing. The night operation was quickly over. After daybreak, the familiar police reporting process begins. Whether this bureau chooses to call the police. Yes. No. An option box popped up on Ren Fan's screen, and he chose yes without any hesitation. As a white god, he must go to the police station to see the scenery. It is soulless to stay under the police station to vote. What's more, the living environment under the police is too bad. The conversation with the opponent was not good, and people said you were a backtrick. Even if you have a good conversation with the other party, they can still question your identity. I got the wrong ticket and had a good chat with you, saying that you are a charging wolf with good speech. I got the wrong ticket and we had a bad chat. People said you were a brainless charging wolf. In short, I can beat you as a wolf no matter what. Moreover, it is not just the people under the police who suspect each other, but the people above the police also like to look for wolves among the people under the police first. Being watched by so many people, any slight problem in one's speech will be magnified infinitely. In that case, why stay under the police? Can we stay away from all these disputes and troubles just by reporting to the police? It only takes 10 seconds for a pot to be cooked and the results will be presented to everyone. 1245678101112. Randomly starting from player number 10 to speak in order. Originally I went on the police to comment on the prophet, which is what I have to do in every game, but since I am the first to speak, I can only talk about something else. First of all, I'm talking to the prophet. Don't test me. What I hate most is being tested. If you think I speak like a wolf, just click me into the wolf pit. If you think I'm a good person, just accept me. No matter how you define my identity, whether it's right or wrong, I'm okay with it. It doesn't matter if I'm hit by mistake. I won't take sides emotionally. If someone hits me and says I'm a wolf and pushes me into a wolf pit, I'll say he's a tough guy. Similarly, even if someone recognizes me as a good person, I will not lean towards him just because he recognizes me. I stand on the sidelines and look not only at the speeches of the two prophets, but also at some external factors, such as co-ed relations, wolf pits, etc. To put it bluntly, you can define my identity however you want, but just don't come to test me. As long as you say you are a prophet coming to test me, I will be disgusted. I will be disgusted 100 times more than directly calling me a wolf. Because I just don't like the feeling of being tested. Anyway, I've already told you this. Be it a wolf or a prophet, don't come and test me. Otherwise, I'll blow your head off. Player No 10's remarks made all the good guys frown. He doesn't like being tested. Does he really not like it, or is he afraid of being tested? If everyone is so disgusted with taking their own test, how can the prophet play his role? It's already miserable enough to be a prophet. He has to be pinned to the ground and beaten by 11 cards, and attacked by the good guys and werewolves. Now there are people like this who turn against him as soon as they are tested. The prophet might as well just be a civilian. Of course. Having said that, this game definitely cannot be without the prophet. Without him to attract firepower, who would the good guys attack on the first day? Besides, not everyone dislikes taking tests. Some people like to be led by Jinshui. There is a huge difference in people's ideas. In the past, Ren Fan didn't like to be tested. He always felt that the prophet came to test him. From his point of view, it was a waste of an opportunity to test people. If this personal verification information is external, it will allow him to have a broader perspective and discover more things. This is why Ren Fan doesn't like to be tested, but now he doesn't care. It doesn't matter whether he is tested or not. Finally, I hope the prophet can speak well, make his logic clear, and show his perspective. We don't have much room for error in this board. Of course, the same goes for the werewolf. If the prophet is pushed out on the first day, it will be very difficult for the good guys to win, unless the wolves make a mistake later on. If the tough guy is pushed out, the good guys will basically win as long as they don't make big mistakes. After 2 rounds of speeches on the first day, the winner will be determined by one prediction, so the prophet must be recognized by the good guys, and the good guys must stand on the right side. Don't make mistakes when it's easiest to win this round. Otherwise, it depends on whether the werewolves give you a chance. There are 2 people under the police, 3 and 9. I think we should just have a tie PK. I like to listen to the fortune tellers talk more. The more they talk, the more likely I am to be on the right side. And after the tie, everyone votes together, and once the two teams are separated, it will be easier to find the wolf. After this board has a tie PK, the wolves will basically rush for votes. In this case, there are fewer people who hit the hook. Because as long as the wolves can get the police badge and trick the good guys into pushing the prophet out on the first day, it means they have won this round. And if we play the hook and let the prophet get the police badge, all the initiative will be in the hands of the good guys, and it's hard to say what the result will be. Maybe I can hook it to the end, maybe I'll be caught on the first day, so it's better to just go for it. Of course, this is all my personal understanding, and it doesn't mean that others think the same way, but I think that having a tie PK is always beneficial to good people. That's all I have to say about the first position. I hope everyone can recognize me because I have said so much. Player number 11, please speak. You don't want to be tested? Fortunately, I'm not a prophet in this game. If I were a prophet, I would definitely use the first badge flow on you. You think the prophet is your servant. If you say you don't want to take the test, then don't take it. If you don't want to take the test, just talk nicer and don't threaten the prophet. This kind of behavior of yours is not good in my eyes. Player no 10. If you think positively, you really don't want to be tested. If you think negatively, you are just afraid of being tested. Who is afraid of being tested? Only wolves. As a good person, I have to obey the prophet's arrangements in everything. Whoever he says will be revealed, whoever he says will be verified, and the prophet must talk like a prophet. I don't like timid and submissive prophets. How about this? I'll give the prophet a chance to prove that he's not a grandson card. The first police badge flow will test player number 10 and let him know that his likes and dislikes mean nothing in the eyes of the prophet. If anyone dares to test player 10, I will stand by him and give him a thumbs up for his courage. Player number 11 is obviously here to sabotage and add fuel to the fire. 10 just now, in the front position, he used a long speech to tell the prophet not to test himself. If he thinks his speech is not good, he can click into the wolf pit. Testing him is equivalent to pushing him to the opposite side. As a result, 11 said that the prophet should not be intimidated by anyone. Some people don't like to be tested, so they have to be tested. This bad habit should not be tolerated. According to 11, the prophet is the only true God and shouldn't be played like a grandson. However, having said that, in reality the prophet cannot be tough. After all, the choice is in the hands of others, and the prophet is only the soul of the good camp in theory. When we stand on your side, you are the soul. When we don't stand on your side, no matter who you are, you will be eliminated in minutes. Player number 11 urged the prophet to verify number 10 and get into the mindset of number 10. It can be seen from this that number 10 and number 11 will never meet. If 11 is a wolf, then 10 must be a good person. Conversely, if 10 is a wolf, then 11 must be a good person. Player number 3 and number 9 are under the police. Player number 10 said they could have a tie. I don't think it's necessary. Let them vote freely. What I hate most is when people try to tie the votes for each other. It's ridiculous. I don't know how to take sides, but I still need others to tell me who to vote for. I think since people 3 and 9 have chosen to stay under the police, they naturally have the ability to stand aside. Otherwise, they would have gone to the police to evade the ticket. Why stay under the police? So, my suggestion is that the last placed person should not arrange them to vote for two prophets separately. This will easily lead to mistakes and problems. Suppose there is a wolf among 3 and 9. The wolf is arranged to vote for the prophet, and the good guy is arranged to vote for the wolf who pretends to be a tough guy. But the wolf insists on voting? Can the police kill him? Of course not. Because it is possible that good people want to take sides and vote for the prophet in their own minds, and do not want to vote according to other people's ideas. After all, the so-called arrangement has not been discussed with them. Anyway, I just want to see the most realistic ticket shape, so it will be easier to determine their identities. Player number 10 suggested that players 3 and 9 should have a tie PK, so that they could listen to the speeches of the two prophets one more time, which would be more conducive to taking sides. However, player number 11 still sang a different tune. In his opinion, it is meaningless to deliberately equalize the votes in the PK. The players under the police are not machines, nor are they anyone's subordinates. Why should they obey the so-called arrangements? What if the person who arranges the PK is a wolf? If you really want to arrange a tie PK, that's fine, but at least your trump card has to be a god. But it's not worth it to have a god card alert just for a tie PK. So, everything depends on fate. It would be best if there were equal votes for PK, but if not, don't force it. To prevent someone from using this incident as an excuse and saying that they were arranged to vote for someone. Once such remarks come out, how can we judge whether he is a good person or a wolf? Only when people vote freely and the police listen to their reasons and logic for voting can we better distinguish who are the wolves and who are the good among the police. Player 10's comments are just average to me. I don't agree with them, but I won't call him a wolf. I just can't stand him saying he doesn't eat tests. The predictions of fortune tellers are based on logic. They won't test someone for no reason. If everyone says they don't want to be tested, how can the predictions work? Let's see if there's a prophet who can mess with him. The more he doesn't want to be tested, the more he should be tested. Let him be taught a lesson by reality a few more times, and then he won't say that I am disgusted by tests anymore. As for me, I don't have such bad habits as player 10. If you want to test me, I will test you. You are welcome to do so anytime. After listening to the speech of player number 11, Ren Fan felt that he was deliberately messing with the mentality of player number 10. Although 10 said that he would not accept the test and that he would be disgusted if the prophet tested him, there was no need for 11 to go too far and confront 10, and there was no need to instigate the prophet to test 10. Comparing the speeches of 10 and 11, 10 is definitely better. 11 seems a bit aggressive, but he is not necessarily a wolf. Even if a wolf wants to find a position to resist being pushed, it will not use such an excuse to attack others, as it is easy to backfire and get itself involved. Player number 12, please speak. This game is stable. Player 1 will check and kill. Let's check the badge flow 9 and 4. Player number 12 stood up and threw a check to the police player number 1, which made the good guy perk up. 12 lost the check to the police queen at this time, which easily made people think that he was pretending to be a wolf and was going to fight the prophet. To be honest, this has almost become a habit of thinking. When the people behind the police came to investigate, their first reaction was that the wolf had bravely tried to kill the prophet, rather than that the prophet had detected the wolf last night and it just happened that the wolf spoke behind the police. Although the good guy has doubts about the identity of player number 12, it is good to have a check and kill, and the check and kill is more exciting than gold and water. I used the first police badge flow to hit player number 9. First, it was to canvass votes. Not to mention getting the police badge directly, but at least to ensure there was a chance for a tie PK. Second, it was to determine the situation under the police. In this round, only 3 and 9 are under the police. If 9 is a good guy, 3 will go to the wolf pit. Listen carefully, it means go to the wolf pit, not that 3 must be a wolf. After all, it is not ruled out that 4 wolves will go to the police. It's just that it's not a good idea to play it this way for the time being, because it is always a low probability event that 4 wolves are reported to the police. Only after listening to the speech and feeling that there is a high probability that 3 or 9 are not wolves, can we think in this direction. Whether you are player 3 or player 9, I hope that neither of you will have any hostility towards me. My comments are all from the perspective of a normal prophet. As long as you policemen have a good chat, especially player number 9, vote for me as the police badge, and don't vote for the bandit team and join the wolves, I will accept you. Oh, by the way, if player 1 jumps from the back position with me, I must get the badge directly. No matter if it's player 9 who has joined my badge flow or player 3 who has not joined my badge flow, they must vote for me. Listen carefully. This is a must. As long as player 1 and I start jumping from the same spot, both of you must give me your votes. Whoever gets a bandit vote will be marked as a wolf and beaten. There is no tolerance. For this board, I found on the first night that checking and killing is a big advantage for the good guys. The wolves can either sell the number 1 player to hit the hook, or be brave and give it a go. No matter what choice they make, it will be very uncomfortable. They will sell out their teammates and hook the target, but they may not be able to hook the target. After all, after I get the police badge, I can check another person. When the time comes, the god card will jump out and make a pit. The wolves will have very little room for survival. And if they start fighting, as long as most of the good guys are on the right side, the wolves will collapse immediately. So, it's a dilemma. I definitely hope that player 1 won't jump from where I am, so that the back position will have to sell another wolf, and the remaining 2 wolves will be forced to charge. At that time, as long as the good people stand on the right side, we will win. As for what will happen if the good people stand on the wrong side, I don't think that will happen. I am confident in my speech, and I believe that most good people will stand on the right side. Player number 12 looked confident of winning. The prophet checked and killed the female hunter on the first night, which was indeed a big advantage at the start. The wolves had to face the dilemma mentioned in 12 just now. It is difficult to sell out teammates to hit the hook, and it is also difficult for all members to charge, but you have to choose one. In this case, as long as the majority of the good guys stand on the right side and eliminate the wolves on the first day, the wolves will fall behind in rounds. If they want to win, they can only pray that the good guys make a major mistake. For example, a witch poisons the wrong person, or 2 good guys fight each other, which becomes the perfect anti-push position for the wolves. Otherwise, the wolf will most likely lose. The second badge flow hit player number 4 randomly. There is no reason or logic behind it. I don't want to check the 10th and 11th positions in the front. I don't think it's necessary. First of all, let's talk about player number 10. He didn't just do nothing when he was the first to speak. Instead, he told the prophet about his weaknesses. He has a good attitude. He doesn't like to take the test, that's fine. I'm a pretty easy person to talk to. He dared to talk to the prophet and said he doesn't want to take the test, which shows that he has enough ability to stand on the side. Otherwise, why would he say that he doesn't want to take the test? In other words, it all depends on where player number 10 stands. If he stands on the wrong side, I'm sorry, but I'm going to fall into the wolf's pit. This is the fundamental reason why I don't play against the number 10 player in my badge style. Speaking of player number 11, I wanted to recognize him because from his speech, I heard respect for the prophet. As he said, the prophet is not a servant of good people. Whether it is a tester or a police officer, they all have their own ideas. Don't hammer the prophet on the ground at every turn. This card is too difficult. Not only do you have to compete with the werewolves, but you also have to argue with the good guys. It's really tiring to play. If everyone is like player 11, and gives more respect and tolerance to the Prophet, I don't think there will be so many people who hate playing the Prophet. Player number 11 can have such a mentality and talk to player number 10, not coercing the Prophet with his own likes and dislikes, or even putting pressure on the Prophet. I think he should not be a wolf. If he were a wolf, there would be no need to discuss these things, and there would be no need to oppose 10 because of this little problem. The more the good guys force the Prophet, the better for them, the wolves. Logic aside, 11's comments sounded good to me, so I want to treat him as a good guy for now. As for their disagreement on whether to even the votes, I don't think it's a big deal. Some people want to specifically arrange a tie PK. It's normal to listen to more speeches. Some people don't like to see a tie PK arranged. They think the vote pattern is not real and it is not convenient for the police to find wolves. In fact, there is nothing wrong with that. I think this disagreement has nothing to do with identity, it's purely a personal thought. Player number 10, I'm not going to test you because I'm giving you face. I hope you can stand by me. Otherwise, don't blame me for sending you into the wolf pit. Player number 11, I like your speech very much. Don't run off to join the wolves, as long as you follow me, I will protect you. Okay, that's all I have to say for now. I'll repeat it one last time. Police badge flow 9, 4 are verified, player 1 flips over to check and kill. That's it, we passed. Player number 1 please speak. I am dying of laughter, player 12. I am sorry to tell you that your great performance will be wasted this time because you hit the worst card, idiot. As soon as these words were spoken, all the good people on the field showed a gloating smile. Player 1 is right, the idiot is the nightmare of the wolves. Killing him is no different from killing the hunter, or even worse. The hunter is out shooting, and the good guys are always missing a god. But the idiot was overthrown by the anti-overthrow card. He still occupies a god pit, and he can't kill the god without a knife. In other words, when the wolves kill a hunter, they can at least do a 1-for-1 exchange, but when they kill an idiot, they can't even do a 1-for-1 exchange, and the best they can do is eat a bottle of poison from the witch. Idiot, a real iron plate. When the werewolf shows up and tries to hide, he is most afraid of idiots and hunters, and 12 happens to pick one of them. Of course. This is from the perspective of a good person with closed eyes. When Ren Fan saw player 1 take over the check and kill and jump to idiot, he was in a completely different state of mind. The comments in the live broadcast room also increased as 1 followed the killing and jumped into idiot. Really an idiot, the wolves have a teammate like 1, it's hard not to lose. This board is about checking and killing the idiot who jumped into the trap. What's the idea? Jumping into the trap of a witch is better than jumping into the trap of an idiot. At least they don't have to give the good guys a proper perspective, right? What's so interesting about this game? Everyone is so bad. It's probably just low-ranked rookies fighting each other. No, I just think your comments are stupid. Have you ever thought that this is the wolves' strategy? For example, 1 and 12 are wolves? For example, player 1 deliberately pretends to be an idiot and knocks player 12 down. The board for the white female hunter, who dares to jump to the idiot when checking and killing, is either a big boss or a rookie. There is no middleman. No matter what the trick is, number 1 is definitely the wolf. Get rid of him first. Seeing the live broadcast room's barrage discussing the game, Ren Fan immediately said, it's not certain whether player number 1 is a wolf. It's also hard to say whether players 1 and 12 can be wolves to check and kill wolves and hit them with boards. At this time, we must not jump to conclusions blindly. We should continue to listen to the speeches and, if possible, put ourselves in the shoes of player 1 and imagine what his purpose in jumping like that is. It's like guessing a riddle. If you can guess it, you can show off your skills. Listening to Ren Fan's words, the audience in the live broadcast room sneered. Come on, at your level you're still teaching people how to play werewolf. You're simply misleading them. It's really funny. It's not certain whether 1 is a wolf or not. So the question is, if he is a good person, why didn't he just show his loyalty when he was asked to be killed? Why is he such an idiot? I'm sorry everyone, this anchor is mentally retarded. I hope you can understand. If you don't like it, please feel free to insult it. Don't leave. As expected of someone who got the idiot card, his brain fits these 2 words perfectly. On the other side, player number 1 was still chatting excitedly. To be honest, player 12 was pretty good at chatting. If he hadn't thrown a check at me, I would have sided with him. The logic is there. His definitions of the identities and relationships of 10 and 11 are pretty much what I thought, which shows that his perspective is completely consistent with that of a prophet. He was in good shape. His comments during the dialogue with police officers 3 and 9 were quite prophetic and showed great momentum. We need to be forceful and give the people behind the police a check and kill, which fully reflects the look of a prophet holding a check and kill. It's a pity that my trump card is that I'm a good person, and I'm also a white god. Otherwise, I'm afraid I really can't make this water clean. Player number 1 was in a very relaxed and calm state, without any of the nervousness and uneasiness of a tough idiot. This made Ren Fan think that 1 and 12 might be double wolves. 1 deliberately jumped into the idiot position to raise the prophet's face of 12, while lowering the prophet's face in the latter position. But there is another possibility, that is, player number 1 deliberately plays the idiot role to make the good guys think that they, 1 and 12, are twin wolves, thus achieving the goal of becoming the dirty 12. Now both possibilities exist and are more in line with the gameplay in this score range. 1210111011. It's just that player 11 was too angry. When he heard player 10 say that he didn't want to take the test, he was upset and couldn't help but scold player 10. There was some personal emotion in it. I wonder if player 11 just played the prophet in the last game and was scolded, which affected his mood in this game. If this is really the case, I hope player 11 won't be so excited. If player 10 doesn't want to take the test, then he doesn't have to. As long as he says he doesn't want to take the test, then we can kidnap him. I haven't heard of any newbies who specifically talk to the prophet and say that they don't need to be tested. Most of them are experienced people who think they are very good at being on the right side and have such thoughts. Since he is confident in his side, give him a chance to show it. If the police stand on the wrong side, just mark him as a wolf and hit him. The police should not pick on him for not taking the test, as it will easily make people think that he is forcing the rhythm. Player number 11, I hope you can listen to my words. Player number 10 too. Don't attack each other over such a small matter. In the end, you will become enemies. The werewolf will only benefit from this. Player no 12's badge flow is 9, 4 in sequence. He used the first badge flow to attack player number 9 under the police. I guess he was canvassing for votes. It's rare for a wolf to use the first badge flow to attack a wolf teammate under the police after losing the check. The benefit of doing so is very small. Basically, they throw checks and kills, and use the strength of the checks and kills and the police badge flow to win votes from the good guys under the police. If there are wolf teammates under the police, the possibility of getting the police badge is very high. So, I think it's better to not use wolves under the police. In this game, there are 4 wolves and police. 12 threw a check to me in order to kill the prophet. However, he was unlucky and didn't get the prophet. Instead, he hit a wall. Either player 3 is a wolf, and he's forcing player 9 to vote. Once player 3 gets the vote, he'll grab the police badge. I can't say what the situation is right now. Let's listen to what player 3 has to say later. Okay, that's all I want to say on the police. Player 12 is a wolf, and my trump card is an idiot. That's it, passed. Player number 2 please speak. This round is easy. Player 1 takes the check and kills and jumps to idiot. I won't say whether his speech is good or not. We will know the truth after the next flop. If 1 is an idiot, then 12 must be a fake. If 1 is not an idiot, then 12 is most likely a prophet. Yes, it's just a high probability, because it is not ruled out that 1 and 12 double wolves will hit the board. I have seen such routines. The benefits are relatively large. I can be a prophet who helps my teammates and get the real idiots into the wolves. Although good people may think of this, there is still a gap between thinking about it and doing it. Do you understand what I mean? For example, if we see a pair of wolves 1 and 12, they might be playing a board game, and player 1 is out without turning over a card. When we wake up the next day, do we really dare to fight against player 12? I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult. I guess most people still prefer to side with player number 12. This is the benefit for wolves. They are not afraid that the good guys will think of 1 and 12 as wolves, but they are afraid that 12 will talk too badly. As long as they can reach the level of the prophet, many good guys will definitely stand on the wrong side. And those who are on the wrong side are the wolf team's anti-push positions. When the time comes, the remaining 2 wolves, one will charge and set the pace, and the other will hit the hook. It will be very difficult for the good guys to find them all. Player No 2's thinking was quite impressive. At least he thought of the possibility of 1 and 12 double wolves hitting the board. Generally speaking, when it comes to pre-Hunter White's board, the wolf team is not likely to use these fancy tactics because the risks are too great. Wolves kill wolves, which means that the werewolves will be eliminated on the first day, which is equivalent to giving the good guys a round for free. Although there may be benefits later, there are too many variables. Once the good guys figured out what was going on, or someone thought of killing the wolves and leading the team back, the wolf team would collapse. Instead of taking the risk of being punished, it is better to confront the prophet. As long as you are confident in your words and can fool good people into standing on your side, that's enough. The wolves are guaranteed 4 votes, and theoretically they only need to get 2 good guys into the water to control the situation. The difficulty is not big, but it is not small either. Therefore, there is no need to play the wolf to kill the wolf. It would be better to use this energy and effort to play the tough role. But sometimes, wolves don't play by the rules. There are advantages to confronting the prophet head-on, and there are advantages to wolves checking and killing wolves. They just like to make trouble, and there is nothing you can do about it. As a good person, you should get what you deserve and not be so stubborn. 21121121112. This game is full of truth and falsehood, and you will never know the truth until the last moment. Player number 10 said in his first position that he would not take the test and that he went to the police station to comment on the prophet. This has become his habit. I don't know if what he said is true or false, but as soon as such a statement came out, I knew that he was on the wrong side and was most likely a wolf. People who are not confident in their side selection or whose side selection accuracy is not high will never say something like player 10. They don't have the confidence to say it. A person who is always on the wrong side of the prophecy, do you have the nerve to say that you are a prophet? Do you have the nerve to say that you don't take the test, and if you speak badly, you can just go straight into the wolf's pit? I'm watching the logic of player 10 standing on the side. Oh, that's not right. Player 1 jumped to the idiot after checking and killing. It seems that we don't need to stand on the side. The flipping perspective is more reliable than any logic. In this case, we can only see if the wolf pit at 10 o'clock is correct. If you make more than one mistake, you will be put in the wolf pit. What can I say about player number 11? He seems to be looking for trouble. Player number 10 just said that he would not take the test. I think his remarks were not good. He should just go to the wolf pit. Then 11 talked to the prophet to check 10. As long as anyone dared to check 10, he would want to take the side. Logically speaking, isn't this just deliberately adding fuel to the fire? I think 11's mentality is somewhat problematic. It's not that his mentality is like a wolf, but he is too violent. He has little tolerance for other people's comments and is very aggressive. But his comments on the prophet card were quite accurate. He talked about the prophet's embarrassment and difficulties, as well as some of the headaches he encountered. Sometimes playing the prophet is exhausting, but there is nothing we can do. The level of the good guys standing on different sides varies, and there will always be someone standing on the wrong side in each game. Otherwise, how can the wolves play? It's actually quite normal for someone to attack the prophet, but as long as we can talk well and get most of the good people on the right side, that's enough. I can tell that 11 wants to support the prophet and hopes that the prophet can be more assertive and not be so timid and afraid of offending others. After all, this game is based on the logic of the prophet. Since you are the sole mentor of the good camp, you have to show some momentum. I think the speech of player 12 is quite good. He seems like a prophet. It's a pity that he jumped first and was an idiot. That means I'm probably on the wrong side. If the wolf jumps to the idiot in disc 1, it is obviously a bit unreasonable. The wolf will take the check and kill, even if the witch jumps to poison, or the civilian jumps to resistance, it cannot jump to the idiot. One's behavior doesn't seem like that of a wolf. If he really is a wolf, we'll have to figure out who's the wolf. After talking for a long time, I think player number 11 is most likely a good person, but he is too aggressive, and he seems to be deliberately messing with people's mentality. I suggest that player number 11 control his temper, otherwise he will offend many people and be easily rejected. Player number 10 just needs to take sides. Speaking out is secondary. For the time being, I believe that player 1 is an idiot. Player 12 is probably just a coward who wanted to kill the prophet, but ended up hitting a wall. Then let's listen to the prediction from the prophet in the back position. That's it. It's over. Player number 4 please speak. Player number 12 is so patient. He has already attacked the idiot, but he still doesn't self-destruct. Are you waiting for your teammates to make a comeback, then retreat, and claim that you are a fraud? Brother, if you have this idea, I advise you to save your mind. You can't drain the water. Explode yourself early, and then explode another one tomorrow. It's the wisest choice to double explode and swallow the police badge. Player number 4 stood up and advised player number 12 to self-destruct, which made Ren Fan frown. If you look at this statement in a positive way, 4 is honest and wants to see the wolves set off fireworks. But if you think about it in a worse way, it is not ruled out that he is sending a message to player number 12, telling him not to hold on any longer and just go for the double explosion to swallow the police badge. Now Ren Fan would not maliciously speculate on 4's speech, but if he felt that 4 talked like a wolf and had a lot of banditry, then the conversation between 4 and 12 would become the logic of 4 and 12 being a pair of wolves. You still don't want to explode? Well, since you don't want to explode, then I'll chat for a few more minutes. First of all, player 1 is an idiot when he receives the kill. There is nothing wrong with his speech, perspective, and mentality. I think he is definitely an idiot. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told player number 12 to self-destruct. 12, even if I give him a chance, he won't do anything. I told him to blow himself up, and it would be great if he did, and he could also tarnish my identity. Maybe he didn't expect this, but no matter whether he thought of it or not, after I made this clear, the good guys should stop thinking that 12 and I are teammates of the wolves and tell him to blow himself up. Player number 2 said that it is possible that 1 and 12 will play as wolves against each other. Although what he said makes sense and I have indeed seen this kind of routine, I don't know why, but I always feel that 2 is a bit like a wolf. 1-2-1-1-2-1-2-1. As a result, player 1 talked for a long time but didn't talk about this. It seems that his attention was focused on the police officers 3 and 9. In that case, I can say this is a supplement to player 1's logic, that is, 2 and May 12th be twin wolves. I suggest the prophet in the latter position to check 2, just in case. Of course, not only player 2, but everyone in the police post is a suspect. Who knows if the police post had multiple wolves, so 12 took the risk to go to the police post to check and kill them. If I were a prophet, I would definitely hit player 2 with my first badge. Otherwise, I would always be worried, wondering if player 2 and 12 could be a pair of wolves. 12 was afraid that player 1 was a prophet, so he would jump first and throw a check on player 1 to force him to jump. Player number 4 is full of doubts about player 2's identity. In his opinion, 12 can check and kill player number 1, so the good guys should pay attention to player number 2 and make appropriate guesses whether 2 and 12 are a pair of wolves. Especially when player number 2 was still using double wolves to hit the board at plate 1 and 12, it felt like he had opened his eyes. It was just weird anyway, and it didn't sound very good. There are only 2 people under the police, player 3 and player 9. 1 has already analyzed their identities, and they are basically the same as I thought. The possibility of 9 and 12 being double wolves is very small, almost negligible. The possibility of 3 being a bandit is relatively large. If you don't beat him, he is a wolf, so you have to bet on 4 wolves and call the police. But in this game, I do have the idea of playing with 4 wolves and the police, because 12 will jump to the police queen to check and kill him, and the police queen may want to kill his teammates. So, I didn't really want to attack player 3. I just threw a water bag at him and saw how he talked with the police. If the police officer speaks well and doesn't sound like a wolf, I will call the 4 wolves to the police. Otherwise, I will still click 3 and enter the wolf pit. Whether you can be a good person or not, player 3, it all depends on your performance. Player number 4 is not very hostile towards player 3, there is just a little bit of hostility, but that is because after recognizing player 9, he symbolically doubts the identity of player 3. In fact, judging from 4's mentality, he seems to be more inclined to put the 4th wolf on guard, otherwise, he would have clicked 3 to enter the wolf pit long ago. Player number 10 said that the person at the end could consider pulling a tie PK, so that the 2 prophets can talk for one more round. Anyway, there are only 2 people under the police, so it is easier to arrange. I actually agree very much with this idea. As a good person, I think everyone wants to listen to the 2 prophets talk for another round. If there is a tie, the possibility of good people standing on the opposite side will greatly increase. As a result, player number 11 used logic to say that we can't see the real ticket shape under the police, so what? Why don't we just pretend that the first round of votes didn't exist and just look at the second round of big votes? By then, we can separate our teams and it will be much easier to find the wolves. 11 said on the surface that it would be best if there was a tie vote PK speech, but in fact he was trying his best to prevent a tie vote PK from happening because he didn't want anyone to arrange a tie vote. He just said some extreme situations and tried to persuade good people not to force a tie vote PK speech. I think if you don't do well with this mentality, you might end up being a wolf. And the reason why he attacked player number 10 was ridiculous. Everyone has a weak spot. 10 just talked to the prophet and asked him not to check him. It's not a matter of principle. But 11 kept harping on this point and even encouraged the prophet to check 10. No matter how I think about it, I feel that his identity is questionable. He talked about the bad situation of the prophets and how we should respect the prophets and not be timid. I felt that he was trying to win the favor of the prophets. If that's the case, 11 is very smart. He knows what to talk about to establish his identity. He is an old fox and it's hard to catch him. I suggest the prophet check 11 tonight. His comments have some good aspects, but he also has some wolf-like aspects. I'm a little unsure, so it's best to check him out directly. He said he doesn't mind taking tests, so why not give it a try? I have said so much, I just want to tell you that 10 is not a wolf. His speech does not have a wolfish flavor. He is just thinking about good people. Player number 11 has a bad side, don't assume he's a good guy hastily. Pay special attention to player number 2. If possible, it's best to test him. The prophet can test 2 and 11 in a row, put some pressure on them and see their reactions and flexibility. Okay, that's all I want to say on the police. You're a good guy, that's it. It's over. End of this chapter. I think that since player 1 can jump into the idiot mode when receiving a check, he must be an idiot. If he is not an idiot, and a real idiot is driving in the outside position, you don't have to jump out and shoot him, just stay calm. For those who receive the check kill jump idiot, regardless of whether there is anyone on the field to jump, the card must be flipped, and the card must be flipped to the right angle. Don't mention that no one is bidding on player 1. Why waste your turn flipping his cards? It would be much better to just play player 12. That's definitely not okay. There's no need to ask why. This is the rule. If you encounter an idiot who wants to take over, you should beat him like this. I believe everyone here knows this. The second and fourth players in the front didn't emphasize this point. I talked about this because I was afraid that there would be idiots in the outside positions. I was worried that we would not turn over the cards of player 1 if we saw that there was no one on the field to jump to the idiot. No need to worry about that. I'm going to make this clear today. No matter if there's an idiot or not, player 1 has to turn over. Ren Fan is indeed the king of gouging. Player number 1 took over the check and wore his clothes openly, but he recognized the other party without making a sound. Just a little reminder to the good guys that when they receive the check and kill idiot, they must turn the card over to face the camera. This is not because his trump card is an idiot. Ren Fan talked like this completely from the perspective of a good person. This is the unique gameplay mechanism of the idiot card. Even if it is turned over, it still occupies a god pit. The wolf knife cannot kill the god unless it falls on him. Therefore, as long as someone receives this card, he must turn the card over to face the front, even if no one shoots him. This is the most standard way to play. Maybe in the actual game, many people think that there is no need to make it so complicated. Since no one on the field is jumping idiot, they can just accept it. However, in high-end games, there are many idiots who just want to hide and not jump out because they don't want to be forced out by the trickster wolf. Because according to the gameplay mechanism of this card, there is no need to use an identity to fight the trickster wolf. All you have to do is wait for the good guys to turn over the card of the tough wolf. If the good guys don't follow the standard procedures, they'll easily get into trouble with the real idiots. The idiot thought that the good guy would definitely flip the card to see the real angle, while the good guy thought that there was no need to flip the card unless the idiot jumped in. Once this happened, the werewolf took advantage of the opportunity. Therefore, Ren Fan searched for the enemy in the void, and the idiot didn't need to jump in the dialogue. In fact, he was reminding the good guys not to forget how to fight in this situation. The werewolf would not call Ren Fan an idiot just because he talked about these things, because anyone who is an experienced person would understand these principles. Of course, the second and fourth positions in the front didn't remind the good guys of this. If Ren Fan jumped out to talk about these things, it would definitely attract the attention of the werewolves. This was inevitable. At the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room were all complaining about Ren Fan's speech. Damn, you can resist the urge to take a slap at player 1? Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Is this how we are taught to play werewolf if we don't hit the werewolf in front of us? I think he is teaching us how to let it go. It's normal for the idiot not to jump. If you want to check and kill the idiot, you have to flip the card to face the view. If you have to wait for a pair of jumps before flipping the card, it will waste the idiot's skill mechanism. What's the difference between him and the witch hunter? It's just a basic move. I've seen it several times in the A-League. The wolf jumped out of the idiot's body. There was no need for the idiot to jump out and shoot him. It must be a flip card and a straight angle. You all said that it was a high-end game. Is it a high-end game? When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Speak to people in a human way and to ghosts in a ghost way. Don't be out of touch with reality. Just wait for the car to overturn, and then all 11 people in the audience will yell at the idiot for being an idiot. There are 7 people, right? The werewolves won't scold him. Instead, they will thank him. Good people will have a peaceful life. Ren Fan chose to ignore the barrage in the live broadcast room. There were many reasons why he didn't jump into the idiot mode, not just because of the idiot's special skill mechanism. More importantly, he felt that there was some trick behind player no one's move to check and kill and become an idiot. The first one is 12 wolves check and kill wolves and hit them with boards, and 1 sells himself to make a high 12 profit face. The second type is that 1 deliberately jumps to the idiot position, and after being eliminated from the flop, he induces the good guys to play the double wolves 1 and 12 on the board. Another possibility is that player number 1 is a good guy, and the police jump into the idiot position to put extreme pressure on the tough wolf. In this situation, the tough wolf will most likely self-destruct. If it refuses to do so, the prophet in the latter position will get the police badge. In the whiteboard of the female hunter, the prophet had an extra police badge in his hand, which was the last straw that broke the camel's back for the wolves. Therefore, if player number 1 is brave enough, he can take advantage of the werewolf's psychology, exert extreme pressure on them, and force them to double explode and swallow the police badge. This is a psychological game. But most people don't dare to play like this because it's too easy to fail. What if the werewolf has a strong mental state and doesn't self-destruct, and is brought to the police's attention? Player 1 is an idiot, and player 12 is a tough guy. It's possible that player 1 and player 12 will play together, but this is definitely not the way to go at the moment. Try not to overthink things on the first day. Sometimes simple things become complicated and end up making things worse. Player number 12 jumped to the rear guard to check and kill. He did have the intention of killing the prophet. It is not ruled out that the rear guard opened up multiple wolves to 12's teammates, but I don't think 2 and 12 are double wolves. If he and 12 are wolf teammates, and 1 follows up with the check and kill to jump the idiot, the wolf teammate is obviously hitting a wall. In this case, he should try hard to win the favor of the idiot, instead of 1 and 12 being 2 wolves hitting the board. Once such remarks come out, it is easy for player number 1 to have a bad impression of him or to target him. After all, the 1st and 12th double wolves are suspected of leading the trend. Similarly, if player 1 is a wolf and player 12 is a prophet, player 1 will try to pretend to be an idiot. Sooner or later, his identity will be exposed. If he plays both 1 and 12 as wolves, he will be targeted by player 12. To put it simply, player 2's plate 1 and may 12th be a pair of wolves, which means they are in a dilemma. This does not conform to the behavioral logic of a werewolf. So, from my perspective, the number 2 player should be the good guy, and I don't really want to play the number 2 and number 12 double wolf. Ren Fan did not follow the trend to discuss the 2 and 12 double wolves. Although this logic and speculation seem very reasonable at first glance, a careful analysis can basically rule out the possibility of the 2 and 12 double wolves. Because player no 2's speech offended players number 1 and number 12 at once. If he were a wolf, there would be no reason for him to lower his status. Therefore, player 2's plate 1 and may 12th be the behavior of a double wolf hitting the board, and it is more like a suspicious and blind good person. Player number 4 may have played 2 wolves at 2 and 12, and then played the warning and then played multiple wolves. It is not even ruled out that there are 4 wolves and the warning. There is nothing wrong with his perspective, but he lacks the ability to think. Of course, this is the best way to think about it. If you think about it in a bad way, he might have set the pace by playing the double wolf at 2 and 12 to make 2 a defensive position, making the people behind the guard the target of public criticism. He can choose to get out. After all, he came up with this logic. Player number 4 has some gangster status in my eyes, but his status is not as high as player no 2's. But I want to make one thing clear. I am definitely not trying to save player 2 by playing this way. No one should be in the back position to set the pace. I and player 2 are wolf teammates. Every word I said is logical. I have already explained clearly why player 2 and player 12 cannot form a double wolf. As for 10 and 11, they will definitely not meet, there is no doubt about that, but who is the wolf and who is the good guy, or whether they are all good guys, that is not certain. In fact, the first position of the 10th player is quite good overall. He didn't slack off. And the person at the end of the conversation can consider a tie PK. He seems to be a good person. He told the prophet not to test him. Ultimately, it's just a matter of personal preference. And to be honest, it's not like a wolf would talk like that. He came up and told the prophet not to test him, or else he would turn against him. He's just making himself the focus, which doesn't conform to the behavior logic of a werewolf. So, I think the status of player number 10 is higher than that of player no 11. 1110-1110. If possible, the prophet should check 11 tonight. As for whether the police will use wolves in the 3rd and 9th positions, and if so, who will be the wolf, I suggest that you do not speculate, lest you form a preconceived opinion and affect your subsequent judgment. It is better to wait until you have heard their speeches before making a decision. Okay, that's all I want to say on the police. I believe 1 is an idiot, but today I have to make him look right. 2 should be a good guy, 4 has a gangster side, 10 and 11 are not on the same side, and 10 has a higher status than 11. These are all my conclusions so far. That's it, it's over. Player number 6 please speak. Player number 8, check and kill, police badge. Player number 6 had just reported in for verification and hadn't even played the police badge when player number 8 blew himself up. It was very neat and tidy, because from the time the prophet jumped from level 6 to his self-destruction, it took only 1 second. This is the consequence of reporting the person first and then reporting the police badge flow. It is best to get the police badge flow first and then report the person. Some people are even more aggressive and only use the police badge. They don't report to the police to check the person, but report it to the police below. All kinds of weird and cool operations, you get used to it after playing it for a long time. Player number 8 chose to self-destruct, please leave a last message. Double explosion, can't let the police badge land, player 1 can't be beaten, he jumped into the idiot, I can't jump into the idiot against him, jump into the gun is even worse, jump into the witch will be poisoned at night, it's better to double explosion directly, fight deep with the good guys. From what player number 8 said, it should be the 8th and 12th double wolves. If 6 and 8 are both wolves, then 8's self-explosion does not provide any benefit. From the perspective that he is a wolf, double explosion and swallowing the police badge is indeed the best choice. 2 wolves for 2 gods, no gain or loss, but if you play deep, the werewolf will definitely have the advantage. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. After player number 8 passed the mic, the system immediately announced that the game had entered dark night. At the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room started arguing again. Why do I feel like 1, 8, and 12 are 3 wolves? After the deed is done, player 1 takes off his clothes again, and the identities are established. This is outrageous. How can player 1 be a good guy? A good guy jumps to check and kill. What an idiot. Is he crazy? Maybe he is a hunter. How can a commoner be so brave? To be honest, I suddenly have some respect for the anchor. He was right not to jump out and take the photo. If he had jumped out, he would have been stabbed. Really? If player 1 is wolf, do you believe that this coward will get stabbed tonight? He keeps telling the good guy to turn over the cards to get a straight view. How can wolf not figure out that he is an idiot? You are looking at it from a god's perspective. If you are in the middle of a chess game, it is normal to talk like this even if the cards are not idiotic. I often talk to idiots. If you see a wolf wearing your clothes, don't jump. Just wait for the good guy to turn over the cards. You are not on the same channel. One is playing a high-end game, and the other is playing a normal game. What is there to argue about? Seeing that there were already people praising himself in the comments in the live broadcast room, Ren Fan smiled slightly. What do you think, everyone? What I said before was right, wasn't it? Player 1 is not necessarily a wolf. Even if he is a wolf, it doesn't mean that player 12 is a prophet. You have to think more and be patient. There's nothing wrong with being a little bit more cautious. Seeing Ren Fan suddenly become cocky, he's immediately started to fight back. You are a villain who succeeded and happened to guess right once, so you think you are good enough. A blind cat meets a dead mouse. I hope that player 1 is a wolf and cuts you with a knife tonight. You continue to wear idiot clothes tomorrow. If that's the case, brother, you can wait for the 9 clans to be sacrificed to heaven. This barrage actually touched Ren Fan's sore spot. If 1, 8, and 12 are 3 wolves, and the wolf team thinks he is an idiot because he talks idiots without jumping, and they kill him with a knife at night, allowing 1 to continue wearing clothes, that would be embarrassing. It is a bit difficult for a good guy to figure out that he is an idiot, but a good person with a higher level or who thinks enough should be able to realize this. He ate the knife. Why did he eat the knife? It is impossible for a werewolf to attack a person who is not in the focus position for no reason. If a werewolf does this, the good guy must analyze the intentions and intent of the werewolves. With this idea in mind and combined with his remarks, it is not difficult to conclude that he might be an idiot. The night operation was quickly over. After daybreak, the sheriff election continues, and the system will not directly announce the death results of last night. But at this point, no one can speak anymore. Those who need to withdraw their votes will withdraw, and those who don't will enter the voting phase after 10 seconds. If all the water recedes and there is only one person left on the police force, there will be no need for voting and he can get the police badge directly. During this period, the werewolf can self-destruct. If the witch poisoned player number 12 last night, the poison would be wasted if he self-destructs. This point is very important. During the reseeding phase, even if the witch knows who the wolf is, she should not poison him. Otherwise, it would be a waste of skills. After all, the wolf is going to self-destruct anyway. This is what is called self-destruction and poison swallowing. The system will not judge him dead just because the witch has poisoned him and he cannot self-destruct, because the action of self-destruction comes first and the announcement of death last night comes later. The werewolf exploded first, and the poison was equivalent to poisoning the air. This time the wolf did not faint at the good guys, and he did not swallow the police badge twice. On the contrary, player number 12 exploded quite quickly, without any hesitation. After 12 self-destruct, a prompt box appeared on the screen. The person who died last night was player number 6, without any last words. Seeing this information, Ren Fan was immediately relieved. He was not stabbed, which was very nice. If the wolf knife dares to fall on him tonight, it would be equivalent to selling out that player number 1 is a wolf. Otherwise, how do you explain that the idiot in the first jump didn't get hit by the sword, but he, the one who suggested that the idiot in the external position should not jump, got hit by the sword? Player number 12 blew himself up, the police badge was lost, and there will be no more sheriffs in this game. The system beep sounded again. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. The game went dark again. Ren Fan hoped that player number 1 was not a wolf, and that players 1 and 12 were not double wolves hitting the board. Otherwise, even if he could win the game, he would win by doing nothing. The problem is that so many people are watching his live broadcast, it's not appropriate to just win without doing anything, right? He has to show off. All his previous highlights were short-lived and no one knew about them. Now, tens of thousands of people are watching him play games. This is a rare opportunity. It's time for him to add a bag of salt to himself. Especially since so many people in the live broadcast room felt that he should just jump into the role of idiot and shoot player number 1. If he gets hit, it would mean that his show has failed. Not jumping into the role would be a wrong decision, which has brought great crisis and trouble to the good guy. On the contrary, if he does not take the knife, and player number 1 takes the knife and turns over the cards, it means that he has foresight. The night operation was soon over again. After dawn, the system immediately announced that the person who died last night was player number 1, without any last words. He still died alone, which meant that the witch did not use poison. This was a wise choice. The wolf knife would not fall on him anyway, so why rush to use poison? Player number 1 is stabbed, which means he must be a good person. Ren Fan was right. 1 was a good man with a big heart. If he guessed correctly, player 1 was betting that he would be an idiot. A real idiot would not jump out in a hurry to shoot him, and player 12 was very likely to not be able to withstand the pressure and explode. In the end, 12 was able to resist, but player 8 failed to hold on after receiving the check. If he had known this would happen, 12 would have exploded when player 1 jumped into the idiot mode, and then rushed to the prophet to kill him. If he was lucky enough to kill the prophet, he would have been defeated. Since there is no sheriff in this game, player number 2 will randomly speak in reverse order. Player number 2 please speak. The 2 wolves at 8 and 12 self-destruct. Now there are 2 wolves on the field. Player 4 has to take up a spot. It's inexplicable. When I saw player 1 taking over, he called out wolves 2 and 12. If I hadn't said anything, it would be understandable to make such a guess. The problem is that I just finished chatting with him in the position in front of him. Obviously, my statement could not have happened to 1 and 12. As long as my trump card is wolf, no matter who is my wolf teammate with 1 or 12, I will not bet that they might be 2 wolves playing together. Who would do such a thing that has no benefit at all and offends the god card? 12 is a coward, so 1 must be an idiot. If I lure the idiot into the wolf's den, will he beat me? I know 1 is an idiot, so why do I have to provoke him if not to win his favor? I just want to be beaten, right? Similarly, 12 is the prophet, and 1 is the wolf. If I tie the prophet and the wolf together to fight, will he think I am trying to lead the team? Will he come to test me at night? Haven't I thought of these consequences? I think I can figure it out if I use my brain a little bit. If that's the case, why should I make myself unhappy? When the number 4 player can play the 2 and 12 double wolves on the upper plate of the police, I feel like he is here to lead the pace and wants to make me a perfect anti-push position. After all, the 2 and 12 double wolves look quite reliable at first glance. 4's intentions are extremely sinister. He can no longer play the good guy card in front of me. Player 5 must be a good guy because he recognized me. Of course, this is not the point. The person who recognizes me as a good person is not necessarily a good person. The key is that his logic for recognizing me is really good. From this point, it can be seen that he did not force himself to recognize me to win my favor. He really used logic to figure out that I am a good person. As expected, player number 2 directly recognized Ren Fan, but he definitely did not return the favor and say that Ren Fan was a good person just because Ren Fan recognized him in public. The main thing is that Ren Fan admits that his logic is correct, reasonable, tenable, and can withstand scrutiny. If Ren Fanchi Wolf wanted to win his favor, he probably wouldn't come up with such a positive logic. If he happens to encounter that small probability, there is nothing he can do about it. He can't just call Ren Fan a wolf and recognize player number 4 as a good person, right? From his perspective, 4 must enter the wolf pit. After listening to his speech, 4 can also click on 2 and 12 wolves to kill player 1. He is really evil. I'm afraid that 4 talks like this just to set the pace and induce the good guys to play the double wolves at 2 and 12. In this way, he will be the perfect position to resist the push. I have temporarily recognized player number 11 on the police, and the identity of number 10 is still to be determined. The wolf team has double explosions, and now we can't judge whether he is a wolf or a good person by standing on the side. But objectively speaking, the 10th position's speech is still biased and not very wolf-like. After this analysis, the remaining wolves should be among 3, 4, 7, and 9. 9129. 2 wolves appear among 3, 4, and 7. My suggestion is to play player number 4 first today. This speaking order is really bad. 4 happens to be the last to speak. I'm afraid he will force himself to wear witch or hunter clothes and lead the trend. At this point, player 2 was silent for a moment. Forget it, I'll just take a photo to reveal my identity and stop hiding it. Hollow card hunter, unless player number 4 says that he is a witch, otherwise, I will take his place with my gun. No one can change my vote. Otherwise, everyone will be considered as a wolf teammate of no 4. While player number 2 was chatting, a hunter suddenly appeared, and player number 4 was in trouble. A gun was pointed at his head, and player number 2, who was a hunter, voted him out. In this situation, relying on superficial tactics alone would be useless, and he could only suppress them with his trump cards. But the witch had poison in her hand, and if he betrayed her, he would be courting death. But if he doesn't jump into the witch role, he will be pushed back and will die no matter what, unless he is really a witch. This is the bad consequence of his speech in police custody. With the same speech, Ren Fan could recognize that 2 was a good person, and he felt that the difference in level between 2 and 12 was obvious. The wolf pit is still quite crowded now. According to player number 2, if 2 wolves appear among the 3 people 3, 4, and 7, there is a high probability of getting a wolf even with your eyes closed. But the premise is that the good people he recognized must not have any problems. Ren Fan certainly has no doubt that 9, 10, and 11 are really not in the wolf team. Today, player number 2 wants to play 4, which is not impossible, but whether 4 is a wolf or not is still debatable. After all, not everyone can be as comprehensive as Ren Fan. What if 4 is just a good person who doesn't think much? But then again, even if player 4 is a good guy who was pushed out, we can't blame player 2. It's his fault for making the logic wrong. He turned the hunter into a wolf, so he deserves to pay the price. Player number 11 please speak. Player number 10 cannot be released. He is a person who hates eating tests. He has a gangster face. I didn't point him in the wolf pit because it was inappropriate. After all, he made the 10th position speech, didn't slack off, and said some good words. His speech was in good condition. If I rashly beat him up and call him a wolf, I'm afraid it will backfire. The good people won't think he's a wolf, but I will think I'm a wolf instead. But today is different. Player 2 is a hunter, and player 4 is a big bandit. He raised 10 on the alert, saying that 10 can talk to the last player to level the PK, so be prepared. Then they started to beat me up, saying that although I appeared to want to hear a tie PK, I was actually trying my best to prevent a tie PK from happening, and that there was something wrong with my mentality. It's not hard to tell from 4's comments that he is full of malice towards me, and seems to want to label me a wolf, but his logic is not sufficient, so he only said that I have a gangster side. Before player number 2 switched to hunter, I planned to have a wolf among players 2 and 4. Player number 4 had a bigger bandit face because he was hostile to me. I thought his identity might be problematic. Now that player 2 has played a gun, I know my instinct on the police is correct. Player 4 can no longer play the good guy card. Combined with his words on the police, I suspect that players 4 and 10 are most likely double wolves. I haven't heard the speeches of the 2 players 3 and 9 yet, but the number 9 player can't get the ball. 12 jumped in and lost the check, and was able to use the first police badge flow on 9. I knew that 9 and 12 would never meet. To put it bluntly, 12's police badge flow was just for canvassing votes. Maybe some good people with suspicious minds will play double wolves at 9 and 12, and the 12th player will deliberately put the first badge on the wolf teammate as an identity. This possibility is definitely there in theory, but there is really no need to do this now. Unless his speech is terrible, then I'll have to pick him tomorrow. I'll have to accept him this round. I didn't hear what 3 and 7 said, and I can't just blindly call them wolves, right? So, in my eyes, 4 and 10 are like 2 wolves. I have no problem with playing player 4 today. If player 4 plays the witch in the last position, then player 10 will play. It can be heard that player number 11 is still full of hostility towards player number 10. His intuition and hearing tell him that player number 10 is not a good person. Therefore, he released all the players in the outside positions and played as double wolves at 4 and 10. Of course, there is logic behind 11's arrangement, and it is not nonsense. The policeman on 4 did raise 10 in one hand, and then hit him as a wolf. From this point, it can be seen that 4 and May 10th have a common edge relationship, at least 4 does not meet him. If 4 is a wolf, he must be a good person, and if he is a good person, 10 will inevitably fall into the wolf's pit. Unless someone among 3 and 7 chats very well and can replace 10, otherwise, tomorrow will be 10's turn. Actually, after listening to all the speeches, besides wanting to play the 4th and 10th wolves, the only good guy I think of is player 5. 4212222112. Such behavior, mentality, and logic all indicate that he is not on the wolves team. If he is a wolf, he will not give up such a good position to resist the push. Unless he heard that player 2 had an identity and knew he couldn't beat player 2, so he accepted player 2 to try to win their favor. But this is malicious speculation and is obviously inappropriate. I want to hear what player 5 thinks or has different opinions about me selecting the 4th and 10th wolves. Do you think I selected them correctly or incorrectly? Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. Good guy with the bottom card, first player number 4, then player number 10, that's it, passed. Player number 10 please speak. If you play 11, he will definitely be a wolf. Player may 4th not be. I don't want to protect player 4, but from my perspective, player 11 is much more likely to be a wolf than player 4. The police said that player no 4's play 2 and 12 might be double wolves. He did hit the wrong player number 2, but that doesn't mean he is the wolf. Who hasn't hit the wrong person before? What's more, when player number 12 threw a check and kill at the police, it's easy to associate it with the idea that players 2 and 12 were double wolves, and player 1 only took over the check and kill, including player 4 saying that multiple wolves were opened after the police, which is a normal good person's perspective and logic. There's no need to beat him to death just because he got the number 2 player wrong. We can only say that he has a bandit side, but whether he is a wolf or not is still debatable. Player number 10 did not follow the trend and call for the wolf. His view was more objective and not so radical. When the police officer 12 jumps on the police officer 1 and throws a check on him, it is normal to reasonably suspect that 2 and 12 are both wolves. This guess may be right or wrong. Just because player number 2 jumps to Hunter this round, it doesn't mean that number 4 must be a wolf. The 2 wolves at 2 and 12 are to use number 2 to resist the push, which doesn't make sense. Although chatting like this makes people think that he and player number 4 are bad teammates and he wants to force his way to number 4, but to be honest, every word and every logic of his can stand up to scrutiny. I am the first person to speak at the police station. It is nothing more than a dialogue with the prophet. Please try not to test me, because I really hate it when others test me. As a result, player number 11 stood up and used this to hit me, saying that I was afraid of verification and that my identity was not well done. He even kept instigating the prophet to verify me. It was obvious that he wanted to mess with my mentality. I don't know how I offended him to make him so unhappy and target me like this. If I can't figure out that he's a good guy, then I can only figure out that he's a wolf. He wants to set the pace and make me a push-off position. Oh, by the way, I suggest that the people in the back position should have a tie PK, listen to the prophet's speech for one more round, and then look at the big ticket pattern. This way, the teams of both sides can be pulled apart, which is conducive to finding wolves. Result 11 insists on saying that deliberately equalizing the votes is not good for PK, and we should look at the actual vote pattern. Is there any conflict in this? The voting pattern in the first round can be ignored at that time. Don't think about it. The main thing is to look at the second round of sheriff voting. That is the most realistic voting pattern. This board, if there's a chance to grab the badge, the werewolves will rush forward. So we stand on the opposite side, and the wolves will come out. 11 insists on making a fuss, saying that if a tie is arranged, then the vote pattern is not real. Isn't this just a substitution of concepts? If the vote pattern in the first round was not real, how can it be not real in the second round? From this point, it can be seen that the mentality of player number 11 is problematic. He has a lot of banditry. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be a wolf. After a pause, player 10 continued. In played 11, player 4 and I are 2 wolves, so 4 and 11 are obviously not on the same side. Player 11 is very hostile to 4, so 4 should be the good guy. As I said earlier, the suspicion of police officer 4 that officers 2 and 12 might be a pair of wolves completely fits the perspective of a good guy. I hope that player number 2 and the good people in the outside position will not assume that he is a wolf just because the 4th policeman put the wrong person on the upper plate, but listen to what he has to say. If he doesn't talk well, then he'll be rejected, but if he talks well, then don't vote him out. There are 2 people under the police, 3 and 9. Player 9 can be recognized. 9 and 12 obviously don't meet each other. Otherwise, 12 wouldn't have given the first police badge to 9. But the logic is that we still have to listen to what player 9 says. If player 12 is cunning enough, he might have reserved a trick early on. For example, he felt that he might deliberately use the first badge flow on his wolf teammates in order to avoid being defeated. Firstly, it can allow my teammates to vote for me openly, and secondly, I can establish the identity of player 9 after my identity is exposed. Now that I haven't heard 9's speech, I can only follow common sense and recognize 9 first. But if I feel that there is something wrong with his speech, I might put 9 into the wolf's den tomorrow. I want to make it clear that I am not trying to lead the trend to question 9's identity. Please don't think my words are bad. I am just doubting it as a good person. I hope I'm overthinking it. If 9 and 12 are really the 2 wolves in this game, it will be quite difficult to push 9 out of the game. After all, there is a difference between talking and taking actual action. Even I don't have that much determination. After all, to suspect the 9th and 12th wolves, you only need to move your mouth, but the player who plays the 9th needs to hang the ticket on him. but the players in the outer positions haven't been lined up yet, so how can he play the 9th in the round? 3 and 11 are most likely double wolves, the margin of error lies with player 7. My vote will go to 11. If you want to vote for 4, go ahead. I can't stop you. I can only take care of myself. That's it. Pass. Player number 9 please speak. Player 10, what do you think of what you just said? I have already recognized you. There is nothing wrong with your speech in the police report. Your mentality is definitely that of a good person. But in this round, I might be the wolf. Player number 12 used the first badge flow on me. It is possible that he was doing it for identity. I have doubts about you, understand? Look at it in a positive way. You are a good person who is very suspicious. I can understand that good people just like to speculate and think a lot. But if I think the worst, you are secretly stirring up trouble and trying to make the good guys question my identity. This will make the situation on the field even more chaotic. The muddier the water, the better it is for the werewolves. Mutual suspicion and doubt are exactly what the wolves want. So, player 10, your speech this round was quite shameless. It is normal that player no 9's words are full of suspicion towards player number 10. 10912910. But 9 was still quite restrained, just a little hostile towards 10, thinking that 10 might have other intentions for talking like this. 1091291210. In other words, player number 9 has a good temper. If he were a hot-tempered guy, he would have hammered player number 10 into the ground long ago. There are only me and player 3 in this round. If the police start the wolf, it can only be 3. You don't have to doubt my identity. 12 pushed me into the first police badge stream just to canvass votes. It was naked canvassing because he investigated and killed player number 1 and needed to canvass votes to grab the police badge. How can you be so bold as to throw a check on the people behind the police and use the first police badge flow to hit the wolf teammate under the police? Instead of getting stuck in this dead end, it's better to go to the external position to find the wolf. Player 2 is the hunter. The attitudes and identity definitions of players 4 and 5 towards player 2 are completely different. Player 5 will definitely recognize him. Just as player 2 said, he recognizes the good guy based on logic, not just a quick conclusion without any process. From this point of view, player number 5 obviously cannot be a wolf. Most importantly, he also reminded the good guys to turn over the card of player number 1. If there is an idiot in the outside position, just stay there and don't jump out. There is no need to expose your identity just to take number 1. Anyway, the idiot must turn over the card to face the camera. The skill mechanism of this card determines that this is how it should be played. With such statements and such mentality, it is obviously unlikely that player 5 is a wolf. It's hard to say whether player 4 is a wolf or not. It's really hard to say. He may be a good guy who hit the wrong player number 2, but it is also possible that he warned the upper plate 2 and 12 just to use player number 2 as a counter push. Both situations exist, and we need to listen to the speeches and make our own judgments and choices. Player number 2 has already jumped the gun and voted for number 4. I can't break the vote, lest someone say that number 4 and I are bad teammates and want to save him. But to be honest, I don't think 4 is very likely to be a big deal. Relatively speaking, I think the wolf is more likely to be among 3, 7, 10, and 11. Player number 3 must be suspected. There is no way around it because the probability of the 4 wolves going to the police is very small. Although player number 7 hasn't spoken yet, he has a lot of gangster influence. Player number 12 on the police threw a check to the police's back. There's nothing wrong with the police's back opening multiple wolves in 4 rounds. Player number 2 is a hunter. If players number 4 and number 5 are good people, then player number 7 may be one of the wolf teammates behind the 12th police. If player number 8 explodes, it does not mean that the wolves behind the police are all eliminated. As for 10 and 11, it goes without saying that since these two are fighting, it stands to reason that a wolf will emerge. I used to think that 11 was very aggressive and had a bad side, but 10's conversation this time made me suspicious. I don't know which of them is the wolf anymore. Why not listen to player number 5 and return the vote? At least his identity is reliable. If he is a wolf, the good guys can't win this game and will definitely lose, so don't worry about whether it is possible that the good werewolf who speaks well will cause trouble for you. Let's have a final conversation with player 2. You, too, should calm down and not beat player 4 too hard. It's certainly worthy of suspicion that he made a mistake, but suspicion is suspicion, and you can't just beat the 4th wolf directly. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. Let's wait and see if player number 5 can return his vote. Maybe he has more unique insights and logic that we haven't figured out. That's it. We've passed. End of this chapter. Kia domade, how come you all recognized player number 5? It's true that his speech on the police station was good. He didn't follow the trend of playing 2 and 12 double wolves. Instead, he used logic to recognize player no 2. However, he also has some questionable points, such as saying that no matter whether there is someone in the outside position who jumps out to hit the number 1 player, he must flop the card. Who can guarantee that he is not trying to trick the good guys into playing player 1? If he didn't talk about this, maybe player 12 would be pushed out directly. According to his play style, it would be player 1 who flipped the cards. Player 12 lived one more day, which is equivalent to one more round for the wolves. This is where player 5 might be the wolf. Don't blame me for thinking too much. I know that when player 1 receives the check and kill jump to the idiot, he should flip the card to the right angle, but we are not robots. Everything must be done according to the process. What's more, the statement made by player 1 was very well made. He doesn't sound like a wolf at first glance. In this case, if no one jumps out to shoot him, player 12 can be sent out directly. They had to turn over the cards of player number 1, and even specifically reminded the good guy to turn over his cards during the police call. I don't think the reminder from player number 5 was necessarily a well-intentioned reminder. Player number 7 did not recognize Ren Fan like the others did. He had some doubts about Ren Fan's identity. The main reason was that Ren Fan said in the police report that player number 1 had to turn over the cards to face the camera, which made player 7 have a bad association. Although it is reasonable for the idiot to flip the card after checking and killing, even if no one in the external position attacks player 1, this is the idiot's unique skill mechanism, which determines that the real idiot can choose to hide and not jump out to attack the tough wolf. But we can't be so stubborn. Putting aside the identity of player number 1, his appearance is well done. Even if he jumps to the civilian position, player number 12 should come out first. Ren Fan insisted on leading the pace and releasing player number 1, which was very suspicious. We cannot treat him as a completely good guy. Ren Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry about this. If you can still suspect that he is a wolf, if he really wants to beat you, he will always find a reason. For player number 5, we can only say that he has a preference for his identity, but we cannot fully recognize him, let alone let him lead the team to return the vote. Hasn't player number 2 already collected his votes? Let's see if player number 4 can get a witch. If not, we'll get him today. If player 4 is really a wolf, player 10 should also be a wolf. The statements made by the two of them have actually formed a mutual protection. Player 4 on the police did set the pace and recognized that player 10 was a good guy, then attacked player 11 and thought he might be a wolf, and told the good guy that player 11 had a gangster side. In this round, the two-jump hunter wanted to play 4, but player 10 said that there was nothing wrong with the perspective and logic of the 4th police. Hitting the wrong person doesn't mean he is a wolf. When this statement came out, I felt that he was trying to help player number 4 in secret. In order to reduce suspicion, he even emphasized that he was not trying to help player number 4 and that he didn't know player number 4. It made me feel that he was trying to cover up his mistake. Oh, by the way, player 10 also bet that player 9 might be wolf, and player 12 deliberately used the first badge flow to identify wolf's teammate. There is definitely no problem with this logic. The key is that in this situation, if we can't even recognize player 9, who else can we recognize? So, what player number 9 said is correct. Player number 10 might be trying to stir up trouble. There is a lot of room for banditry. 4 bandits are big, 4 bandits are big too, and the two of them are protecting each other. It doesn't make sense if we don't call them a pair of wolves. Player number 7 chatted for a long time, and finally pointed out the wolf pits 4 and 10. If you think about the logic of his game carefully, it is actually what player number 11 has discussed before. He just repeated it in his own words. To put it nicely, this is following the trend. To put it disgustingly, it is equivalent to eating what others have vomited and having no opinions of your own at all. The most interesting thing is that this guy plays double standards on Ren Fan. As for player number 9, he said that you cannot play with the double wolves 9 and 12. In the current situation, you can only play with 9 as a good guy. As a result, when I come to Ren Fan, I have to be more careful and keep more mind. Why? Ren Fan's status is no lower than that of player number 9. His words and actions on guard are very good. In this situation, can we suspect that he is a wolf? It is obvious that player 7's butt is crooked and his remarks are affectionate and distant. He is defending player number 9 and trying to trick the good guys into questioning Ren Fan's identity, so 7 and 9 might be double wolves, which is not an obvious common side relationship. 711711410. There are only 2 people under the police, 3 and 9. Player 9 can't get the ball, so the bandit face of 3 is still relatively large. But I don't really want to play against player 3 right now, because I think 4 and 10 already form a common edge relationship, and the possibility of becoming a double wolf is very high. Unless there is a good person among 4 and 10, I will consider playing with player 3. Otherwise, I can only put player 3 aside for the time being. 911241035. Player 5, you may think I am a wolf if I talk like this. After all, everyone in the previous position said that you are a good person, but I am the only one who raised objections. But I really don't mean to lead the rhythm and tell you that you are a wolf. I'm just a little worried about you. If I were a wolf and wanted to find a position to resist, there would be no need to target you. This could easily backfire and get me involved. What a beautiful white lotus. Listening to the speech of player number 7, Ren Fan couldn't help but curl his lips. This guy was clearly trying to lead the attack, but he pretended to be innocent and said that he had no ill intentions. If this is not considered malicious intent, then what is malicious intent? Must he label it as malicious intent when attacking a wolf? 7 should be the wolf, a werewolf who tries hard to set the pace and stir up trouble. Moreover, he is very cunning, and all his logic follows the direction of player number 11, which gives people the illusion that 7 and 11 are double wolves. If a good person does this, it will be exactly what the other person wants. Player number 5, please speak. If I were to vote, I would choose player number 7. Do you think I'm a bit emotional when I say this? I came up with him because player 7 beat me. Not really. Ren Fan said calmly. First of all, player number 7 was already in the wolf pit. What the 4th police said is correct. Player number 12 is jumping behind the police to check and kill. He must be going to fight the prophet. In this case, he will inevitably have to go behind the police to open the 12th player's multi-wolf teammates. Player 2 is a hunter, I'm a good guy, and player 4 has a bandit side, but I thought, if he is a wolf, wouldn't he be in trouble if he opened too many wolves after calling the police? So, player may 4th not be a wolf. He just made a mistake with number 2, and the bandit area is slightly larger. He is far from being beaten by the standard wolf. Assuming 4 is a good guy, does the police only open a wolf for player 8? Is player 7 the main suspect? Is he in the wolf pit? That's one of them. Secondly, player number 7 followed suit and played 4 and 10 double wolves, which was not a good behavior. When you put the comments of 4 and 10 together, they seem to be on the same side. But if you look at the comments of player 10 alone, it is definitely biased. There is nothing wrong with his mentality, perspective, and logic. He is just too obsessed with player 11, but it is understandable. After all, it was player 11 who picked on him first. I think 10 is not a wolf. He can get 9 and 12 in this round, which may be a double wolf. Player 12 deliberately played 9 into the first police badge flow as an identity, so he is unlikely to get the wolf card. If he is a wolf, there is no need to choose 9. He can choose 3 or 7 in the outside position. There are many anti-push positions. He chooses 9, which makes me think he is a suspicious good guy. Most importantly, he picked player number 9 as a wolf, which was exactly what I wanted, because I felt that player number 7 and number 9 were likely to be double wolves. 7 double wolves? As soon as these words were spoken, the good guys on the scene frowned immediately, with question marks all over their heads. 7-9. 7-7-1-1. Originally, the good people thought that Ren Fan's logic made sense, but when the wolf pits of the double wolves at 7 and 9 came out, it was disappointing. No matter how hard you try, you can never get 7 or 9 double wolves. There are now 2 obvious common side relationships on the field, one is 4 and 10, and the other is 7 and 11. The others are orphans and have no team. I know you guys can't understand what I mean by 7 or 9, but don't worry, I'll explain it to you slowly. Now let's continue talking about player number 7. After going around in circles like this, I just want to say that he didn't do well in following the trend with the double wolf in the 4th and 10th plates. Because neither player number 4 nor player number 10 is necessarily a wolf. The third point is that his logic is double standard and his ass is crooked. As for the number 10 player's double wolves at 9 and 12, his attitude is that in this situation, we can no longer doubt the number 9 player, because there are not enough rounds, and the possibility of the double wolves at 9 and 12 is too small. But when he talked about me, his thoughts did a 180-degree turn. He didn't say that there were not enough rounds, nor that the probability was small. He just said that the good guy couldn't completely recognize me. Think about it, was player 7 really as innocent as he said when he threw a water bag at me? Was he really just worried about me and thought I might be a wolf? I'm afraid not. I think he is just muddying the waters, trying his best to keep the good guys from being distracted from dealing with the 9th and 12th wolves. When player 10 played a double wolf game between 9 and 12, he reacted like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He stood up and refuted 10's logic, fearing that the people behind him would follow suit and doubt 9's identity. If player 7 is a wolf and player 9 is a good guy, does he need to protect player 9? Not only will it not happen, it will also add fuel to the fire and make more people question 9's identity, muddying the waters as much as possible. However, the reaction of player number 7 was exactly the opposite, so I said that 7 and 9 might be double wolves. Do you still think I am talking nonsense now? Ren Fan's rhetorical question instantly made the good man fall into deep thought. Before, they all thought that 7 and 9 couldn't be twin wolves, and that the two were not related at all. But after Ren Fan's careful analysis, it seemed that they really thought too simply. If this game really has 7 and 9 wolves, then Ren Fan is really amazing. His ability to listen to the speeches, find the wolves, and calculate the relationship between the two sides is admirable. At the same time, the barrage in the live broadcast room has exploded. Why do I feel like this guy is making a lot of sense? It's over, he's made me lose my head. 7 and 9 are both wolves. That's outrageous. The point is, he still makes a lot of sense. Impossible? Absolutely impossible. Either it's 6 or 10 pairs of wolves, or 7 or 11 pairs of wolves, or 7 or 9 pairs of wolves. Do you think I'm an idiot? Ha ha ha, you're not an idiot, he is the idiot. To be honest, his logic is quite reasonable. If he really hits the nail on the head, then it's really a shame. I find this guy's train of thought so weird. When others wear his clothes, he pretends it's nothing. When others wear 4 or 10 pairs of wolves, he keeps talking about 7 or 9 pairs of wolves. Does he like to show off so much? What else? Otherwise, how can you say that I am a genius and you guys won without doing anything? The barrage in the live broadcast room did not affect Ren Fan's thoughts at all, and he continued to talk. Let's talk about the last logic. After player 9 threw a water bag at player 10, he didn't fight back. His attitude towards player 10 was ambiguous. He only said that player 10 might be a wolf, but he might also be a good person. But he paid special attention to player 7. Without even listening to what player 7 said, he said that player 7 might be a wolf. From this point of view, it seems that 7 and 9 cannot be a pair of wolves. After all, 9 is hostile to 7. But this is precisely the evidence for 7 and 9 to meet, because 9 is too concerned about 7, which is not normal. As a good person who closes his eyes, player 9 should be more concerned about whether player 3 is a wolf. After all, the possibility of the 4 wolves being on the police is very small. But in fact, 9 just mentioned 3 briefly, and then started to point out why player 7 is a wolf. His mentality and perspective do not match that of a good person. It's the same with player 7. He was beaten by 9, but not only did he not have any hostility towards 9, he even defended 9. Is this logical? After saying so much, I think everyone should have their own judgment. If you think I'm right, then put your vote on player number 7. If you think I'm wrong, then just vote. Ren Fan didn't talk about anything else in this round. The whole process revolved around one point, which was the 7th and 9th wolves. In order to make the good man believe in his logic and judgment, he talked in great detail. Taking player number 7 as the entry point, he first turned 7 into a wolf. To this end, he came up with 3 logics, each of which was well-founded and could stand up to scrutiny. Then, through the speeches of 7 and 9, we analyze their relationship and finally come to the conclusion that 7 and 9 are a pair of wolves. Regardless of whether Ren Fan's plan was correct or not, at least his logical thinking was very coherent, linking closely together, and he deduced his own wolf pit bit by bit, which is worth learning. Some people use logic in a haphazard way, which sounds very confusing. Ren Fan's speech can be regarded as a textbook example of using logic to find a wolf's pit. But then again, no matter how good the plan is, it depends on whether the people in the external position believe it. If no one believes it, it would be like talking to a cow. This game has 2 difficulties. One is to find the wolf, the other is to make people believe what you say. Compared to finding a wolf, the most difficult thing is to make people believe what you say. If you can't make others believe in you, it's useless even if you point to 4 wolves in one round. Player number 4, please speak. I don't know if 7 and 9 are the twin wolves. Maybe they are, maybe they are not. But no matter whether they are or not, player 5 must be a good person. If his trump card is wolf, there is no need to play 7 and 9 double wolf, just follow the trend and play 4 and 10. Anyway, player 2 has already given up and said that he will only vote me out if I am not a witch. In this case, he can just chat with her and follow the crowd. There is no need to make it so complicated. He can use logical calculations to correctly point out the double wolves at 7 and 9, which means he is a good person. He must be a good person. Player number 4 stood up and acknowledged Ren Fan. From his perspective, Ren Fan could no longer be a wolf. Even if he had 2 wolves at 7 and 9 and clicked on both positions incorrectly, it would not affect his status as a good guy. What's more, the logic of the 2 wolves 7 and 9 in Ren Fan Pan is still quite convincing. The attitudes of 7 and 9 towards each other are a bit abnormal and worthy of suspicion. Especially player number 7, Ren Fan used 3 or 4 logics to pin him to the ground, and each logic was enough to beat number 7 as a wolf. Therefore, 7 is the most vulnerable now, and 4 just offended the hunter and became the focus. In terms of speech and logic, he is not bad in chatting with the police. Player 2, I called the wrong person. It's my fault. But think about it calmly. I suspected that you two, were the wolves that were trying to kill player 12. Wasn't that reasonable? I was just thinking like a good person who closed his eyes and had a subconscious reaction. Of course, I admit that my logic is not as good as that of player 5. He showed that you don't share the same side with 1 or 12 based on your speech. I didn't expect that. It's because I don't have enough thinking and logic. But that doesn't mean I'm a wolf. I've always had a bad experience playing against someone. Just because I played against you by mistake, you voted me out with your hunter account without even giving me a chance to explain. Player number 2, you're too impulsive. I'm really not a wolf in this game. The police are on the upper plate 2 and 12, and they are both wolves. I don't mean to lead the rhythm and use you as a defense. At the time, I felt that 12 was going to check and kill the police, and he must be going to fight the prophet. In this case, the possibility of 2 and 12 being a double wolf is very high. Now that I think about it, I ignored your comments. I was a little bit obsessed. All I could think about was how many wolves were there after the police were there, and how many pairs of wolves were there, 2 or 12. Player 2, I don't expect you to recognize me. I just hope that after all I've said, you can reconsider your definition of my identity. At the very least, don't think that I can't play the good guy card just because I can't take a picture of a witch. I'm not a witch, I'm just a commoner, but I don't want to be pushed. There are 2 wolves and 2 gods on the field. Now the police are pushing first. The initiative is in the hands of the good guys. If I am pushed out today, I will basically lose. The hunter has been exposed, and the witch may have been exposed as well. Once I am pushed out, the wolf will kill the witch at night, then explode, and then kill the hunter, and the good guys will lose. Unless the witch can poison a wolf to death, and then get up the next day to push the last wolf out, otherwise, it is inevitable that we will lose. Player number 4 kept a very low profile in this round. There was nothing he could do about it. It was his own fault. Moreover, this Taibon has a bad temper. He immediately jumped out with the hunter's ticket to get rid of him. It's really like a tiger whose butt cannot be touched. It will explode if touched. If 2 didn't have a gun in his hand, he guaranteed that he wouldn't beat 2 to death, but since the other person had a gun, he had no choice but to bow his head and surrender. Because he wants to win. If he doesn't care about winning or losing, he will attack you no matter if you are a hunter or a witch. Fortunately, Ren Fan was in the front position and played 7 and 9 double wolves crazily, which reduced his pressure a lot. Otherwise, he would definitely be the one to be resisted today. And as long as he is voted out, the wolves will be ahead in the rounds, and the good guys will most likely go away. This board has no tolerance for error. As long as the good guys dare to give them a chance, the werewolves will win. Now my wolf pit is locked on 7, 9, and 11. Player number 10 is definitely not going to win. When I heard him speak, he didn't sound like a wolf. When I heard him speak, he said I might not be a wolf. Good people in the conversation should not all follow suit and attack me. When such a statement comes out, it would be unreasonable for me to deny that he is a good person. Player number 11 and I are wolf teammates. Number 10 has a lot of bandit potential. I think number 11 is the best choice today. The witch can poison player number 7 tonight, and then come up with player number 9 tomorrow. As for player number 3, I won't click on him if I don't hear his speech, so as to avoid attracting hatred to myself. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. I'm a civilian with a trump card, so I'll play 11. That's it, we've passed. After listening to player no 4's speech, Ren Fan was basically certain that this guy was a good person. But it's so stupid. What's the point of splitting the ticket to play player 11 at this time? You should play 7 with him. Ren Fan frowned, feeling that the situation was not good. It would be difficult to resist player number 7 today. Player number 3 please speak. I want player 4. I feel that 4 and 10 are most likely double wolves. The two people in this round are obviously protecting each other. Why do I not believe that they will not meet? As for the 5 and 7 wolves that player 9 picked, they sound quite similar, but I still can't recognize them. In this round, only player 9 and I were under the police. Because player 12's first police badge flow hit him, many people recognized him. If he was the wolf, he should have led the rhythm and I was the wolf. After all, I was in a relatively perfect position to resist pushes. But he didn't rush to attack me as the wolf. Instead, he thought that this game might be a 4-wolf game. To be honest, I have a good impression of him. He played a good role and didn't lead the rhythm to attack me. Now if I follow the logic of player 5 and play 7 and 9 double wolves, it would seem to. From my perspective, 9 should be a good guy. Anyway, I don't want to play 9 as a wolf. In this case, the possibility of 7 and 9 being both wolves will not exist. 5 chose the wrong wolf pit this round. Player number 3 strongly disagreed with the wolf pit that Ren Fan had chosen, because he doesn't think player number 9 can be a wolf. When player number 12 used the first police badge on player number 9, he knew that this was a game of 4 wolves and police. Originally, you could have played with 9 and 12 as double wolves, with 12 beating 9 to enter the first police badge flow as your identity. Although the possibility is very low, it does exist in theory. However, in this round of speeches, player number 9 showed no hostility towards him, nor did he intend to lead the rhythm or trick good people into resisting him. This mentality makes player number 3 feel that player 9 cannot hold the wolf card and can only be a good guy who is being canvassed for votes. If the 9th trump card is a wolf, it would be great to lead the rhythm and resist him. In the eyes of good people who close their eyes, it is always a low probability event for 4 wolves to be on the police. But 9 didn't do that, he just pointed at him symbolically, so he felt that 9 was a good person, and Ren Fan's 7 and 9 double wolves must be wrong. After a pause, player 3 spoke again. I came up with 4 for 2 main reasons. One is that player number 4 jumped to the civilian. According to the hunter's vote, the good guys should have pushed the 4th resistance out of the game first. He warned the upper plate 2 and 12 double wolves, but he can't be killed just based on this. But this is still a wolf-like place. Who knows if his superficial water is an excuse to exonerate himself, or if he really has no other intentions. How to view the behavior of player 4 on the police is a multiple-choice question. I think that the 4th police put 2 and 12 on the double wolf, probably to lead the rhythm and make 2 into a defensive position, but he was unlucky, because 2 was a hunter, so he bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Player number 11 will definitely not meet player number 4. When the police came on, player number 4 secretly threw a water bag at player number 11, saying that player number 11 might be a wolf. In this round, he even wanted to lead the rhythm and let player number 11 come out, so player number 11 must be a good guy. But player 10 is different. He should be a wolf teammate with player 4. Player 4 recognized him when the police came on. In this round, the hunter returned to player 2, but he not only had no intention of attacking player 4, but was actually speaking for player 4. Isn't this protecting a wolf teammate? After all the discussion, it's still most likely that 4 or 10 are the wolves, or 7 or 11. In this round of speeches, 7 is following 11's logic, including the wolf pits he pointed out. If player 11 is a wolf, player 7 should not be able to escape. In other words, there are 2 pairs of collateral relationships on the court, one is 4 and 10, and the other is 7 and 11. Now I prefer the 4 and 10 double wolf. Player 5, your logic sounds pretty good, but it contains too much subjective assumptions. For example, if player number 9 draws a 7, it could be a wolf. Logically, then 7 and 9 must not be facing each other, right? But you insist on playing against logic, making malicious speculations, saying that player number 9 hit 7 to establish an identity and create an opposing side. Brother, why can't you play against 7 and 9 without them meeting? 9 thinks 7 is a wolf, so that's why he hit 7. The most outrageous thing is that you said that player number 9 talked too much about player number 7, which was abnormal, so player number 7 and player number 9 were twin wolves. Is there a causal relationship between them? 910-10910. Oh, by the way, you also said that player 10 might be playing with players 9 and 12, but player 7 didn't follow suit and kept defending player 9, telling him that good people shouldn't play with players. Then you thought that player 7 and 9 were two wolves. Player 5, don't you realize that the logic behind your game is all based on what you think, what you believe, and what you feel? From the 7th player being a wolf to the 7th and 9th players being double wolves, every logic is going in the direction you want. This is a typical example of forcing logic to prove that your idea is correct. According to what you said, player 4 has been protecting player 10, and player 10 has also been speaking for player 4, even telling the hunter not to kill him just because of what player 4 said. With these statements and actions, don't they look more like wolf teammates? In the final analysis, you are hostile to player number 7. After all, he beat you in this round, which made you have bad associations. As you thought about it, your mind opened up and you thought of the double wolf of number 7 and no 9. As soon as this thought came out, you felt that you were very impressive and that you had figured out the truth. In fact, you washed your own hair. There is no such thing as 7 or 9 pairs of wolves. Stop fooling yourself, okay? There are 2 gods and 2 wolves on the field now, but the witch still has a bottle of poison in her hand, which is equivalent to us having a margin of error. In that case, don't think too much. First, vote out the player with the biggest bandit face, number 4. Didn't he say that there would be multiple wolves after the police? It just so happens that he is one of the wolves in the police's wolf pit. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. Player number 4 comes out. Anyway, my vote will go to number 4. This is also the hunter's return vote. That's it. Pass. Everyone has finished speaking and the exile vote begins. After player number 3 passed the mic, the system's prompt sounded immediately. Ren Fan frowned. It seemed that it would be impossible to push player number 7 out of the game today. One is 3 and the other is 4. They are both newly sprouted bean sprouts. They are delicious dishes. Originally, according to his logic, the good guys might have the chance to put their ticket on player number 7, but with the pace around 3 and 4, there would be no hope at all. Even though he knew that there was no hope in resisting player number 7 today, Ren Fan still put his vote on number 7. He couldn't control others, so he could only make sure that he voted for the wolf. 10 seconds passed in a flash, and the voting results immediately appeared on the screen. 237114. 410 choose to vote for player 11. 59 choose to vote for player 7. When this ticket type came out, Ren Fan was stunned for a moment, and then he quickly figured out the routine. Player number 9 voted for 7 at this time simply to distance himself from 7. The more he did this, the more it proved that Ren Fan was right. Otherwise, 9 would never vote for 7. He voted for 7 for one purpose, to create an opposing side and avoid suspicion. As for whether this will eliminate player number 7, the answer is yes. As long as number 7 can count votes, we know that his voting for number 7 will not cause any substantial harm to number 7. But from this point we can see how cunning 9 is. If he hadn't met Ren Fan, all the good people on the field would have died, and I'm afraid they wouldn't have figured out that he was a wolf. As for player number 4, he is simply stupid. It's really not unfair that he was eliminated. There is no point in picking 11, no one will follow the ticket. And with just one vote, he was pushed out of the game. Compared with player number 9, his IQ was simply crushed. Player number 4 is out, please leave your last words. I feel like the good guys are going to lose, because from this vote pattern I know the hunter still hasn't turned back. Most of the good guys tend to think that player 10 and I are wolf teammates. But 10 and I don't even know each other. I think he's a good person, and I don't have any selfish motives. Logic tells me he's not a wolf, so I acknowledge him. I don't understand why you guys insist on saying that he and I are wolf teammates protecting each other. 10 is so stubborn. The hunter voted for me, but he still goes against the grain. Is that possible? If he were my wolf teammate, he would have sold me out long ago. He would never fight the hunter for me. There would be no benefit in doing so, and it would only expose his identity. To put it bluntly, after Hunter voted me out, he still spoke for me and dared to speak for me. He must not be in the wolf team. Player No 4's tone was relatively calm, and he did not become emotional just because he was kicked out of the game. Maybe he was mentally prepared for this result. The hunter voted him out, a lot of people on the field played 4 or 10 pairs of wolves, and he had no identity, so it was normal for him to be eliminated. Now it depends on whether his last words can bring the good guys back to their roots. If he can use his last words to convince the good guys that he was not killed by the wolf, then he still has a chance of winning. After all, the witch still has a bottle of poison that can be used to catch up with the wolf. As long as the witch poisons a wolf at night and brings out another one the next day, the game will be won. What he is afraid of is that after he has talked for a long time with earnest advice, the good person just laughs it off and walks away completely. Oh, and there's one more point that proves I'm not a wolf. Just think about it, if my whole card is wolf, and player number 5 sets the pace in front of me and plays 7 and 9 double wolf, and the game looks very real, with reasoning and details, it's very moving, and I can't help but want to believe him. In this case, I can follow 5's words and fight 7 and 9 with 2 wolves. Add in the votes from player 10, and 7 will have 3 votes at least. Compared with fighting against player 11, the possibility of fighting against 7 is much greater. But I didn't follow the trend and play 7 and 9 double wolves, because I think the probability of 5 sets is wrong, so I said I would rather play 11, and I will put my ticket on 11. It turns out that 5 was wrong. 7 and 9 are both wolves, and 9 is tied to 7. How can they be teammates? I can only say that player 5 is overthinking. His logic sounds reasonable at first glance, but it just doesn't fit the actual situation. It's unrealistic, just like a mirage. 7115779. It depends on whether the witch can recognize me. I will poison player 11 or player 7 tonight. If I poison either player 7 or 11, I will have a fight tomorrow. Otherwise, I will definitely lose. Finally, I'd like to talk to player 3. Don't think badly of my warning to player 2 and 12. As I said, when I heard player 1 jump to idiot, I felt that player 2 and 12 might be 2 wolves to kill player 1. Maybe it was because of my preconceived notion. I didn't really analyze player 2's comments, which led to me calling the wrong player. This is my fault, but no one is confused at times, so there's no need to harbor such strong malice. Actually, you're right, player 3. How you view my behavior on the police is a multiple choice question. You can say that I'm a wolf who wants to lead the pace and use 2 as a resistance position, or you can say that I'm a good person who got the logic wrong. Because of this matter, I have made 2 rounds of complaints, my lips are almost worn out, and even my life has been lost. It's time for a good person to turn back. I think the 2 points I just talked about are enough to prove that I am not a wolf. If there are still people who cling to my 2nd and 12th double wolf points and want to use this to beat me to death, then there must be something wrong with his mentality. Player number 5, don't talk about the double wolves of number 7 and number 9. Let's just say that you are embarrassed when you see the ticket shape of player number 9. Do you feel a burning pain on your face? Listening to the conversation between player number 4 and himself, Ren Fan immediately rolled his eyes. Young man, you are still too young after all. If player number 9 hangs the ticket on player number 7, does that mean that player number 7 and player number 9 do not share the same side? Wouldn't werewolves step on each other to establish their identities? This 4 is a blockhead, he only knows the facts but not the reasons. When the police saw player number 1 jumping into the idiot mode, they didn't think much about it. After accepting 1, they couldn't wait to play the double wolves 2 and 12. As a result, they hit an iron wall and were pushed back. Now seeing that player number 9 has put the ticket on 7, I still haven't analyzed it carefully and just snapped my head and said that 7 and 9 do not share the same side. There are so many complaints that Ren Fan doesn't know what to say. Compared to player number 9, they are really not at the same level. The gap between the 2 is like a chasm. Even if player number 4 plays for a few more years, he may not be as good as player number 9. Compared with Ren Fan, 9 is slightly inferior. After all, Ren Fan can guess 9's little thoughts thoroughly. Let's have one last conversation with the witch. Believe me this time, I really am not a wolf. Let's poison player number 11 tonight. Even if you play 4 and 10 double wolves, can you poison 7 and let them park tomorrow? Having said that, I think I have tried my best. I really tried my best. If the witch still can't turn back, then forget it. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. After player number 4 finished his last words, the system immediately announced that the game had entered dark night. That night, I didn't know whether the wolf would attack hunter number 2 directly or go for the witch. As for Ren Fan, the wolf knife should not fall on him. Firstly, in the eyes of the wolves, he can't afford to be a witch. If he were a witch, after confidently playing with the 7th and 9th wolves, he would definitely lead the team back to vote for player number 7. But Ren Fan did not take a photo of his ID card, which means he has no ID card and is a broken civilian. Secondly, player number 9 will most likely choose to keep him on the field for banter. When the ticket type came out yesterday, 9 should be very curious about Ren Fan's feelings and thoughts. It would be even better if you could see the expression. Therefore, he was reluctant to hurt Ren Fan, so he would try to trick Ren Fan into changing the correct answer into a wrong one, so that Ren Fan would happily recognize him and say sorry to him. At the end of the game, Ren Fan will find that he was right, but he was played like a monkey afterwards and took the thief as his father. Oh no, he took the wolf as his father. He must be very depressed. This is the evil taste of human beings. Ren Fan has been playing this game for more than 10 years and is well versed in human nature. Player number 9 is quite smart, but compared to him, he is still a little behind. As for the witch, she is most likely player number 3. If there is a witch among players number 10 and number 11, she would have revealed her identity and killed the other party long ago, and there is no need to hide it. And number 3 is the witch, and I guess the wolves can guess it. In fact, after 2 days of speeches, it is no different from a clear card. It's just that this game has an additional variable, Ren Fan. Who would have thought that he is the idiot? The night operation was quickly over. After dawn, the death information immediately appeared in front of everyone. Last night, the 2 players who lost their cards were number 3 and number 10. They died in no particular order and there were no last words. 3 or 10 double death. When Ren Fan saw this result, he felt disappointed. The witch is indeed worthy of her reputation. It is confirmed that player number 3 in this game is the Wolf team's archmage. He might as well listen to the advice of player number 4 and poison player number 7 first, and then let players number 10 and number 11 compete during the day. Poison 10, it's really a waste of a bottle of poison. Ren Fan only hated why this bottle of poison was in the witch's hands. Didn't the idiot deserve a bottle of poison? Now 4 and 10 are out, but the game is not over yet, which means 4 and 10 are not 2 wolves. The good guy finally realized that he had hit the wrong person and clicked on the wrong wolf pit. There are 5 people on the field now. 2, 5, 7, 9, 11. There were 2 wolves among them, and they almost kidnapped people. Fortunately, Ren Fan never revealed his identity. Unless the wolves realized that he was an idiot, otherwise, this game would really be ruined by Ren Fan's show. Since there is no police chief in this game, player number 2 will randomly speak in order. Player number 2, please speak. Why am I the first one to speak again? This is really poisonous. Last night, 3 and 10 both died. Needless to say, it was definitely player 3 who got stabbed, and player 10 who got poisoned. And I think the witch must have killed player 3. Forget it. I don't feel the same way anymore. Number 3 must have been taken by the witch. No one else can hold the witch card except him. Number 11 cannot be a witch. If she were a witch, she would have taken photos of her identity yesterday and picked player number 10. She wouldn't have been hiding anything. He didn't dance like a witch, which means he's not 1. 579 7710. As for player number 9, his identity is well prepared, but he still can't pick up the witch card. Looking at his ticket pattern yesterday, I know he also thinks that 7 is the wolf. But 7 didn't fall down, so 9 can't be a witch. Finally, there is player number 7 left. It is even less likely that he is a witch because I marked him as a wolf. Player 2 is not confused and has realized that number 3 was left by the witch. But there is nothing to praise about this. After all, 9.5 out of 10 people can guess that 3 are witches, and the remaining half are fools. The prophet, witch, and idiot are all out. Now I am the only hunter left on the field. But I have been chatting for so long, and the wolf team has not self-destruct, which means there are no double wolves. 1 of 4 and 10 is a wolf. I prefer player 4 because I think the speech of player 10 is well done. If player 10 is a wolf and player 4 is a good guy, there is no need for him to raise the 4. Isn't this just throwing dirty water on himself? It doesn't make sense. Others have already played 4 and 10 as double wolves. In order to avoid suspicion and protect himself, and to avoid being affected by 10, player 4 will definitely play 4 like crazy to distance himself from the matter, so as to avoid being poisoned at night. But he didn't do that. Instead, he told me not to condemn 4. Maybe 4 is just a good guy with the wrong logic. Because from the perspective of a good guy with closed eyes, he would subconsciously associate 2 and 12 with the twin wolves. Not everyone can be like player 5, who can objectively and calmly analyze that 2 does not meet 1 and 12. Once such a statement comes out, 10 can't be a teammate of 4's wolves. He can only be a good guy who thinks a lot and makes a lot of mistakes. Player number 9 will definitely not be able to win. His vote can hang on player number 7. No matter how you beat him, he is a wolf. Player number 5 swore yesterday that 7 and 9 were double wolves, and he discussed a lot of logic for it. I almost believed him, but when the ticket shape came out, I felt a little embarrassed. I want to hear what player 5 has to say later. I don't mean to taunt him. After all, he was able to recognize me on the 5th police. He was very impressive for not following the trend of 2nd and 12 ND double wolves. I'm just curious about how 5 feels at this moment. 975795. The most important thing is that player no 10's 9 and May 12th be double wolves. The good person in the dialogue cannot completely let go of 9. 7 refutes this logic when he opens his mouth. The good person should not dwell on this dead end. Objectively speaking, player 7 is indeed defending player 9. If that's the case, his comments should be well-intentioned in the eyes of player 9. So why does player 9 still think player 7 is a wolf? This is what I'm particularly curious about. What was 9's mental journey when he voted yesterday? In this round, we can only play player 7 or 7 and 11, because player 10 is a good guy, but player 11 has a lot of bad side. From the moment he was on the police station, 11 was suspected of being the wolf who led the rhythm and beat 10. This was even more obvious when he was under the police station, so we cannot rule out that 11 was the wolf. Today we'll see how the two of them prove themselves. That's it. It's over. Player number 5, please speak. Sorry, the wolf pit I ordered has not changed. It's still player 7 and player 9. Ren Fan's speeches are always so shocking. Although his double wolves at 7 and 9 yesterday were outrageous, the logic at least made sense. I thought Ren Fan would say today that he had hit the wrong person. 7 and 9 were not the twin wolves, 4 and 7 might be the twin wolves. As a result, he continued to play the double wolves at 7 and 9, which was really a bit crazy. Apart from anything else, there is only one hunter left on the field. If there are 2 wolves at 7 or 9, why are they still playing tricks with you? Why not just explode and kill the other hunters? But the werewolf didn't explode, which means there were not 2 wolves on the field, but only 1. With such iron logic in front of him, Ren Fan was still talking about 7 or 9 pairs of wolves. He must be out of his mind. After a pause, Ren Fan spoke again. I know you will think I'm crazy. It's already this time. If there were one god and two wolves on the field, the wolves would have exploded long ago. But wait, just hear me out. Player number 9, if I'm not mistaken, you voted 7 yesterday to create an identity opposition, right? You have counted the votes. Voting for 7 won't have any impact. But from the perspective of the good guys, your vote will go to 7. 7 and 9 will not be on the same side. After all, this is a tense and exciting vote-rushing session. The hunters have led their teams to vote for player number 4. How can you have a wolf teammate if you are a wolf? Hey, this is where you are smart. You use the ticket type as an identity. There is no way that 7 will be pushed out anyway. Although I voted for 7 yesterday, the 3rd and 4th positions were split, which caused the logic of the good people to be misled. I am afraid that no one would vote for 7 except me. Otherwise, how could you feel confident and bold enough to vote for 7? You haven't blown up yourself because you just want to hear me apologize to you, want to hear me say that I hit the wrong person, and then kneel down to confess. After I finish saying all this, you will blow up yourself and admit that you are the wolf, and 7 and 9 are the 2 wolves. In this case, I will be very depressed. No one believes the double wolf at 7 and 9. If I don't play the double wolf at 7 and 9, I will overturn my own correct logic. Ren Fan's words still sounded so absurd to the good ears of the closed-eye people. When it is time to vote for the good guy, player number 9 does not vote for the good guy, but instead runs to vote for his wolf teammates to pull the opposite side. Where is the storyteller? Moreover, Ren Fan said that the reason why the werewolf did not self-destruct was that he wanted to hear him change his mind and not to use the 7th and 9th wolves. This was nonsense no matter how you listen to it. To put it bluntly, Ren Fan takes himself too seriously. I definitely lost this round, but I just can't accept it. I clearly used the logic to figure out 7 and 9 double wolves, but the good guy just didn't believe me. Especially the witch. Even if you poison player number 7, you can't poison player number 10. In any case, the speech on the 10th police is well prepared, and the bandit's presence is not big. As for the so-called 4 and 10 double wolves, player number 2 has already made it very clear just now. If 10 and 4 are wolf teammates, he would not dare to speak for 4. Not only that, he would also madly attack 4 to distance himself from the relationship. In that situation, player 10 was willing to help player 4, and even told the hunter not to kill player 4 with one blow. He can only be a good guy. I spent all my speaking time yesterday talking about why 7 and 9 were 2 wolves. I didn't have a chance to discuss this with you. Otherwise, the witch wouldn't have poisoned player 10. Okay, player 7, player 9, you can blow yourselves up now, because I have said everything I want to say in this round. Ren Fan was silent for a few seconds. No one blew themselves up? 7 and 9 were as steady as old dogs, as if Ren Fan had made a mistake and they were all good people. In this regard, Ren Fan could only say that werewolves were quite good at pretending and had very calm tempers. If he had met an impatient wolf, he would have chopped him to pieces with a knife long ago, instead of listening to him talk so much. Of course, if 7 and 9 didn't explode, maybe they have something to say, or they want to continue to fool the good people to resist the push of player 11, or even resist him. If so, it's really cheap. You don't want to explode, right? Well, since you don't want to explode, I'll do the hard work and move my little hand to vote for player number 7. I won't talk about the rest. What has happened has come to this. The good guys have already been defeated. Let's just leave it at that. Pass. Player number 7, please speak. Player number 5, you want us to self-destruct after you've finished talking nonsense. That's wishful thinking. Let me put it this way, my creed as a wolf is not to self-destruct. But I have to admit that you are right. Player 9 and I are the wolves. At this point, there is no need to hide it anymore. We are sure to win anyway. But I still don't understand why you have to stare at me and player 9. Most of what you call logic is speculation. Subjective speculation is often far from the actual situation. I don't believe you don't know this. In that case, what exactly supports you to insist on playing with our 7th and 9th wolves? Before the ticket pattern came out, it was normal for you to play 7 and 9 double wolves. After all, some of my behaviors and reactions were not normal. The key is that player number 9 voted for me during the exciting voting session, but it still couldn't change your mind. You just decided that player number 9 and I are teammates of the wolves. It's ridiculous to think about it. To be honest, I'm a little suspicious that you're using perspective. Otherwise, how could you be so logical and determined to attack our 7th and 9th wolves? Although player number 7 did not expose himself, his conversation was tantamount to admitting he was a wolf. 7 admired Ren Fan very much, and he had to admit that Ren Fan was a high-level player. When everyone was thinking of 4, 10 pairs of wolves, or 7, 11 pairs of wolves, Ren Fan could think of 7, 9 pairs of wolves. This insight was truly terrifying. It was so scary that he even suspected that Ren Fan was cheating, otherwise it would be unscientific. Yesterday, Ren Fan was on the board with the double wolves at 7 and 9, which was fine. After all, the logic was there, with reason and evidence, and there were traces to follow. However, today Ren Fan was so confident in playing 7 and 9 double wolves, which was too abnormal. I burst. As player number 7 was speaking, player number 9 suddenly chose to self-destruct. Having said that, there is no need to continue talking. It would be a waste of time. Although he had some doubts in his mind, he decided to wait until the review to discuss it. However, after the explosion of player number 9, the audience in Ren Fan's live broadcast room exploded. Fuck, it's really the 7 and 9 wolves, awesome? I admit I spoke a little loudly just now. To be honest, this guy is really good. From a bird's eye view, he is so handsome. It's a pity that this famous scene happened online. If it happened offline, it would be enough to be called a god. Why are the wolves so stupid? Especially player number 9, why would he self-destruct? Why didn't Wolf think that Ren Fan was an idiot? He's really a vegetable. This is the consequence of overconfidence. People think they have already won, but in fact, the collapse happens in an instant. This story tells us that we should not be too happy before the last moment, lest we become sad because of excessive happiness. It's bad luck for a werewolf to meet an idiot like Ren Fan. Why does it feel like there's a script? Aren't these people all hired by him to act with him? There are all kinds of comments in the barrage. Although there were still mostly curses, Ren Fan had automatically filtered out negative information and only read comments related to the game. Just as he was watching the barrage with great interest, a rocket suddenly rose up on the screen. Immediately, the system message slowly floated across the center of the screen with a highlighted effect. Still remembering Wang Quan sending out a super rocket. Seeing this, Ren Fan was extremely excited. Thanks for the super rocket from Union Wang Quan, thank you. Although Ren Fan had received super hot rewards before, this time was obviously different from the previous ones. The people in front are just there for fun, to see him make a fool of himself, not because they really like him that they are giving him gifts. This time, the audience gave gifts because of his outstanding performance, which has a very different meaning. This greatly boosted Ren Fan's morale, making him more confident that he could pursue a career in live streaming. Even though his live broadcast room is very lively tonight, and even super popular with several likes, this is all false prosperity and will not last long. If he wants to retain viewers, his live broadcast must have selling points. His biggest selling point is his ability to perform highlight operations and tricky moves in every game, and it is also the basis for him to retain and attract audiences. Player number 9 self-destruct. Please leave a last message. Player 5, there's something wrong with you. I'm playing against player 7 to pull the opposite side, and you say I'm a wolf as my identity. I voted for player 7, but you still played 7 and 9 as double wolves. No matter what I do, in your eyes, I am still a wolf. Your train of thought is so weird. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the fact that player number 12 used the first police badge flow to attack me makes it impossible to play against the double wolves of number 9 and no 12. But you insist on labeling me a wolf. What's wrong with my comments that makes you think I'm a wolf? When we review the game, you must tell me, player 5. In fact, your logic is very good. If the good people could trust you, and voted for player number 7 yesterday, maybe the result would be different. But unfortunately, we are the better ones after all. Listening to the smug speech of player number 9, Ren Fan raised the corners of his mouth, thinking that you will know who is more skilled later. He is an idiot. Tomorrow when player number 2 is eliminated and shot, 9 will know what it means to be slapped in the face. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. After player number 9 passed the mic, the system immediately announced that the game had entered Dark Night. Ren Fan had a very comfortable night. He was looking forward to the scene tomorrow when player number 1 would be eliminated and player number 7 would be shot and taken away. It's fascinating just to think about it. To be honest, as an idiot, Ren Fan can play this card to this extent, which is definitely worth showing off. If it were someone else, I'm afraid the police wouldn't be able to help but jump out and shoot player number 1. But it doesn't matter if it's hit like this, the good guy is bound to collapse. Ren Fan was able to resist the urge for a moment and did not call player 1 a wolf just because he was wearing his clothes. Most people really couldn't do that. So, what is the level? This is the level. After winning this game, Ren Fan is the well-deserved MVP, because he almost single-handedly led the good guys to victory. End of this chapter. After dawn, the system immediately announced that the person who died last night was player number 2, without any last words. Please wait for the player to choose whether to activate the skill. Hearing the system prompt, everyone was stunned. Activate skills? Although player number 2 is a hunter, as the last god on the field, he cannot activate his skills, and the game is over. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. The system actually allows 2 to activate skills. Is there a bug? Of course. This absurd thought only flashed through everyone's mind. It didn't take long for someone to realize the problem. The hunter can still shoot, which means there must be other god cards on the field. In this case, player 3 is probably not the one who left because of the witch, as the witch is still present, so the game is not over. This made the wolves extremely upset. How could it be possible? If player 3 wasn't a witch, then who was the witch? Could it be player 11? Did he poison player 10 last night? It seems to make sense to think this way. 11 has always been very hostile to 10, so it is normal for him to use the witch to poison 10. The point is, if 11 was a witch, she would have jumped out long ago. Why was she hiding? Yesterday, he was only thinking about leading the team to get player 10. There was no reason for him to hide and not jump out. The werewolves were in tears, especially player number 9 who had already self-destruct. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had known that player number 3 was not the witch, he would not have self-destruct. But the matter has come to this, and it's too late to say anything. The happiest person right now is player number 2. He was a hunter and was already very depressed because he couldn't shoot after being hit by a knife. In addition, the werewolf attacked him in the face and dealt damage yesterday, which made him very angry. But no matter how angry he was, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. It was because the person who voted for him was a good person, and the witch didn't poison anyone last night. To be honest, the wolf was able to be so arrogant, or had the opportunity to be so arrogant, and he and the witch were the culprits. If you listen to Ren Fan and believe that 7 and 9 are 2 wolves, will you still be attacked by wolves? However, all the resentment disappeared at this moment. Player number 2 shot and took away player number 7 very decisively. The next second, the system prompt sounded again. Player number 2 chooses to shoot and take away player number 7. The game is over, the good guys win. Upon hearing this result, the werewolf's face looked extremely ugly, with embarrassment and bitterness. Especially player number 9, his face was so gloomy, and he looked so miserable. His mood at this moment was in sharp contrast to that just now. He went from being timid to being listless, which was really a pity. He really wanted to know why player number 11, who was a witch, didn't jump out to vote for player number 10. This was totally against common sense and human nature. Soon, the game settlement page popped up. The werewolf players in this game are 7, 8, 9, and 12. In this game, the prophet of the good camp is number 6, the witch is number 3, the hunter is number 2, the idiot is number 5, and the rest are civilians. The witch is player number 3. The wolves were right about this. But when they saw that the idiot was Ren Fan, they all felt unbelievable. Ren Fan is an idiot. How dare player number 1 jump to the police station to check and kill? Is he crazy? If 6 didn't detect the wolf on the first night, or if player 8 didn't think of double explosion to swallow the police badge, or if an idiot jumped out to shoot him, wouldn't ones playing like this destroy the good team? A civilian just needs to do a good job of checking and killing, but the most feared thing is some dishonest operation. So, when number 1 jumped to the idiot position, the werewolf never doubted his identity. Who would have thought that number 1 was a civilian jumping to the idiot position? It was simply outrageous. But now that I think about it, everything has a traceable origin. As soon as the police officer takes office, he starts talking to the good guy and asks him to turn over the card 1, regardless of whether there is anyone on the field who is confronting him. It turns out that the root is here. His whole card is idiot, so of course he wants to turn over player 1's card. It's a pity that they didn't turn the steering wheel and didn't realize it. But why didn't he just jump out and shoot player 1? Is he really just waiting for the good guy to turn over player 1's cards so that he can continue to hide? After everyone's identities and trump cards were announced, the specific actions of the Night God card and the werewolf were revealed. On the first night, the prophet found out that player number 8 was a werewolf, and the wolf killed player number 6 with a knife. The witch used the antidote to pick him up. On the second night, the prophet checked that player number 2 was a good person, the wolf knife fell on player number 6, and the witch did not take any action. On the third night, the wolf knife fell on player number 1, and the witch did not take any action. On the fourth night, the wolf killed player number 3 with a knife, and the witch poisoned player number 10. On the fifth night, the wolf sword fell to player number 2. A game lasted 5 days, which is relatively rare in the pre-hunter whiteboard. But the main reason was that the wolves' double explosion pushed too deep. I didn't even listen to all the speeches on the first day. The good guys were stupid, and the hunters and witches were both terrible. Otherwise, it would have been over in 3 days. Just like Ren Fan, he got the double wolves 7 and 9 on the third day, but unfortunately the ticket for number 7 didn't work. If all the good people listened to him and put the ticket on 7, and poisoned player number 9 with witchcraft at night, he wouldn't have made it to the 4th day. The good guys were able to win this round, almost entirely because of Ren Fan. If he hadn't been so comprehensive and thoughtful, and hadn't rashly jumped on the police to shoot player number 1, I'm afraid the outcome would have been different. This is the impact of personal ability on the game. Player number 5, you are such a coward. The police came to check and kill player number 1 and pierced your clothes. You were able to resist the urge to shoot him. You are really good. Before the identity was revealed, player number 9 never thought that Ren Fan was an idiot. He thought that player number 3 was not the witch who left. In fact, it's not just 9. Except for player 1, everyone thinks 3 is the witch. The reason why 7 and 9 recognize the wolf is because they are sure that player 3 must be the witch who left, and the victory is already determined, otherwise they will continue to play. Normally, the wolves should have won this game, but they happened to encounter the outlier Ren Fan. Oh no, it's not just Ren Fan, player number 1 is also weird. The civilian took over the check and killed the idiot Tianbeichi. I don't know if he forgot to take medicine and caused such a weird thing. Brother, you are still too young. Not to mention an idiot who can turn over the card to prove his identity. He doesn't need to jump to the card to resist the push. Even if it is a dream catcher guarding a witch, if someone wears my clothes, I may not jump out to see it. Ren Fan smiled and said, in fact, sometimes it is better to hide for a while than to jump out. Listening to Ren Fan's words, player number 9 frowned, but if you don't jump, the good guys will stand on the wrong side, and the prophet will lose his badge because of you. You are just taking a chance with this operation. If you get 6 in this round, you are the silver water prophet. If you get 1, you are a good person. Otherwise, you will lead all the good people into the ditch. Obviously, player number 9 did not agree with Ren Fan's way of playing. The person who took over the check and killed asked him to borrow clothes to wear, but these clothes could not be borrowed no matter what. Regardless of what tactics the wolf team uses, at least we can get rid of the Iron Wolf in clothes first, and then deal with the rest slowly. People like Ren Fan, who try their best to hide and not come out to see the main angle, are particularly prone to failure. It was just that he was lucky in this round, otherwise, Ren Fan would be the legendary 5th wolf. Luck is also a form of strength. Don't think that luck is brainless. On the contrary, any master needs luck when faced with a choice. Ren Fan could tell that player number 9 seemed a little unconvinced. This guy probably felt that he didn't lose in logic or speech, but purely in luck. Therefore, he sneered at Ren Fan's operation. As the saying goes, a blind cat meets a dead mouse. Ren Fan is the blind cat, and player number 1 is the dead mouse. Ren Fan was too lazy to explain this. No matter what 9 thought, as long as he was happy, he would be fine even if he died. Player number 1, what were you thinking? A civilian taking over the check and kill jumps to an idiot. Have you not thought about the consequences of doing this? In other words, the idiot in this game is player number 5. If it were someone else, the game would have collapsed long ago. Player number 2 frowned and said, for the whiteboard of the female hunter, a civilian who takes over the check and kills cannot show off well, but has to wear the god card randomly, which can easily lead to the collapse of the good team. After all, not everyone has as good endurance as Ren Fan. Most players are ordinary people. When they see someone taking over and killing someone wearing their clothes, they will naturally mark them as wolves and fight them. This time it was purely accidental and there was indeed some luck involved. If someone else had taken the idiot, the outcome and situation might have been completely different. So, he couldn't understand why player number 1 wore idiot clothes. Is it so difficult to honestly show his identity? It is definitely risky for me to take on the job of Shasha Danger, but high risk means high reward. Unless a true idiot knows that I'm fake, Wolf will just feel that he has hit a wall. In this case, he will most likely choose to self-destruct. Because the idiot is a card that cannot be defeated. Rather than letting the prophet get the police badge for nothing, it is better to be straightforward and double explode and push deep. To put it bluntly, I jumped into the idiot dance just to put extreme pressure on player number 12 to see if he would explode. If he can't handle the pressure and explodes, won't I be showing off? If he can withstand the pressure and doesn't self-destruct, then I will go and throw away player number 12, and make you think that I am an idiot just to act like a prophet for no 12. If I were a wolf, why would I jump into the role of an idiot who is the least likely to jump? This is against common sense, and there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. By then, the good guys will definitely think of 1 and 12 as the double wolves. As long as I know how to control my words, I can definitely get 12 out of the game. This is the effect I want. Player number 1 explained the reasons and benefits of not being honest on the police and forcing himself to wear idiot clothes. Firstly, he was putting extreme pressure on player number 12, making him feel that he had hit a wall. In this way, player number 12 would most likely choose to double explode and swallow the police badge. 2 wolves for 2 gods, and even the police badge exploded, which is better than watching the prophet get the police badge. So self-destruction is a wise choice. Once the prophet gets the badge on this board, it will be hard for the wolves to win. Secondly, even if player number 12 withstands the pressure and does not self-destruct, he can still violate the identity of number 12, induce the good guys to play double wolves 1 and 12 to hit the board, and take the life of number 12 to violate the identity of no. Be prepared for both situations. This is the reason why player number 1 dares to wear idiot clothes. At first glance he seems to be a madman, purely gambling on his luck, but in fact he is confident that he will not fail. After listening to one's explanation, a thought popped up in everyone's mind. This guy is really too brave, a typical big-hearted player who dares to do such a bold move. Fortunately, Ren Fan was an idiot in this game and did not jump out to shoot him. 6. The Silver Water Prophet became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Otherwise, it would be hard to say whether it is a blessing or a curse for player number 1 to perform an idiotic show. Are you thinking too simply? If an idiot jumps out and slaps you, won't the wolves know you're a fake? As long as they realize you're not an idiot, they'll realize you're putting pressure on them to the limit. Player 2 frowned and said, you said that you could make a compromise and use the identity of player 12, but that would be like giving away a werewolf turn. Some good people would use players 1 and 12 to fight, but some wouldn't. It would be a mess then. Your idea is good, and the routine is very sophisticated, but I suggest you don't play it next time, so as to avoid your mother suffering. Player number 3, you are such a loser. You pushed player number 4 with your last position ticket, and then you poisoned me at night. You really are worthy of being the wolves' master mage. Let's see if you can use your brains to play games. Player number 10 said very unhappily, I think my speech on the police is good. I won't be recognized without saying anything, but my identity is definitely a preference. I just met a nitpicker who insisted on picking on me. But no matter what, if you use your brain a little, you will know that I can't hold the wolf card, and no matter how poisonous it is, it can't reach me. As a result, you were like a defective staff maker in the last position, and you played 4 and 10 double wolves like crazy. You, a witch, were fooled by a nitpicker. You are really a wimp. You are a wimp. You are so stupid. Can you please stop harming others? For the sake of your whole family, uninstall the game. Connect the dots is more suitable for you. It goes without saying that the nitpicker that player number 10 is referring to is number 11. If it weren't for him leading the pace, no one would call number 10 a wolf. Some things are better not to be mentioned, because talking about them will make you angry. Originally, 10 wasn't too excited. Although he was unhappy about eating poison, he won the game after all, so the result was good. But as he was talking, he got angry and wanted to slap player number 3 twice, saying that he was playing a trick on player by using a witch. You didn't poison the wrong person when you used the witch. You've already won but you're still cursing. Is it really that serious? If you can't afford to play, don't play. You really have a foul mouth. I want to poison you because I'm not happy with you. Is that not okay? Player number 3 was so angry at player number 10. There were many people with 4 or 10 double wolves at that time, so it was normal for him to be so poisonous, and it was understandable that he poisoned the wrong person. As a result, 10's mouth smelled bad, as if he hadn't brushed his teeth in the morning. Of course he wouldn't tolerate it. If someone scolds him, he will definitely scold back and he will never suffer any loss in this regard. In this game, everyone has foolish moments. It is better to keep your mouth shut and do good deeds. There is no need to curse others. After all, everyone has a mouth. If you curse me and I curse you, neither of us can gain any advantage. You coward, damn you, go home and poison yourself. Your mother has been played with before, so it doesn't matter who plays with her. You don't mind having me in your life, do you? I'm speaking to you in a nice way, but you have the nerve to confront me. Damn you, you idiot. Player number 10 cursed loudly. After cursing, he left the room, which made player number 3 very angry. He wanted to curse back, otherwise he would suffer a loss. After all, he couldn't even protect his mother and was pressed to the ground and rubbed for a while. But the problem is that 10 runs away after he finishes scolding, and he can't hear you if you scold him again. His friend who had added 3 and 10 points to him got so angry that he started to criticize him crazily. In the end, as expected, Ren Fan was the MVP of this game again. It's a pity that this is a basic field, which only adds 2 points. If it were an advanced field, it would be another 4 points. After exiting the room, Ren Fan didn't dare to look at his points ranking. On the game matching page, there is anchor privacy protection, and the live broadcast screen will automatically block the anchor's ID. But if you click on the points ranking list, his game nickname will be seen. If these black fans knew his account, they might report him and have his account blocked. At worst, there will be people who specifically come to snipe him and match with him at the same time. After they are matched together, they will mess with his mentality. Many big anchors have encountered this problem, so the anchor privacy function came into being. The review session is still the most interesting. I just like the atmosphere. It's really addictive. I basically don't listen to the review, I just run away after the game is over, especially when I am the one taking the blame. Ha 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 ha, I only wait for the replay when I want to curse, otherwise I'll just start the next game. It's really pointless to curse people. What advantage can you gain by cursing? I feel great listening to player number 10 scolding the witch. Such a witch deserves to be scolded. She poisoned the wrong person, gave the wrong vote, and yet she still stands at attention and takes a beating. What a crap. Shouldn't 10 be the one who should be scolded the most? He is the one who sets the tone and his mentality on the police. If I were 11, the first person I would scold would be 10. What is the anchor dawdling about? Hurry up and play the next game. What am I doing? I came here to scold him, but why am I watching the live broadcast instead? The most outrageous master, and I am still enjoying it. Me too, I suspect my hair has been washed. Looking at the barrage of comments like snowflakes on the screen, Ren Fan was particularly happy. It seems that the host has really chosen the right path, and the attitude of his black fans towards him is changing. Over time, black will turn pink. What do we play next? You decide. I'll have a vote. Before Ren Fan finished speaking, a super rocket took off into the sky. Werewolf is not a human and sends out a super rocket. Thanks to Werewolf not human for sending the super fire, thank you very much. As soon as Ren Fan finished saying this, he saw the barrage message that werewolves are not human. I want to see the board of the Gargoyle Gravekeeper. If you play well, I will give you another super hot one. Looking at this message, Ren Fan raised his eyebrows and said, I'm sorry, I don't like being asked for anything, even if you send me something super hot. After saying this, Ren Fan changed the subject, but it just so happens that I was planning to play a game of Gargoyle Gravekeeper. Haha, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone so shameless. I really thought he wouldn't bow down for a few pieces of silver. There is some backbone, but not much. The power of money is indeed enormous. Just to watch him play a game of Gargoyle Gravekeeper and get super hot, are the rich so easily cheated now? Damn, this guy makes as much money in one night as the average anchor. I also like the Gargoyle Gravekeeper board, which is very interesting. A classic Hades scene, where the eldest brother is sent out by the little wolf. Ren Fan clicked on the game match again, this time it was the Gargoyle Gravekeeper's board. At the same time, he glanced at the time. It was past 9 o'clock, and there was still an hour to 10:30. This was the agreement between him and Xiao Huai. Go to his live broadcast room at 10:30 to see 10 super hot ones. But the prerequisite is that Xiao Huai has to scold himself in front of tens of thousands of viewers. Just thinking about that scene is very exciting. Ren Fan thought to himself that the game had been matched successfully, and it was quite fast this time. All players please note that the board for this game is 12-player Gargoyle Gravekeeper. Board configuration. Good Camp, Prophet plus Witch plus Hunter plus Gravekeeper plus 4 civilians. Werewolf Camp, Gargoyle plus 3 ordinary werewolves. Speech time, 3 minutes. Witch, you can't save yourself in the whole process. There is a sheriff, the sheriff has the right to return the vote, and has an extra 0.5 votes and seconds of speaking time. Double explosion swallowing police badge. Ren Fan glanced at his seat number. This time it's number 11. It feels like a good sign, after all, it's 2 ones. Players please check your identity cards. The system's prompt sounded in everyone's ears, and at the same time, the identity cards of the Prophet, Witch, Werewolf, and Gargoyle quickly passed by Ren Fan's eyes. Finally it stopped on the Gargoyle. Ren Fan's face immediately showed joy. Gargoyle, it was finally his turn to be the big brother. Now that I have this card, the good guys can admit defeat. As long as the rounds are enough, I will strike back in 2 days. When Ren Fan got the Gargoyle card, he felt much more energetic. Great curse, I hope the Prophet can first verify this guy to kill him. Just like I thought, a big brother who doesn't accept the investigation is not a good big brother. It's best to be checked and killed by the little wolf. How can you say that? It's too much. I think it's not too much for him to get the first blow, right? This witch is afraid of saving the Gargoyle who got the blow, so it's not too much for her not to prescribe the antidote, right? Players, please confirm your identity cards. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. The Gargoyle Gravekeeper's board. After nightfall, the first one to open his eyes is the Gargoyle. Gargoyle, please open your eyes and select the target you want to check. Ren Fan didn't think much about it and checked player number 10 beside him. Tai is a prophet. Damn, what luck. When Ren Fan saw the word prophet, his heart skipped a beat. The person who was tested on the first night was a prophet, so he had to do something, otherwise, wouldn't the test be in vain? The best option is to use a check to kill the prophet, and let him pretend to be the prophet. If he speaks in a high position, then 10 will become a werewolf jumping on the spot, and the good people will not stand on his side. If he is in a later position and he throws 10 checks, the good guys will suspect that he is trying to kill the prophet. However, his aggressive behavior could easily make Xiaolang misunderstand him as a good guy showing off his skills. Because of this board, many people like to play the prophet and pretend to be the big brother, suppress the little wolf, and then retreat in the end, making it a one-sided prophet, so that the little wolf has a psychological trauma. Therefore, if Ren Fan jumps as the prophet, the little wolf may jump again, and then it will become a double wolf arhet. How to wrap it up, whether to fight the prophet or find a way to create an identity for yourself, depends on the situation of the police. The night operation was quickly over. After daybreak, it is time to report to the police. Whether this bureau chooses to call the police. Yes. No. A dialogue box pops up on the screen. Ren Fan chose to report to the police without thinking twice. There was no reason not to report to the police because of his elder brother, not to mention that he had verified the prophet. 12369101121. Player number 1 please speak. First position speech, what are you talking about? Otherwise, I'll take a photo first, so that the Gargoyle won't come to check me. If there's a chance, I'll go to the external position to check it out. Maybe I can check out the divine tablet you want. Don't come and test me, prophet. I have the ability to choose sides, and I will basically not choose the wrong side. If I choose the wrong side, you can just point me into the wolf pit. Player no one's remarks made Ren Fan frown. When it comes to the Gargoyle's board, good people will try their best to hide their identities, so as to prevent the Gargoyle from finding all the god cards too early. Result 1 is worse, it directly takes a photo of the civilians helping the Gargoyles to clear the pit, which is very strange behavior. From a good person's perspective, that is a very bad thing to do, just messing around right from the start. But then again, Player 1 said that he was a civilian, which was obviously a trick to play with the Gargoyle. It depends on whether the Gargoyle believes it or not. If I believe it, what if the number 1 card is a hunter or a witch? If I don't believe it and check it out, and it turns out to be a civilian, wouldn't I appear stupid? The good guys in the back position after my conversation, try not to play tricks, don't think about jumping into the prophet, confusing the wolves' sight, making them mistakenly think that it was the big brother who jumped, and then when you retreat, it's a one-sided prophet. The wolves are not stupid, and they won't be fooled that easily. On the contrary, you are likely to make things worse and lower your status, becoming the wolf's resistance position. So, if you don't have particularly good speaking skills, you'd better be honest. Player number 1 is obviously an experienced veteran, and he started talking about some common tricks right away. He was right, the Gargoyle's board, the good guys like to act like the big brother, bewitching the other 3 little wolves and eventually leading them to failure. But this requires a very high level of skill, after all, wolves are not fools. The most important thing is that you are pretending to be the big brother, and as you keep pretending, the wolves don't believe you, but the good guys do, and then they kick you out. That would be the most embarrassing thing. But think about it from another perspective. If everyone plays the game cautiously and doesn't do any fancy moves, there will be no exciting games and no operations that will make people applaud. So from the perspective of live broadcast, the audience hopes to see something different. There are 4 police officers, 4, 5, 7, and 8. I'm guessing 1 or 2 wolves will show up. Gargoyles usually don't stay under the police, so it is recommended that good people focus on and prioritize finding wolves on the police. Apart from the tough wolves, the wolves found are likely to be gargoyles. Oh, by the way, in this board, werewolves usually don't dare to use check to kill, because they are afraid of hitting the big brother, so I will add 3 points to the prophet who uses check to kill. Let's just say, as long as his speech wasn't too bad, I would follow him on the first day. Alright, that's all I want to say on the police, civilian bottom card, that's it, over. Player number 12 please speak. Police badge flow double pressure police 5, 8 test. I was lucky last night. I checked 11 and it turned out to be a kill. If he jumps right where I am, I believe the good guys should be on the right side. If he doesn't jump right where he is and let the wolf teammates in the outer position come to rescue him, then the police will have to sell another wolf. In this way, it will be better for me to suppress the police with the police badge. Player number 12 stood up and threw a check to Ren Fan. Judging from his speech, he seemed like a serious prophet. But in Ren Fan's eyes, he is either a wolf who jumps into battle to kill the prophet, or a good guy who fakes his identity and shows off his skills. It is definitely impossible for a prophet to do so. There is no psychological experience in testing player number 11. He just touched around and found a lot of wolf hair. I don't know if he is a little wolf or a big brother. If he is a big brother, that would be even better. The main reason I used the badge flow to attack the 5th and 8th players under the police was to canvass votes. The fact that I didn't talk about the 4th and 7th players doesn't mean that I don't care about them. It's just that I can only attack 2 people with the badge flow. There are always 4 people under the police, so there are always some that I can't take care of. I hope no one will use this to attack me. If player number 11 really jumps from the spot, I want all the tickets for number 4, number 5, number 7, and number 8. Not one less. If you dare to take the bandit ticket, I will beat you up. I thought about it, and player number 11 can only come up with 2 logical ideas later. One is that there are many wolves behind the police, and the police may all be good people, so he can accurately receive the check and kill. The second one is that I am a gargoyle. Last night I checked that he is a prophet, so I will throw a check on him first. As long as he does this, he will be a wolf. Player number 12 was quite ruthless and directly blocked all of Ren Fan's escape routes. As he said, as long as Ren Fan jumps out of the prophet's position, facing the current situation, he can only use these 2 logics, no matter whether he is a wolf or a prophet who happens to be killed. But player number 12 said that as long as Ren Fan can use these 2 logics, he is a wolf, which is equivalent to denying all the logic that Ren Fan can use. In this case, even if Ren Fan is really a prophet, he can only be regarded as a werewolf who jumps on the spot. 1 2 4 5 7 8. If Ren Fan really takes off from where he is and fails to talk out a flower, I'm afraid it will be difficult for 4, 5, 7, and 8 to vote for him. In this way, 12 will definitely eat the police badge. However, player number 12 had planned everything, but he didn't expect that Ren Fan was a gargoyle, and it was the first night for a gargoyle to detect the prophet. His check was missed too timely. Originally Ren Fan was still thinking about how to become a prophet or create an identity for himself, but now he has an idea in his mind. Player 1 in the front position, sounds okay to me. If 1 and 11 are double wolves, 1 might make a defensive move against me, but during his speech, he showed no such worries, nor was he afraid that I was a prophet who was testing him or player 11. This shows that he should have a closed-eye perspective. As for his behavior of taking pictures of ordinary people right away, it is definitely not a good thing to do under normal circumstances. The Gargoyles board requires good people, whether they are ordinary people or gods, to try their best to hide their identities, so as not to be found by the Gargoyles too early. His taking pictures of ordinary people is equivalent to setting a trap for the Gargoyles. In the eyes of good people, this is a big deal. But I personally think that player 1 is most likely a good guy, because I can't understand why he would come up and shoot a civilian if he was a wolf. What benefit would it bring to the wolf team, and what benefit would it bring to him personally? None. Since there is none, player 1 can only be a good guy showing off his skills, and when he shoots a civilian, his trump card may not really be a civilian. Player number 12 dares to admit that there is a high probability that player 1 is a good person. This is quite courageous. Generally speaking, for statements like 1, the werewolf is half and half good, because you can't guarantee that he is not a wolf playing tricks on you, or delivering a message to the gargoyle. Don't check him, go to an external position to check. Of course. What player number 12 said makes sense. 1 as a werewolf, the police are in the first position to speak, and directly shooting a civilian will indeed not bring any benefits. As for the possibility that 1 is passing on a message or playing with his mentality, this is a low probability event after all. From the perspective of human nature and benefits, 1's good side is still greater than his bad side. Player 1, your behavior is not good, but I think you are most likely not a wolf. I hope you can stand by me and not join the wolf team. And you just said that the prophet doesn't need to test you. You have the ability to stand on the side. I believe you. Wait until the police come down. If you don't stand on my side, I'm sorry, you will go straight to the wolf pit. Don't say that I have no tolerance for you. In fact, my tolerance for you is already very high. It was you who said that the prophet should not test you. In my opinion, those who dare to say this are all very skilled players. Since you are a skilled player, it should be easy for you to stand on the right side. If you stand on the wrong side, then who is the wolf if not you? Okay, that's all I can say on the police. As a high-ranking prophet, I hope you can be more tolerant. Maybe I've been talking here for a long time but still can't figure out any logic. There's nothing I can do. I have too little information at the moment. After the police officer has finished speaking, I will definitely satisfy you. Let me repeat it one last time. Player number 11 will check and kill. Police badge flow 5 and 8 will be verified. That's it. We passed. Let's play the badge flow first. Player 12 said 5 and 8 are tested, so I will do 5 and 8. You should quit, 12. I tested you last night and you are gold water. Don't make trouble. Ren Fan jumped into the prophet as soon as he got up, but he did not choose to throw a check to 10 after the police, but threw a gold water to 12. This may be different from the choice of most people. The prophet is clearly right in front of you, so why should you throw gold water to 12? Wouldn't it be better to fight the prophet? In fact, from the moment Ren Fan decided to play the role of a prophet, there were two good choices in front of him. 1012, 10, 1012. But there is a drawback to playing this way. If 12 is a little wolf jumping tough, he will see 10 jumping up to check and kill, and he will most likely regard 10 as a gargoyle and Ren Fan as a prophet. At that time, there will be 3 prophets 10, 11, and 12 on the field and no one will be willing to retreat. Once this happens, the good guys can easily guess that there is a gargoyle among the 3 of them, and their elimination is inevitable, with no way to retreat. The second is to use gold and water to tie player number 12 to his own team. No matter whether 12 is a tough guy or a good guy who pretends to be a wolf, as long as Ren Fan throws the golden water on 12, the two of them will be in the same boat. If 12 is a tough wolf, when Ren Fan throws gold and water like this, he will know that he has offended the big brother, and he should retreat when it is time to retreat or charge when it is time to charge. On the contrary, if 12 is a good person, he will definitely follow Ren Fan wholeheartedly, because in the 12th perspective, Ren Fan could not be a tough wolf. After all, Ren Fan took over the check and then threw gold water at him, which was extremely powerful. Are you still not backing off, player 12? I know what you're thinking. You're afraid that I'm a wolf and I'm throwing gold water at you to show my strength, but I did test you last night. Otherwise, with your words, I wouldn't dare to throw gold water at you to show my strength. As for my badge flow 5 and 8 verification, I have no other meaning, it's just to canvass votes. I am a very down-to-earth prophet. I don't do anything fancy. In a word, I will accept anyone who votes for me. I welcome them even if they are wolves. I will unite all forces that can be united. As for those who vote for the bandits, I won't say they will be killed with one blow, but they will definitely be thrown into the wolf's den first. You can't just say who is the backtrap right away, right? Actually, whether you are in my police badge stream or not, I hope you can vote for me. If the good guys are on the wrong side, the werewolves will have little room to survive, but if the werewolves fight back, they have a better chance of winning. After a pause, Ren Fan said again, player number 1 is the first to speak, so anyway is fine. Wolves who are bold and like to play tricks can use this kind of speech to attack the mentality of good people. After all, from the perspective of the wolf team, this behavior seems to have no benefits. Wolves basically cannot play like this, so good people will think that one is not a wolf, and this may be the effect one wants. Similarly, a good guy can jump into the human world to attract the gargoyle's attention. If the gargoyle tests him, what if he is really a human being? Wouldn't that mean he is being tricked? It would be a waste of an opportunity to test him. But if he is not tested, it would feel like a trick of jumping into the human world and fighting against the gargoyle. That's why I said that player 1's comments could be from a wolf or a good person, but no matter if he is a good person or a wolf, he is here to cause trouble. If he hadn't said that he wouldn't take the test, I would have definitely hit him with my first badge flow. I won't check him now. It depends on how player 1 stands. He dares to say that he won't be checked. He is very capable of standing on his side. Is it okay for me to kidnap him? Stand on the wrong side and you're a wolf. Player 1, don't think I have no tolerance for you. You might say that everyone has chosen the wrong side. That's true. I agree with that. Even the most powerful people can't avoid choosing the wrong side. But once you say something, you have to bear the consequences. You said you don't want to be tested and you have the ability to stand by your side. I respect your idea and won't test you, but you have to meet my requirements. Otherwise, who else should I beat if not you? Just like you said you don't want to be tested, but I have to test you, will you have a good impression of me? When player number 12 was speaking, he told player number 1 that there was no tolerance for standing on the wrong side and that he would be pushed into the wolf pit. When it came to Ren Fan, he was directly assigned to kidnap player number 1, which was even more harsh. This shows that everyone has a similar feeling about one's speech, and one should also be able to think of the consequences of his own speech. Unless this is the first time he has said this, and he doesn't realize what the phrase "he is not vulnerable to tests and has strong ability to stand on the side" means to good people, but this is impossible. To be able to reach this score range, one must know what kind of words have what kind of impact. He knew that he would be kidnapped if he said that, but he still said it. This shows that he doesn't care about others kidnapping her. He is absolutely confident in his side, or he has a trump card and is not afraid of being beaten if he stands on the wrong side. In this way, the identity of player number 1 is neither a wolf nor a god. Finally, I want to talk to the good guy. I am also a prophet who jumped in a high position. There were only 2 people, 1 and 12, who spoke in front of me. One of them was my Jinshui who was showing off. I talked to him for such a long time, but he didn't back down. I don't know what to say to him. Let him be, that's all I have to say for now. I'll repeat it again, 12 gold and water, 5 and 8 smooth tests for the badge flow, that's it, we passed. Player number 10 please speak. 11 checks and kills, 4 police badges, 7 successful inspections. 10 stood up and threw a check to Ren Fan, which made the corner of his mouth twitch. Damn it, I finally got the Big Brother card, but I still had to deal with double checks. How the hell is this reasonable? Fortunately, he jumped himself. In this way, 10's kill attempt on him would have no effect at all. Instead, it would be like forcibly killing the prophet. Player number 12. The price was just raised to 10 from 12, and then it dropped to 12. This was in stark contrast to the situation just now where Ren Fan had persuaded him for a long time but he refused to back down. Player number 12 withdraws, and now there are 3 logics to consider. 1 is the twin wolves 11 and 12. 12 is the little wolf who tried to kill the prophet, but ended up accidentally hitting the big brother. And 11 happened to check 12 last night and knew that he was a wolves teammate, so he dared to throw the golden water to 12. Otherwise, he would not jump on the spot and throw the golden water to 12. The second is that 11's trump card is Little Wolf. He feels that 12 is not a prophet, but a good guy who is faking his identity and showing off his skills, so he throws gold and water to 12 to try to increase his power. Although such an operation is extremely risky, there is a saying that goes, fortune and honor are sought in danger. High risk means high return. As long as he makes the right bet, 12 will become the 5th wolf. Even if he makes a wrong bet, he can still blow himself up and swallow the police badge. 111212111111211. Unless the good guys directly play the double wolf at 11 or 12, otherwise, you can only stand on the side of player 11. This routine can also be used in other boards. It is a template routine. The logic of player number 10 was very detailed and comprehensive, with the double wolves 10 and 11 hitting the board, Ren Fan jumping to increase the strength, and the gargoyle jumping with a small probability. From this point, it can be seen that 10's thinking volume and logical level are both quite high. But the problem facing him now is not how many logical lines to come up with, but how he should define the relationship between 11 and 12. This is the fundamental reason that determines whether good people stand on his side or not. To be honest, I don't know how to define the relationship between 11 and 12, because based on the current situation, all 3 possibilities exist and all make sense. I dare not make a rash choice. If I have to choose one, I think 11 is most likely a gargoyle. I just checked player 12 last night and knew that 12 was not a prophet, so I threw gold and water to him to try my luck. So, player number 12, I hope you can see through the werewolf's tricks. Don't think he is a prophet just because he throws golden water at you. I know that from your perspective, 11 is very powerful. You were in the front position and threw a check to him, but he threw a gold water to you. A wolf would not do this very likely. But some people are just too bold to take wolves. They like to play with excitement and like to take unconventional approaches. What's more, if he is a gargoyle, he knows everything about you and can throw gold water at you without any psychological burden. I don't really want to discuss whether you 11 and 12 are twin wolves, but not wanting to discuss doesn't mean I can't. It still depends on how you stand on the side of the police. Player number 10 talked nonsense for a long time, saying that he was more inclined to believe that Ren Fan was a gargoyle, but he also mentioned the other 2 possibilities. From this point, we can see how conflicted 10 is. This choice is really difficult to make. I'm thinking of canvassing for votes with my badge flow 4 and 7. It would be best if we could have a tie PK, so that I can have one more round of conversation with player number 11. The possibility of you 2 standing on the same side would be a little higher. Actually, as a prophet, I shouldn't have such thoughts. I should focus on canvassing votes for myself and strive to get the police badge in one go, instead of engaging in a tie-breaking PK with the wolf. But having said that, isn't Wolf more powerful right now? I threw a check to him from the back position, and the good guys thought I was forcibly checking the prophet. I didn't want to define my identity and sell the perspective to the outside position. So, I can only settle for the next best thing and try to tie the votes. The more good people listen to my speech, the greater the possibility of me getting the police badge. I'm not afraid of the wolves rushing to vote. As long as I can pull the team apart, it doesn't matter if I don't have a police badge or if I'm eliminated on the first day. What's more, there is a gravekeeper on this board. When he wakes up the next day, he can report the information and correct the perspective. Player number 10 regretted checking out Ren Fan last night. If he had known that Ren Fangui would betray him, he would have checked out player number 9 instead. Not only did he waste an entire night of testing people, but he also felt like he was forcibly killing the prophet. It was really uncomfortable. But what can you do? Once you catch up, you have to accept the reality. Now he has to do everything he can to make the good people believe that he is a prophet. A tie PK is the first step. If there is not even a tie PK, this game is probably a long way to go. I accepted player number 1 directly, not because he jumped civilians or because he was very good at standing on the side, but because player number 11 configured to kidnap him. If 1 and 11 were 2 wolves, I don't think 11 would define the identity of his wolf teammates in this way. Isn't this putting his wolf teammates on the fire? 11 can set the pace and say that if player 1 stands on the wrong side, he is a wolf. I think he and player 1 cannot be a wolf teammate, so I accept player 1 as the one. As for whether he is a civilian or not, and what his purpose is, that is not something I want to consider. Player 4, player 7, I'm using my police badge flow on both of you. No matter whether your cards are good or bad, please give me a vote so that I can have a tie and speak. If you vote for 11 despite the pressure of the police badge, you will be labeled a wolf, or at least fall into the wolf's pit. Player 5, player 8, if you too think I'm a prophet, then vote for me. Player 11 will use the police badge flow on you, most likely just to solicit votes. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that someone deliberately used the police badge to identify his teammates. It's hard to say what the situation is now. Let's wait until the votes come out and we hear the speeches. Anyway, my demands are not high. I just hope that 4 and 7 can give me the police badge votes so that we can have a tie. Okay, that's all I want to say about the police. Prophet, badge flow 4, 7 verification, 11 check, that's it, passed. Player number 9 please speak. 10 and 11 are going to be the prophet, right? I don't know what others think, but I am more inclined to stand on 11's side. Let's not talk about anything else. Just one point. 11 can take over the check and throw gold water to 12. He can't be a tough wolf in my place. Unless hard drive 11 or 12 has 2 wolves playing on the board, but this possibility is very low, especially for this board. The big brother is not in the wolf team. If 2 little wolves play like this, it might lead to a collapse. On the first day, I don't want to play 11 and 12 wolves, so I can only stand with player 11 for the time being. Player number 9 was not confused by the fancy logic of player no 10's speech, or thought that because you talk too much, you are a prophet. In his opinion, either the 11th and 12th players were double wolves, or the 10th player was a death jumper. It was precisely because of this that he threw a check to Ren Fan. If the identity of the person in the external position was defined, it would be easy to sell the perspective. The cunning player number 10 wanted to trick the good guys into playing with Ren Fan, a gargoyle, or a little wolf. He was too scheming. In fact, in addition to the fact that 11 threw gold water at 12 with great force, another reason is that 10's police badge flow was not played well, or I was not satisfied with it. How can 4 and 7 be correct? It feels to me like he is deliberately trying to compete with player 11. His mentality is not that of a prophet. If I were 10, I would use my first badge flow to attack 12. I can't put this card down no matter what, I have to test it. In fact, it's not hard to see from the logic of 10 that he is not sure about the identity of player 12 at all. In this case, why doesn't he just test 12? The purpose of the prophet is to have a high error tolerance rate, to test cards that are uncertain in identity, but out of 10 police badges, only 4 or 7 of them tested smoothly. In my opinion, this is not worthy of being a prophet. But I won't kill player 10 and conclude that he is the wolf, because the side the police spoke on in the last round is still not so stable. I have to listen to see how you two chat under the police. Player number 9 was not happy with the police badge style played by player number 10, which should be the voice of most good people. How can 4 and 7 be verified smoothly? Prophets can canvass for votes, but they cannot put the cart before the horse. If the police badge flow is specifically for canvassing votes, then it is meaningless. The police badge flow is about perspective and logic. It is an important basis for good people to stand on the side and an important way to distinguish true and false prophets. Now I feel that there are problems with the perspective and logic of 10 Kai. How can I stand on his side? 10 did not define the identity of the external position, but directly checked and killed 11, forcibly checking and killing the prophet. I wonder what his purpose is in doing this. After thinking about it, I came up with a possibility. He wanted to take an unconventional approach to enhance his reputation as a prophet. Otherwise, he might as well take the opportunity to throw me a check on his identity. I think player 1 is a big gangster. He jumped to the police station to play tricks. He deliberately made himself the focus so that the good guys would think he is not like a wolf. After all, there is no benefit for the wolf to do this. In fact, he is playing with anti-logic. As long as the good people think that it is impossible for the wolf to speak like this in the first position, then his goal is achieved. In short, player number 1 might be a wolf. He dares to jump to the civilian level without taking the test. I'll see which side he chooses. If he chooses the wrong side, I'll mark him as a wolf and attack him. Okay, that's all I want to say on the police. I'm a good guy, and I'll stand on the side of player 11 for now. That's it, it's over. Player number 6 please speak. My thoughts are a little different from those of player number 9. I think player number 10 is most likely the prophet, player number 11 is a tough guy and is very likely a gargoyle, and player number 12 is the little wolf. He threw a check to the back of the police, and it is obvious that he is going to fight the prophet. Player number 10 was able to figure this out, and even brought up 2 other relationships between number 11 and number 12. I really want to side with number 10. His logic and thinking ability meet my requirements for a prophet. Player number 6 stood up and expressed his attitude and position. He stood on the side of player number 10. Although Ren Fan's strength seems to be greater, it still depends on how you define or think about the relationship between him and player number 12. If Pan 12 is a good guy, Ren Fan's strength is indeed very great. Based on this strength, all good people should stand on Ren Fan's side for a round. But if Pan 12 is regarded as a wolf, Ren Fan has no strength at all, only routines. The reason why 9 can stand on the side of Ren Fan is because he doesn't want to fight against the double wolves of 11 and 12, and he doesn't want to treat Ren Fan as a gargoyle right from the start, or for Ren Fan to force 12 to throw gold water to gain strength. After all, these are small probabilities, and it is too malicious to speculate on the relationship and behavioral motives of 11 and 12. Although theoretically all the situations mentioned by player number 10 exist, the most likely possibility is undoubtedly that player number 12 cheated in his identity and wanted to pretend to be the big brother. It just so happened that Ren Fan was a prophet and he verified him last night. Player number 6 came up and played with the two wolves number 11 and number 12. His butt was a bit crooked, and his definition of Ren Fan's identity as player number 12 was too malicious. Player number 10 threw a check to player number 11, but didn't throw a check to the outside position to hide his identity. His behavior doesn't seem like a tough guy. If he really felt that 11 was too powerful and wanted to jump out to die, he should have taken advantage of the situation to check and kill 9 behind the police and force 9 to reveal his identity. This would be in the best interests of the wolves. But 10 didn't do that. He was able to throw a check to 11 who had just jumped into the prophet, which means he is not a tough guy. Player number 9 said that player number 10 threw the check to player number 11 in order to hide the view and not to expose more logical relationships. I cannot agree with this statement. I feel that player number 9 is trying to lead the pace and trick the good guys into standing on the side of player no 11. 9 and 11 are likely to be twin wolves. I suggest you go get 10 tested on the evening of 9. Player no 6's attitude and thoughts towards player no 10's killing of Ren Fan are completely different from those of player number 9. 9 is on Ren Fan's side, saying that 10 did this to hide the view, while 6 says that it is not in the wolves' interest to let 10 check Ren Fan. If 10 is trying to jump to death, 9 will almost certainly take over and kill him. If 9 can reveal his identity, 10 will self-destruct. If 9 cannot reveal his identity and his appearance is not good, then he can continue to jump and try to resist player. This is a normal good person's perspective and mentality. Especially 9 should be more inclined to stand on the side of 10, rather than recognizing 11 as a prophet. As for player number 9 saying that 10's badge flow is not good, that's a matter of opinion. He thinks 10 should check 12, but I don't think it's necessary. It's better to check 12 than 1. Player number 1 stood up and took pictures. His identity is the most difficult to define. It is definitely unreliable to define his identity by looking at the side he stands on. He is a wolf and can fight back. Does that mean you have accepted him? That's definitely not possible. So, player 10 should check number 1, not number 12. The two of them speaking in the front position have distorted the logic of the good guys. One said that he doesn't take the test and has a strong ability to stand on the side. It can be said that if he stands on the wrong side, he is a wolf, but there is another half sentence behind it, which is the key point. If he stands on the right side, he may not be a good person. Player no 10's thoughts and logic were obviously led astray by players number 11 and 12. This is where his speech was lacking. But this minor flaw doesn't affect the overall situation. Anyway, I think 10 is a prophet, 11 is a gargoyle who was accidentally killed by the little wolf and was forced to jump. 9 is a big bandit and must be checked out. Before the gold water was found, he stayed in the wolf pit. Player number 6 put 9 into the wolf pit. Although he didn't kill it, from what he said, it was almost the same. According to him, the police badge flow of 9 versus 10 is not good. Although it is true, it is unnecessary to test 12, and the perspective of 9 is not much better than that of 10. In his opinion, the one who should be included in the first badge flow is player number 1. He said that he is not susceptible to tests, but if he is not tested, who knows if he can be a wolf and stand on the opposite side to attack. In fact, player 12 is trying to kill the prophet by sending a check to the police. It is possible that the police will use multiple wolves. Players 2 and 3 are both more suspicious. We can't even rule out the possibility that 4 wolves will be on the police. Although it sounds a bit outrageous, the possibility of not sending wolves to the police is too small. But judging from the current statements, the 4 wolves on the police completely point to the wolf pit. Let's not talk about anything else. 9, 11, and 12, that's already 3 wolves. If one more wolf is opened between 2 and 3, then it will be 4 wolves on the police. Listening to player no 6's speech, Ren Fan felt more and more that something was wrong. He originally thought that standing on the side at 6 was quite powerful, and he played the 2 wolves at 11 and 12 at the beginning, and he was a gargoyle, so the choice he made was quite correct. It wasn't until the 4th wolf in the 6th set went on the alert that he suddenly felt like 6 was playing a cushion game. Otherwise, why would the police call the 4 wolves? Wouldn't this offend almost everyone in the police force? Oh no, not almost, I'm already offended. He suspected that player number 1 was a wolf, and even if he was on the opposite side, he might still be playing a reverse hook. Player number 9 was directly pushed into the wolf pit, and player number 12 was treated as the little wolf who jumped into the gargoyle. Although 2 and 3 after the police have not spoken yet, 6 also said that a wolf appeared among them, and the direction was not clear, which means that 2 of them fought together. If player number 6 is a good person, he is really good at attracting hatred. He speaks without restraint and does not care about the consequences of his chat. But if 6 is a wolf, this wave of flying is quite effective. Finally, let's talk to players 4 and 7 under the police. You two have joined the police badge flow of 10. You must vote for him, at least to ensure that 10 has a tie for PK speech. Player number 5 and player number 8, both of you try your best to vote for number 10. If you can't, even if you give up your vote, at least you haven't done anything criminal. I hope good people can think carefully about whether player 10's logic is very good, comprehensive, and detailed. His perspective and speech are definitely that of a prophet. 11 throws gold water to player 12. It only looks strong on the surface, but in fact it has no strength at all. After all, 12 cannot be sure that he is a good person. As long as we are not sure that 12 is a good person, 11 has no strength, and we cannot use this to say that he is a great prophet. Okay, that's all I want to say on the police. You're a good guy, and you're on the side of player 10. That's it. It's over. Player number 3, please speak. Your charge is not very good, player 6. It's full of pseudo-logic. I don't recognize any of it. You said 11 and 12 are two wolves. 12 is the original little wolf who jumped into the position. He originally wanted to fight the prophet, but ended up fighting the big brother. The reason why he dared to throw gold water at 12 was because he verified that 12 was his wolf teammate. It sounds very logical, so the question is, 12 is his wolf teammate. He knew that the prophet was in the back position. Why didn't he take the opportunity to throw a check to 10? The most important thing is that it's clear from the words of player 1 that they are not on the same side as players 11 and 12. Both of them have kidnapped player 1 to varying degrees, with player 11 being the most ruthless. So it's obvious that 1 can't be a wolf teammate with 11 and 12, but player 6 said that 1 might be a wolf. Isn't this a spiral explosion? Although 1's chat was not good, his behavior was not good, he jumped to the public for no reason, and said that he did not eat the test, but the speech is one thing, and the common relationship is another. From the perspective of the common side relationship, as long as played 11 and 12 are wolves, player 1 must be recognized, even if his speech is criticized in a way that is criticized. 6101121. Including his logic of attacking player number 9 is also untenable. Player number 9 thinks that the probability of player number 11 being a gargoyle and player number 12 being a wolf is relatively small, or that the possibility of both player number 11 and player number 12 being a wolf is relatively small. What's wrong with standing by player number 11 for the time being? 1011211110101112. As a good person, it is right to be conservative in the police. Unlike player 6, who rushed to attack the double wolves of 11 and 12, he never thought about whether 11 might be a prophet throughout the whole story. How can he be a good person? Player number 3 pressed 6 to the ground and rubbed it for a while. In his opinion, 6 was almost a killing card, and he belonged to a person with a wolfish mouth. Not only is the logic of standing on the side problematic, but the wolf pit selection is also ridiculous. No matter how you play, you can't get the 3 wolves at 1, 11, and 12. While he was beating 11 and 12, he couldn't recognize player number 1 and even suspected that number 1 was a wolf. It's no exaggeration to say that this statement was a bandit. Regarding the fact that player number 9 sided with Ren Fan, 3 thought it was normal. Relatively speaking, it would be better for the police to first recognize that Ren Fan was the prophet. There is nothing wrong with the logic of player number 10. Ren Fan may be the big brother who is checked and killed, or even the double wolves number 11 and number 12 who are hitting the board, but the good guys don't dare to stand by him now, because the existing information is not enough to support good people to make such a choice and judgment. This is why player number 6 stands on the side of player number 10. It doesn't seem like he is a good guy. Most good guys are not that radical. Unless he is a person with excellent logic and is very confident in his side, player number 6 is quite confident, but his logic is terrible. 6 and 10 are most likely double wolves. Of course, we can't rule out 6 being a dirty team's cushion, but I can't force 6 into 11's team, so I can only play 6 and 10 double wolves first. Player 10, let me tell you, if you are a prophet, you must be careful to use the 6th plate as a cushion to stab the boat. Otherwise, no good person will stand by you. Only when you can turn player 6 into a werewolf that can help you fly away, draw your hatred, and control the tempo, can you have the face of a prophet. I say this for your own good, but it's up to you whether you listen or not. Player number 3 thought that 6 might be deliberately attacking the werewolf that was flying away, with the purpose of letting the good guys get 6 and 10 wolves. This kind of operation is not uncommon, but it is not certain whether the police officer 10 will talk like this. No matter what, player number 6 is standing on his side, and it is a bit disheartening to say that number 6 is a cushion. I think player 1 is a good person. Why would he shoot a civilian just because a wolf leader made a statement? As for his tricks and his attitude towards good people, I don't think there is much benefit in doing so. The good guys won't acknowledge him just because he talks like that. Instead, they'll keep an eye on him. What good will that do him? Only a good person would do this. The Jumpman is fighting with the gargoyle. It depends on whether the gargoyle will test him or not. So, player 1 is a good person in my opinion. At least that's what I think as a police officer. I'm on the side of player 11. I'll see if the police will change their minds when the time comes. That's it. It's over. I'm the last one. It seems like there are really 10 or 11 pairs of prophets. I was wondering if there was a good guy pretending to be the big brother among them. It seems like there isn't one. If 10 and 11 jump together, I'm more inclined to stand on the side of player 11. It's a bit inappropriate to directly play 11 and 12 as two wolves on the police. If 11 is a gargoyle and 12 is a little wolf who wants to fight the prophet, how dare he retreat so easily? What if player number 11 is a hunter or a witch pretending to be a boss? This kind of operation is quite common. It would be best if we could trick the wolves into backing off, and then they would back off on their own. In that case, it would be a one-sided prophet's game. It doesn't matter if I can't trick the tough guys into backing out, but I don't have to worry about being pushed back if I have a trump card. I don't believe that player 12, as a wolf, can't think of this. This is not a complicated logic. He must have thought of it. If he can think of it, he won't retreat easily. So, since player number 12 was able to withdraw very early, I felt that he couldn't be a tough guy, but was probably just a good guy who was faking his identity. Player number 11 stood up and threw gold water at him, and player number 10 threw a check to number 11. He was afraid that if he didn't withdraw, it might affect the good guy's attention. Player number 2 has no intention of playing against the double wolves 11 and 12. In his opinion, if player number 12 is a little wolf, he will not retreat easily. Who knows if Ren Fan is a good person who is just showing off his skills and took the check to pretend to be a big brother. Ordinary people don't dare to play like this, but if the hunter or witch is cunning enough, they can trick player number 12. If the level of level 12 is relatively low and the logical level is not enough, it doesn't matter if he can't think of this. The key is that he can reach this score range, so there is no such thing as not being able to think of this. Therefore, if 12 can retreat decisively, it is unlikely that he is a wolf who has jumped in recklessly. If not % certain, he is at least % certain. Therefore, if player number 2 does not want to play against the two wolves number 11 and number 12, then the person on guard can only stand on the side of Ren Fan first, and continue to listen to the speech under the guard, and then decide whether to turn back and stand on the side of player number 10. In addition to the fact that the little wolf accidentally checked on the big brother, and the big brother jumped on the spot and threw gold water to him to tell him to retreat, player number 12 also came up with two other possibilities. This is where he is more like a prophet. But I don't think it's necessary to discuss the 11th and 12th double wolves playing the board. The board wolf is unlikely to play like this. It's easy to backfire. The risk is huge, but whether there is any benefit is still unclear. What if the prophet had a check last night, and it wasn't them? Then on the first day, 3 wolves would be exposed. Even if the prophet is voted out, when the gravekeeper takes a correct view tomorrow, they will still be in a passive position. So, the 11th and 12th wolves hitting the board is just a routine in theory. In actual games, unless they are desperate, the wolves will not jump so hard. Player number 2 denied the possibility of 11 or 12 double wolves hitting the board. In his opinion, the wolves would never use such tactics. There may not be any profit, but the risk is extremely high. Who would have the time to do this? There is no need to play the board for 11 and 12 wolves. As for 11 being a little wolf, it can be heard that player 12 is a good person who is faking his identity, or betting that player 12 is faking his identity. I think this possibility is too outrageous. I was deeply impressed by the speech of player number 12. He stood up and reported the police badge flow first and then the person who was tested. This is completely in line with the mentality and speech style of the prophet. He was afraid that the werewolf would explode and he would not be able to play the police badge flow. If 11 is a wolf, facing 12's statement, would he dare to bet that 12 is faking his identity? I don't believe it. Unless 11 is a gargoyle, and he just happened to check 12 last night and knew that he was not a prophet, so he threw gold water at 12. But this possibility is almost negligible because there are two extreme cases in this logic. One is that player number 11 must be the gargoyle that is checked and killed. The second one is that 11 has to be tested by player number 12. To be honest, the probability of these two situations happening at the same time is too small. I have no grudge against player 11, so I don't think too much about him. If that were the case, my butt would be twisted like a nut. Player 2 is someone you can get along with. On the surface, 10 thinks more, which makes him like a prophet, but later he denies all the logic of 10 one by one. In this case, doesn't 10 become a tough role? Ren Fan was wondering if player number 2 was a wolf. If he was a wolf, he would be good at leading the pace and would quietly talk away the prophet number 10. If he is a good guy, the wolves should thank him. He turned a prophet into a tough guy. What a show! On the police, I will temporarily side with player number 11. Number 12 is Jinshui, and number 10 is a tough jump. There is not much to say about this. It's mainly about 3, 6, and 9 that we need to have a good chat. Player number 9 was on the side of player number 11. He thought that player no 10's loss of check to player number 11 was a covert view and a tough jump. I don't agree with this statement. There are 2 points in 10's speech that are more like a prophet. One is that he discussed the common relationship between 11 and 12, which shows the thinking and perspective of a prophet. The other is that he did not throw the blame to the police. Player 9 uses this point and 10 is the wolf, which is not very good in my case, although he is standing on the same side as me. Fortunately, he said that the badge flow of player number 10 should not be tested by players number 4 and 7 in sequence, as if they were competing with player number 11. They should test player number 12. I quite agree with this. If player 9 hadn't mentioned this, I would have directly called him the hook. I now define his identity as a mixture of good and bad. He could be a wolf, but he could also be a good person. We need to listen to his comments further. Player number 6 is a bit of a scoundrel. Throughout his entire speech, he only discussed why player number 10 was a prophet, and never thought about the possibility of player number 11 becoming a prophet. His ass is a bit crooked. On the issue of the badge flow for 10, he said it's a matter of opinion. Player 9 thinks that 10 should check player 12. This card can't be put down and can't be killed, so checking is the best option. 61011211. Once this sentence is said, SIXS bandit face is too big. How can one be a wolf teammate with 11 and 12? Standing by the side of player number 10, you must recognize player number 1, because players number 11 and number 12 are all configured to kidnap player number 1, it would be strange if they could be wolf teammates. Player number 6 stands with player number 10, but cannot recognize player number 1. This is a problem with logic and perspective. The identity of player number 3 was well prepared. I could recognize his speech. He talked about how player number 1 didn't meet player number 11 and player number 12, and that player no SIXS speech was problematic. However, he didn't kill player number 6 just because player number 10 was a wolf. He even discussed how player number 6 was a dirty team and was beaten to a flying mat. As soon as he made a statement like that, I knew he was most likely a good person. As long as he doesn't talk too badly, the wolves won't be able to pick on him. Okay, that's all I want to say on the police. I'm a good guy, and I'll stand on the side of player 11 for now. That's it, it's over. After listening to Tu's speech, Ren Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Firstly, his prophetic aspect is higher than 11 in the eyes of good people, which is good news. Secondly, the little wolf did not make any stupid move and did not treat him as a good guy and pretend to be a big brother and a prophet. This was the situation he was most afraid of. What if the little wolf judges that he is a good guy who is faking his identity in order to trick the wolf team into not jumping into trap, and finally comes up with a unilateral prophet, so they jump into trap again later? That would be fatal. In this board, the wolf team's R-hit jump is definitely a big jump. At that time, the good guys will definitely eliminate the 3 prophets. What's more, the gravekeeper can jump out to report information from a correct perspective. Once it gets to this point, there's really no fun in it. Fortunately, the little wolf did not jump in later. It depends on how he performs next. The speech for the sheriff's election is over. Players under the police are invited to start voting. After player number 2 passed the mic, the system's prompt sounded immediately. At the same time, voting options appeared on the screens of police officers 4, 5, 7, and 8. Player 10 or player 11. Ren Fan felt that there was a high possibility that he would get the police badge. He sent the police badge to 5 and 8. These 2 people would not vote for 10, right? Although 10 also has the aspect of a prophet, such as a more comprehensive logical disc, such as not throwing the police to check and kill, but there is no comparison and no damage, and Ren Fan's force of throwing gold water to 12 is too great. In this situation, if the good guys want to side with player number 10, they must play the double wolves at 11 and 12, but this seems too malicious. After all, the possibility of the double wolves at 11 and 12 is very small. Therefore, Ren Fan is most likely the prophet, and he deserves to be given the police badge. However, this is all based on normal people's logical thinking. Who knows if there is anything abnormal among 4, 5, 7, and 8. After 10 seconds, the voting results were presented to everyone. 4, 5, and 7 choose to vote for player number 11. 8 chooses to vote for player 10. 3 votes to 1. As expected, Ren Fan got the police badge as he wished. Although it was a little surprising that player number 8 in his police badge stream voted for number 10, it was generally harmless. And 8 votes for 10, so he can use this to attack the double wolves 8 and 10. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find the wolves under the police, unless they hooked them right away, which would be a bit unreasonable. Player number 11 was elected sheriff, Christmas Eve last night. The system's beep sounded in everyone's ears. Please choose the order of speeches for this round. Player number 10 please speak. I expected that I wouldn't get the badge, because 11's so-called strength is really great. It's unlikely that a good person with a closed eye would come up and deal with 11 and 12 as a double wolf. Or believe me, 11 is just trying to be strong. But no matter what you think, no matter whether you believe it or not, I am the prophet in this game. 11 is a tough guy, and 12 has a lot of bandit potential. Now I can only predict that 11 is the big brother and 12 is the little wolf. When 11 jumped the prophet, he didn't retreat, but when I jumped, he retreated. What does this mean? It means that he was afraid that 11 was a good guy showing off his skills at the beginning, so he didn't dare to retreat. It was not until I jumped out and threw a check on 11 that he finally confirmed that 11 was not a good guy showing off his skills, and then he retreated. Player no 10's logic is still very good. If number 12 is a wolf, then he is basically right. When Ren Fan jumps into the prophet's role and throws golden water at 12, if 12 is a wolf, he will definitely wonder if Ren Fan is a good guy who shows off his skills, and wants to trick him into retreating the water. As soon as he retreats the water, a unilateral prophet will appear on the field. But after the prophet at 10 jumped and threw a check on Ren Fan, from the perspective of 12, 10, and 11 were prophets in 2 different positions, so he could retreat. Therefore, the analysis of player number 10 is very reasonable. The reason why player number 12 retreated may be because he lost a check to player number 11. In this way, the logic that if the number 2 player on the police board gets 12 and is a wolf, he will not retreat easily is untenable. Police officers 4, 5, and 7 all voted for player 11. Only player 8 voted for me. Although I haven't heard his speech yet and don't know why he voted for me, and I don't even rule out the possibility that he was a gambler, his behavior was good after all. As long as his speech is not too bad, I will consider him a good person. After all, he voted for me despite the pressure of the 11 police badge flow. I don't want to suspect that he is a wolf and chill his heart. The police officer opened the wolf, so he should be among 4, 5, and 7 on the bandit ticket. As for which of the 3 of them is the wolf, I am definitely more inclined to look for it among 4 and 7. Yes, they both voted for the bandits and didn't listen to their speeches, but there is still a difference, and the difference is huge. Because 4 and 7 are in my police badge stream, they all voted for 11 under the pressure of my police badge stream, with the intention of rushing for votes. 511-511-511. Next, I will pay special attention to the speeches of officers 4 and 7, and the police will try their best to find the wolf among them. This kind of chat may cause disgust among 4 and 7, but there is nothing I can do. They are both on the bandit ticket. I can't be timid and afraid of offending them and not dare to fight them. This is definitely not okay. Player 6 was the only one on my side. Player 3 told me that I had to use 6 as a cushion, otherwise I wouldn't be able to pick up the oracle card. That's ridiculous. Why do I have to use him as a cushion? Can't he just be the good guy on the other side? Although SIX's logic is not very good and has some problems, it does not mean that he is definitely a wolf. I am not saying that he is definitely a good person because he is on the side, but I can't say that he is a direct opponent. Especially when he was the only one standing by my side on the police, I couldn't do that. I can only accept 6 temporarily. I can also accept player 1. Judging from the attitude of 11 and 12 towards 1, the 3 of them will not meet. Since 11 is a wolf, 1 can only be a good guy. Unless 11 is a little wolf and player 1 is a gargoyle, but we can't do that now, because I prefer 11 and 12 to be 2 wolves, and 11 is the eldest brother. Player 3 and player 9 both have a strong gangster side. Although player 2 is also on the wrong side, he sounds pretty good to me, like a good guy on the wrong side. 391111247. After listening to the speech of player number 10, Ren Fan nodded involuntarily. He didn't know what the good guy in the external position thought after listening to player no 10's speech. Anyway, he thought that player number 10 talked well. If 12 is really a wolf, then the real situation is similar to what 10 said. There is just one thing, 10 was a bit emotional when recognizing player number 6. Player number 3 was right, 10 had to think about whether 6 was a cushion, because his speech was a bit problematic. 10 insisted on admitting that 6 was the boss. From the perspective of a good person who closes his eyes, this behavior is definitely not a good thing. Player number 9 please speak. I was originally thinking that if player 6 stood by 10, could he be a cushion? Until I heard him talking about 10 going to check on player 1, maybe 1, 11, and 12 were 3 wolves. Then I knew that it was too much of a compliment to him to play cushion flying. Based on his speech, how can he be called a cushion? He can only be a charging wolf, forcing the number 10 player to vote for the incitement number. 6 and 10 should be the twin wolves. Player 6 wants to make player 11 the big brother. Unfortunately, good people are not so easy to fool. Most importantly, as a good person, he can say that 10 is a prophet. Just as 2 is in the last position, 10 also has a prophetic side and has some aspects that are like a prophet. But after the whole speech, he only talked about 10 being a prophet, without even thinking about whether 11 could be a prophet. That's not a good person's mentality. Based on his remarks, even if 10 is really a prophet, he is still a wolf with a hook. It can be heard that player number 9 is very hostile to 6. According to him, 10 is the prophet, he is the hook, 11 is the prophet, he is the charge, and in the end, he can't really pick up the good guy card. Ren Fan was not surprised at all that player number 9 defined player 6 in this way. 6911666. Therefore, no matter what, 9 must beat player 6, and just as he said, beat him to death. No matter who the prophet is, 6 will be stuck in the wolf's pit and cannot climb out. 6, 10 double wolves. The speeches of players 2 and 3 are relatively good. It feels like they are most likely not wolves. If there was a wolf between 2 and 3, they should have followed the logic of 6 and discussed the twin wolves 11 and 12, but neither of them had such a little thought, which means they will not meet 10. If there are 3 wolves on the police, you can only click 1, 6, and 10. If there are 2 wolves on the police, then it's 6 and 10. Find 2 more wolves under the police. Player number 8 is the only one who voted for number 10. Although the type of vote alone cannot kill him, it is still safe to say that he did not behave well and has a large criminal background. I define the identity of player number 8 as neither a wolf nor a god. Either he is a wolf charging, or he is a god card who dares to vote for number 10 and is not afraid of being beaten by standing on the wrong side. When it's player 8's turn, if he can't reveal his identity, he must be a wolf. I don't believe a civilian would dare to vote for player 11 under the pressure of player 10's badge. How bold is he? To put it bluntly, not to mention that he may not be on the right side, even if he is on the right side, so what? At that time, someone will definitely backfire on him because his behavior does not fit the perspective of a normal good person. If that's the case, why should he cause trouble for himself and make himself the focus? He might as well just follow the crowd and vote for 11. Anyway, he is in the 11 police badge flow, so no matter whether he votes right or wrong, no one will say anything to him. 8 dare to vote like this. In my eyes they are neither wolves nor gods, jumping the flag of the people to fight against the wolves. Player 9's definition of 8's identity is consistent with the ideas of most good people. 10 and 11 are a pair of prophets, and it is obvious that Ren Fan's prophet is more powerful. 8 has entered Ren Fan's police badge flow, and it stands to reason that he should support Ren Fan with 1 vote. There is no reason to vote for 10 under the pressure of the police badge flow. Either he is a god, and he heard that Ren Fan was not a prophet, and he was confident in his stance and judgment, so he voted for player number 10. Either he is a charge wolf and just wants to charge. This is what most good people would guess about player number 8 voting for 10. If the police really open 2 wolves, besides player number 8, I think the most likely player to be the wolf is player no 7. 104410104104. But these are low probability events, so there's no need to think about them on the first day. So, I think player 4 is a good guy, and the possibility of him being a wolf is very small. We can accept him for now. Why do I say that player number 7 is most likely to be the hook? Because according to my experience, some wolves like to put their teammates into the second badge flow to facilitate ticket rush. And 8 was willing to vote for player 10 because he thought the other wolf would most likely vote for 10. This way, he would have a guaranteed chance of a tie. If he's lucky, he could get the police badge. Then how could player 8 have such an illusion? It's because of the police badge. I put down player 4, so I can only play against player 7. And 8 might think that 4 is in the first badge flow of the wolf teammates, and might support 10 with 1 vote. As a wolf, 7 can't go and vote for the prophet. In this case, if he rushes to vote, won't 10 get the badge directly? Although having a police badge doesn't mean we can get rid of the 11 resistance, it's still a good start. And since the prophet didn't get the police badge, they made a profit. Having said so much, I think if the policeman opens 2 wolves, it will be 7 and 8. As for 4 and 5, it is unlikely that the 2 of them can become 10 wolves teammates. Today, I will most likely vote for player number 10. Unless number 11 talks too much in the last position or has obvious logical problems, I will not change my vote. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. Good guy with the bottom card, stand by player 11, play 11, that's it, pass. Player number 8 please speak. 9 and 11 should be the 2 wolves. The mentality of player 9 on the alert is problematic. He jumped when player 10 died and gave 11 a check just to hide the view. Is he really that careful? If he is so afraid of giving away perspective by speaking, why did he jump in? Let other wolf teammates jump in or just don't jump at all. Can't he play a game with cowardly wolves? Anyway, 11 checked 12 and it was gold and water, and there was no check to kill. He had to come out and die, because he was afraid that the good guys couldn't find a wolf to resist, right? Obviously, the logic of player 9 is flawed. If player 10 is a wolf, he will definitely check and kill player 9 and force him to reveal his identity. If the 9th trump card is a hunter or a witch, the 10th can choose to self-destruct. If the force is not strong enough, the check and kill will hit a wall. There is no point in persisting. Double explosion swallowing the police badge, so that 11 can no longer report people, and then play deep push, which is in line with the wolves' benefits. But player 10 didn't check on player 9. Instead, he checked on player 11 who had already jumped into the prophet's position. There are only 2 possibilities for this. Either 10 is really a prophet. I checked 11 last night and it just so happened that 11 jumped in the front position. There's nothing we can do about it. 910109911. I am currently leaning towards the former, but no matter whether it is the former or the latter, the number 9 player has a lot of potential for crime, especially a lot. Player number 8 is on the side of player 10. He thinks that player 10's action of throwing a check to Ren Fan is not a tough move, because it is not in the interests of the wolves. Since Ren Fan, the prophet, is very powerful, and he may not be able to jump out of the game, then just don't jump out. It's not that he has to jump out of the game. Sometimes it's good to play a game of cowardice. Especially since Ren Fan had no check and kill in his hand, and he didn't need to sell out his wolf teammates, and he spoke well on the first day, it would be very difficult for Ren Fan to return to the wolf. But it doesn't make sense for player number 10 to insist on dying and not give the good guys a chance to check and kill him in order to increase his own strength. But when something is abnormal, there must be something wrong, so player number 8 thinks that number 10 should be the prophet, and number 11 and number 12 may really be the 2 wolves. Player number 2 on the police said that if 12 is a wolf who is a tough guy, it is unlikely that he will withdraw money just because 11 throws him gold water. What if 11 is a good person who tricks him into withdrawing money? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? 2 is right. This detail is very important. It was precisely because he was afraid that 11 was just showing off that 11 didn't retreat when 12 jumped into the prophet role. He didn't retreat until 10 stood up and threw a check to 11. This already explains a lot. 12 is the little wolf. 11 took the kill and jumped into the prophet to throw gold water at him. I think he must be very conflicted. If he retreated directly, he was afraid that 11 was a good person and was trying to trick him. But if he didn't retreat, he was afraid that it would really hurt the big brother. He must have been in a dilemma at the time, and was very conflicted. It was not until 10 threw a check to 11 that he was sure that 11 was the boss, so he quickly retreated. Player number 10 just brought this up, which makes me even more convinced that I am on the right side. It also shows that the logic of the second police officer is flawed. The timing of 12's retreat does not mean that he is not the little wolf. On the contrary, it shows that he is most likely the little wolf who pretended to be the big brother and retreated immediately after confirming that 11 is the big brother. Player number 8 is a very careful person or someone who pays great attention to details. Player number 2 on the alert said that if 12 was a wolf, he would not retreat easily. In fact, 12 did not retreat easily. The time when he retreated was when 10 threw a check to 11. When this statement came out, didn't 12 realize that he was offending the big brother? Once he realized this, he would naturally back off immediately. Therefore, the timing of the retreat of 12 just indicates that 11 and 12 are the two wolves. Even though Ren Fan was a gargoyle who was accidentally killed, and 12 was the original little wolf who took over the position, and there was some malicious speculation about their words and actions, it still needs to be discussed. I hope the good guy will come back. Apart from anything else, would my teammates in room 10 and I be so stubborn as to charge him? It's impossible. The number 11 player is so powerful, and the number 10 player is not very good at talking, but there is nothing special about him that makes people want to support him. In this case, the hook is the wise choice. What's more, I'm in the police badge flow of 11. I'm charging, and I'm going to give 10 a ticket. What's the difference between that and recognizing a wolf? I dare to vote for this, which means that I don't meet 10. If you insist on calling me a wolf and want to use me as a wolf pit, then call me a gargoyle. That will barely make sense. But it's best if you don't hit me. I'm really not a wolf. Believe me, 10 is a prophet. There are 3 wolves on the police, so it should be 9, 11, and 12. Why did player 12 take the risk of throwing a check to the back of the police? He just thought there was a chance to kill the prophet. In the end, he didn't find the prophet, but he did find my eldest brother. 2, 3, and 6 should all be good people. At least their status is much higher than that of player no 9. Player number 3, although there are some flaws in the discussion on the 6th police, you really don't have to say that he was a cushion or something. At least he stood on the right side. Even if the disc cushion flies, it's not in this round today. Player number 2, from what I heard from you, you are obviously a good guy on the wrong side. You have a logical fallacy on the issue of 12 withdrawals. I have just pointed it out. Think carefully about whether what I said is right. Player number 1 can definitely be recognized. One cannot be a wolf teammate with 11 and 12. The reason has been discussed by others, and more than once, so I will repeat it. When the police start the wolves, player 5 can be put aside for a while. After all, he has entered the first police badge flow of 11, including when 12 started. It also said that 5 and 8 were smooth, so I think player 5 is not in the wolves team. 47977879. Player number 7 has a better chance of being a good person than player number 4, but it is not ruled out that player number 9 deliberately stepped on his teammates and pulled them to the opposite side. In the final analysis, the logic I am analyzing now is just speculation, which may not be correct. In the end, we still have to make further judgments based on their statements. If they don't talk like wolves, I might put 4 wolves on the police, not for any other reason, but because player number 12 jumped from the police to the back of the police to be checked and killed. Perhaps there is more than just one wolf behind the scene, player 9. There are also wolves among players 2 and 3. So, player 4, player 7, I don't think one of you has to be a wolf. Judging from the behavior of player 12 in this round, it is not ruled out that 4 wolves will be on the alert. If this game is really 4 wolves on the police, 3 and 6 both have bandit faces, and player 2 can't get the chance to play. I think he is a good guy on the wrong side. 6 could be the cushion for the ship, 3 could be the charging wolf that sets the pace, both of them could actually become 11 or 12 wolf teammates. Okay, that's all I want to say about this round. Police. Good guy with the bottom card, stand by player 10, play 11, that's it, passed. End of this chapter. Chapter 50. The wolves need this kind of talent. Player number 7, please speak. Since I voted for player number 11, I will naturally side with him. At least for now I tend to side with him. I am not sure if my thoughts will change in the future. In fact, both 10 and 11 have the profit aspect, but it is impossible to occupy both sides. You always have to make a choice. Relatively speaking, 11 has a greater profit aspect. 12 went on the police and threw a check at 11, and then 11 stood up and threw gold water at 12. This made many people think that 11 was a gargoyle and 12 was a little wolf who tried to fight the prophet but accidentally bumped into the big brother, and then the big brother jumped up and threw gold water at him to make him retreat. In theory or logic, this is possible and makes sense, but in reality, the possibility of this happening is too low. Generally speaking, this board will not lose the check for the wolf who jumps into the police. Even if it does, it will not be lost on the police, especially not on the people who have not spoken yet. Because the gargoyles will most likely be reported to the police. If we don't throw them on the police, and don't throw them on the people who haven't spoken after the police, we can avoid killing the big brother as much as possible. But the behavior of player number 12 is just the opposite. From this point, it can be seen that he should not be pretending to be a wolf. As long as player number 12 is not a wolf, it is impossible for player number 11 to be a wolf. Secondly, 12 is the little wolf and 11 is the gargoyle. The premise is that 11 is the gargoyle and he also happened to have tested 12 last night and knew that he was not a prophet. Otherwise, he would never dare to throw gold water at 12. The speech of the prophet who jumped from the police station at 12 was quite good. After listening to it, I really wanted to stand on his side, especially the details of his reporting the flow of police badges first and then the inspection of people. He really looked like a prophet who had the power to check and kill. In this case, if 11 is a wolf, it is impossible for him to bet that 12 is a good person who is faking his identity and showing off his skills, and then throw gold and water to him to try his luck. Anyway, I think the possibility that 11 is a wolf and 12 is a good guy is almost 0. 1112111211112. After saying so much, I actually just want to express one point. Plate 11 is a gargoyle, and plate 12 is a little wolf. There are too many small probability events involved in this situation. There is no need to have such great malice towards plates 11 and 12 right away. Besides, player 11's speech, logic, and police badge perspective are all good. Why would he be considered a tough guy? It would be fine if the speech of player 10 was particularly good, but the key is that the speech of player 10 is just average. It has some aspects like a prophet, but compared with player 11, it is still slightly inferior. So, I think it's safer to side with player number 11 for now. He should be voted for in the badge vote. After all, he has to have the power and the say. As long as he can't play the 11th or 12th wolves, he has to stand with player no 11. Player number 7 talked a lot, but what he wanted to express was just one thing. I can't play the 11th and 12th double wolves now. If you insist on doing it this way, it shows too much hostility and bias, commonly known as a crooked butt. If you look at the remarks made by number 11 and number 12 objectively, you won't criticize them as wolf teammates and say that number 10 is the prophet. Just now, 8 showed some of the ways in which 10 acted like a prophet. For example, 10 did not throw a check to the identity of player 9, which did not conform to the behavior logic of the tough wolf. Another example is that 10's logic was more comprehensive and detailed. But that alone is not enough for me to play 11 or 12 double wolves. The timing of the withdrawal of player number 12 in the police report made many people imagine that he was a small wolf, and he only withdrew until he was sure that number 11 was the big brother. It makes sense at first glance, but if 12 is a good guy who is trying to deceive others, and sees that 10 and 11 have formed a double jump, then it is normal for him to retreat. So, just because 12 retreated when 10 just spoke, it doesn't mean he is a wolf. Player number 8 voted for 10 and was inciting and setting the pace for 10 the whole time. I feel like he and 10 might be teammates of the wolf. At least the police are in charge of the wolves. The 8th has the largest number of bandits and is the first in the round. Player number 6 was talking about the bandits. He was on the side of player number 10, but he was still playing the 3 wolves 1, 11, and 12. This is obviously a problem with perspective and logic. The comments and actions of 2 and 3 are relatively benign. I don't really want to call them wolves. In this way, the police are 1, 6, and 10 in finding wolves. If you have to add a tolerance rate, it would be player number 9. 9's speech in this round was not very good in my opinion. He even listed 7 and 8 as both wolves. It is understandable that 8 was voted into the wolf pit because of the bandit votes, but I didn't do anything bandit-like. On the contrary, I was voted in favor of the other party. Why did he list me as a wolf? 9 can click on 7 or 8 double wolves. He has a large bandit face in my area, so click him to increase the error tolerance. When the police start to attack the werewolves, the first person to bear the brunt is naturally player 8. Although there is some reason for him to side with player 10, who can guarantee that his so-called reason is not a werewolf routine. For example, player number 10 took an unconventional approach and did not follow the routine to check and kill number 9. Instead, he chose to check and kill number 11, which made the good people unable to help but think against the logic and then believe that he was a prophet. This possibility is entirely possible. 11 is so powerful that in this case, if he throws a check to 9, it's almost like admitting he's a wolf. If 10 doesn't want to be considered a wolf, he can only choose to throw a check to 11. This might confuse some good people. So, this may be the benefit and purpose of not checking and killing 10 at 9, but checking and killing 11 at. In other words, it's not rigorous to use this logic to support 10. 8 made a big fuss about this and tried to lead the good guys to believe that 10 is a prophet. It's easy to imagine who he's in league with. Player number 4 entered the first police badge flow of 10, but he did not vote for 10. Instead, he voted for player number 11 under the pressure of the police badge flow. From this point, it can be seen that 4 and 10 are not on the same side. Player number 5 behaved well, but it's hard to say whether he is a good person or not. If the police open 2 wolves, 5 will fall into the trap. It's just that I've clicked on the police to open the 3 wolves 1, 6, and 10, so I can't hit player 5 for the time being. Alright, that's all I want to say. Stand by player 11. You can't play the double wolves 11 and 12. Let's play player 10 today. That's it. It's over. Player number 6 please speak. I don't understand. I really don't understand you. If 11 and 12 aren't twin wolves, what are they? Player number 7 said that there are too many small probability events when playing 11 or 12 double wolves, but have you ever thought that there are also many small probability events when playing without 11 or 12 double wolves? For example, 12 could be a good guy who fakes his identity by checking and killing him. Or 11 could be a prophet who happens to find that 12 is a metal or water element. Then, in this situation, the wolf would come out to pretend to be a strong person and forcibly check and kill the prophet. What is the probability of these situations happening at the same time? So, don't talk about probability or not. Regardless of whether you are planning for the 11th and 12th twin wolves, you must plan for low probability events. If that's the case, don't use this as a logic that 11th and 12th twin wolves can't be formed. My thoughts are the same as the police. From the moment 12 threw a check to 11 and 11 threw a gold water to 12, they were two wolves in my opinion. Especially since player number 12 didn't retreat when player number 11 spoke, but waited until player number 10 stood up and threw a check on player number 11 before retreating. This further proves that he is a little wolf. He is trying to judge whether player number 11 is a gargoyle or a good guy showing off his skills. As soon as 10 threw a check on 11, he was almost certain that he had hit the big brother, so he backed off. Everything made sense. As a result, player number 7 argued in the front position, forcing logic to say that there was nothing wrong with the timing of the 12-minute withdrawal, and that the same thing happened when a good person spoofed his identity. It was a jerk. I'm afraid he himself didn't believe it. When player 7 said this, it was obviously biased. It was definitely not an objective statement. A good person would not do this. Only a wolf would do this. So, 7 can't play the good guy card. He was crazy about inciting 11 in this round. I can't say that 7 and 11 are definitely double wolves, but it's almost the same. I don't believe that 7 is a hook or a cushion. 6 was still the same as the police, firmly standing on the side of player number 10. Ren Fan had thought that he might be a cushion before, but now it seemed that was not the case. Because Ren Fan felt the other party's hostility towards him from Six's speech, and 6 seemed to really want to help 10 out of his predicament. If not for this, he would not have said that whether or not to play the double wolves at number 11 or number 12 is a low probability event, and there is no need to use this point to decide sides. He would not care so much about the timing of the number 12 player's retreat, and he would not have talked to the good guy in such detail. Therefore, there is a high probability that it is not your wolf teammate who is hitting the pad and flying. Player 8's remarks are acceptable. He did a great job in criticizing player 9 this round. Player 9 said that player 10 threw a check at player 11 in order to hide the view. This is ridiculous. If player 10 wanted to hide the view, he shouldn't have done it. Why did he have to do it? Since he has jumped out, he must follow the behavioral logic of the tough wolves and the benefits of the wolf team, instead of forcibly checking and killing the prophet. Such a simple truth is right in front of you, why don't you understand it? Oh, by the way, player 8 also mentioned something that I agree with very much, which is that no matter who is the prophet, player 9 is in the wolf pit. If 10 is a wolf, it's interesting that he didn't let 9 check and kill him. Maybe 9 and 10 are really two wolves, and player 10 had to bite the bullet and let 11 check and kill him. He didn't dare to define 9's identity, so it's not appropriate to check and kill Jinshui. If 10 is the prophet, then 9 and 11 are the two wolves. 9 has always been helping 11 to incite people, and saying that I am the cushion is flattering me. I can only be the charging wolf. At first glance, his words seem to be the opposite of wolves. Not only are they full of contempt for me, but they are also full of disdain for the wolf team. This will give good people the illusion that he is not in the wolf team, otherwise why would he have such emotions? In fact, this is a disguise of routine and emotional flow. He deliberately said this to elevate his status and make good people think he is a good person from these illogical aspects, and then extend it to believe his logic. 7 and 9 are most likely double wolves. If the police only open one wolf, I think it is 7. If two wolves are opened, it is 4 and 7. Although player 5 also got a ticket, it was obvious from the fact that players 11 and 12 jumped into the prophet and used the first badge flow on player 5 that 5 didn't know them. So, 5 should be a good guy. It's totally expected that he voted wrong. After all, 11 gave him the first badge just to get votes. We'll listen to what player number 4 has to say. He has a pretty big gangster side. He joined the first badge group of player number 10, but he didn't even support number 10. Instead, he stood by number 11 and voted for him. His behavior is just like a charge wolf. If 4 is a wolf, the police will most likely open 4 and 7 double wolves. If 4 is not a wolf, the police must find 3 wolves, 9, 11, and 12. Yes, these 3. The external positions should all be good people. Player 3, you warned me that I was a wolf in the upper plate, and you also said that I was a pad. I originally thought that you were the wolf who was setting the pace and wanted to make me a defensive position, but the wolf pits have been completed, so I can only think that you are a good person who hit me by mistake. Including player 2, I hope both of you can rethink your thoughts. If I am a wolf, and player 10 and I are teammates of the wolf, what is the meaning or benefit of this charge? You think I spoke like a wolf? It's nothing more than me saying 10 to check 12, it's better to ask player 1. I admit that this was an oversight in my speech, it's my fault. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. There's no point in quibbling. But when my speech hasn't made any mistakes, you can't use this one flaw to determine that I'm a wolf, right? Also, the wolf pit at 7 o'clock just now, don't you think it's a spiral explosion? He said that the police opened 3 wolves 1, 6, and 10, and I attacked player 1 on the police. I suggested that player 10 go to check player 1, because I think that player 1 jumped to civilians when he made his first statement, which is not a good behavior. As a result, 7 was able to click me and player 1 into the wolf pit at the same time. Isn't this a robbery? From the beginning till now, I have talked about several explosive points of player 7. If you still think he is a good person, then there is nothing I can do. Anyway, my vote will go to 11. He's a gargoyle, he's definitely a gargoyle. As long as the good guys stand by 10 and vote for 11, we'll most likely win this game. If it was 10 that was rushed out, it might have stayed far away. Think about it carefully. That's it. It's over. Player number 5, please speak. Let me first explain why I voted for 11, so that no one will suspect that I am playing a backhook or a charge or something like that. The force of the police 11 taking over the check and throwing gold water to 12 is very strong. It is true that 11 and May 12th become a double wolf, but it is ultimately a low probability event. Unless you really want to side with player 10, I believe most good people won't play with the 11th or 12th player, at least not on the first day. It depends on the situation later. I think the possibility of 11 and 12 being two wolves is not very high. Even if 11 is really the big brother and he receives the check, there is no need for him to jump on the spot and throw gold water to 12. This is not a wise choice, because his behavior can easily make good people think of the 11th and 12th wolves, which greatly increases their risk of being exposed. Golden water is thrown to player 12. If he talks badly and is mistaken for a tough guy by the good guys, player 12 will not be able to escape. Similarly, if 12 accidentally talks to the bandit, 11 will also be attacked by the wolf. From the wolf's perspective, 11 takes the wolf's check and jumps to the profit. The benefits and risks are not proportional. There is really no need to play like this. But 11 chose the role of prophet, which means he is most likely not a wolf. Secondly, 11 put the first badge on me and repeatedly told me that he wanted to vote for him. Given 10's average speech, I definitely couldn't withstand the pressure of the badge and vote for 10. If I vote like this, I'm afraid I won't please either side. 10 is afraid that I'm a hook, and 11 thinks I'm a charging wolf. It's like I'm being bullied by both sides if I vote for 10, so why should I do it? Finally, I labeled the speech of player number 6 as a wolf. He stood next to 10, so I felt that 6 and 10 were a pair of wolves. Although I cannot rule out that 6 was a team with 10 on the dirty mat, this possibility is still too small. Combining the above 3 points, I think 11 is a prophet, so I voted for him for the police badge. Player number 5 talked about 3 reasons why he voted for Ren Fan in one breath, and each of them made sense. And the reason why he discussed the reason for voting for Ren Fan so seriously and in detail was that he was afraid that someone would say that he was charging forward. He has explained the reasons and causes for the votes, so no one will call him a wolf no matter if he is on the right side or the wrong side. In fact, 5's idea is very simple, which is to first talk about himself as a good person and not let himself become the anti-push position of the wolf team. This is a contribution to the good people. I just heard about the wolf pit at 6 and 7. 7 said there was something wrong with the wolf pit at 6, and 6 said there was something wrong with the wolf pit at 7. In fact, I feel like these two are just a bunch of idiots. The wolf pit is going to explode. 7161016611166. So, there is indeed something wrong with the wolf pit that player number 7 picked. Player number 6 was right about that. But the same goes for 6 itself. 7 is the wolf, but 9 is in the wolf's pit. That's definitely not okay. 9788711179. 79976797. That's why I said 6 and 7 are the same, even the breaking point is the same. After listening to player no 5's speech, the good man thought about it carefully and realized that it was indeed the case. There are problems with the wolf pits at 6 and 7 o'clock, and the two of them are opposites and stand on different sides, which means that one of the good guys is in trouble. But who is the good guy? It's a little hard to tell. I kind of want to side with 10 now, because his speech this round is pretty good. Especially the definition of the identity of the players under the police is just right. 8 was the only one who voted for him under the police, but he did not completely accept 8. He also thought that 8 might be a cushion. However, he definitely couldn't play it that way on the first day. I think this is the mentality of a prophet. You can doubt it, but you can't play it that way directly. The most important thing is that he accepted me and didn't call me a wolf just because I was voted on by the bandits, or show any particular hostility towards me. This made me feel quite good about him. If I stand on the side of 10, the wolf under the police should be player 7. I haven't heard what 4 said yet, so I won't attack him. I will start with the wolf under the police. If the police open 3 wolves, player 6 will have to admit it. 6 and 7 are opposites. If you beat 7, you can no longer beat player 6. Player number 9 has a lot of bad guys. If I remember correctly, he was the first to play 1, 6, and 10. Player number 7 just followed suit. But 7 and 9 can't form a double wolf, because 9 blind spotted the hook of player 7 this round, so I can't play 9. Unless 7 is a good guy, then 9 will go to the wolf pit. But now I think 7 is more like a wolf. The wolf is between 4 and 7. I didn't listen to the speech of player 4, so I can't attack him. In this case, I can only attack 7 first. It doesn't matter if I made a mistake. I'll change it tomorrow. If I think the wolf under the police is player 4, I will temporarily choose player 7 to leave, and then click player 9 to enter the wolf pit. But now, I'd rather choose 7 to join the wolf pit. 6 and 9 can't be his wolf teammates, so I'll accept 6 and 9 first. We can't play 6 and 9, but we have to find 3 wolves on the police, so 2 and 3 will fall into the wolf's pit. Judging from the speech, player 3 is obviously more likely to be a bandit. When the police came up to level 3, they attacked player 6, saying that player 6 was a wolf. It felt like he was trying to lead the good guys to doubt player 6's identity and pave the way for him to resist player 6. Although player 2 was on the side of 11, he also mentioned that 10 had a profit side, and he also talked about the logic of why 10 had a profit side. He didn't just mention it casually or pretend. This left a very good impression on me. So, I think 3, 11, and 12 are probably the 3 wolves. Player 1 can't be dealt with for the time being. After all, 11 and 12 are rushing to configure and kidnap him. Judging from their behavior, they can't be wolf teammates. 3711121011. But this is just temporary. I still have to listen to what 11 has to say. If he talks better than 10, I might come back. Alright, that's all I want to say, officer. I'm a good guy, so I'll stand by 10 first, but it's hard to say how I'll get votes in the end. It depends on what 11 says. That's it, it's over. Player number 4 please speak. 10, 11 pairs jump to the prophet. Isn't it simple to stand on the side? Why do you make it so complicated? Let me just say one thing. 11 is a gargoyle. He knows that 12 is his wolf teammate, so he also knows that the prophet is behind the police. If that's the case, why doesn't he throw a check to the police? Giving the 12th player a gold water will easily make him play with the 11th and 12th wolves. Isn't this pitfalls for teammates? It's fine if you're forced to jump, but it's unnecessary to drag your wolf teammates into the water. So, if 11 can throw gold water at 12, and dares to throw gold water at 12, he can't be a gargoyle. Why hasn't anyone discussed this? One is a chance to fight the prophet, and the other is to drag your teammates into the water. If it were you, what would you choose? Player No 4's perspective on the problem is eye-opening. What he said does make sense. If Ren Fan is really the big brother, since he has decided to take over, he must maximize his benefits as much as possible. Therefore, it is in the best interests of the wolf team to fight the prophet, rather than throwing golden water at the wolf teammates and tying yourself and the wolf teammates together. This is not a wise choice. Unless Ren Fan is out of his mind. If he is not out of his mind, he would never let his teammates down like this. Player 10's speech this round sounds good at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it is full of loopholes. It's fine if he thinks player number 8 is the cushion, and it can't be said that he is wrong to think so, but he must not recognize player No 5, because he thinks 11 is a gargoyle. Since 11 is a gargoyle, we can't think from Xialang's perspective. If 11 is a wolf, he can see that 5 is a wolf teammate, so he will naturally go to the outside position to play the good guy and enter the first badge flow to canvas votes. The problem is that he is a gargoyle and cannot open such a perspective. So, it's possible that the first badge flow will be applied to the wolf teammates. Isn't it a problem of perspective to recognize 10 out of 5? To put it more simply, the logic behind 10 to 5 and 11 not meeting each other is based on the fact that 11 is Xialang's fake identity. But he thinks 11 is the big brother who will take over the fake identity. Isn't this a breaking point? We had a great chat? It was a great chat. Ren Fan couldn't help but applaud and praise player number 4. This logic is indeed a point that no one in the previous position has figured out. The logic of 10 recognizing 5 conflicts with his analysis of Ren Fan's identity. If you want to beat anyone who is a gargoyle, you can't just recognize player 5 because his first police badge flow hits player 5. 10 didn't expect this and directly admitted that 5 was a good person. This was indeed his breaking point and the problem in his speech. No one in the front position thought of this logic, only 4 thought of it, and Ren Fan admired him very much. I don't know whether he is a good guy or a wolf. If he is a wolf, it's fine, but if he is a good guy, then he can set the pace well. 10 is a wolf, and player 9 might also be a wolf. 10 doesn't dare to define 9's identity, so he has to bite the bullet and throw a check to 11. Since 8 can get this, I don't want to call him a werewolf just to get votes. Now in my eyes, he is just a good guy who stands on the wrong side. He seems to be the only one who is sober while everyone else is drunk. In fact, he didn't find the right prophet at all, and he thinks that others are on the wrong side. Player number 9 is obviously hostile to player number 7. Otherwise, he wouldn't have blindly called player number 7 a hook wolf. They don't share the same side. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of gargoyles in 7 and 9. The flood washed away the Dragon King temple, and it's not uncommon for family members to disown each other. But we won't make it so complicated on the first day. In fact, I have been listening carefully to everyone's speech. I am trying to figure out who is suspected of passing the message. Since the gargoyle and the little wolf don't meet, he must have found a way to pass the message. After listening to all the comments, I think the gargoyle is probably between 2 and 6. It's not that their speeches are like ghosts, but they are just a bunch of holes. I think the gargoyle will most likely go on alert. Player 9 should be little wolf. Players 9 and 10 are both wolves, so player 10 shouldn't drop a check on player 9. We just talked about that. 11 is the prophet, 12 is Jinshui, and 10 is Xiaolang. So, the remaining players are 1, 2, 3, and 6. But the speeches of players 1 and 3 don't sound like the big brothers to me, so 2 and 6 will be the gargoyle. 26910911026. The police officer opened the wolf between 5 and 7. That's right, 7 cannot be released. 977979. What if player 7 is a gargoyle and hasn't been reported to the police? Normally, gargoyles will be reported to the police, but since there are normal ones, there are naturally abnormal ones. After all, everyone's habits and ideas are different. Some people like to stay under the police when they take gargoyles. Although 7 cannot be completely put down, relatively speaking, the bandit potential of player 5 is definitely greater. After all, 7 and 9 are both wolves, and the possibility that 7 is a gargoyle is very small. Speaking of player number 5, he is the most wolf-like among the police. In addition to arranging pits, his comments and actions in this round are also questionable. In this round, player 5 has made it clear that he wants to go back to side with player 10. I don't know what you think, but I think he wants to charge in and resist the push of player 11. He voted for 11 before, maybe because he was in 11's police badge flow, he didn't dare to directly vote for the wolf teammates, which could easily backfire. He probably felt that he had a chance to lead the tempo and resist the push of player 11, so he wanted to lead the tempo and charge forward. If player 10 was pushed out, the wolves would be in a passive position. After all, there is a gravekeeper on this board who can correct the perspective. I even feel that 5 voted for the badge to 11 just to pave the way for the police to charge, because most people think that if he is a wolf charging, there is no need to wait until the police are down, and they can just vote for the wolf teammates. The fact that he voted for 11 shows that he wants to fight back. Since he has already decided to fight back, how can he easily change his mind and fight back? So, good people can't find the 5 and 10 wolves. They can only say that 5 and 10 don't meet. Either they find that 5 is a gargoyle, or they have to accept 5. This kind of identity trick is very tricky, first hook and then rush, making it difficult for good people to get away. It can be heard that player number 4 is quite hostile towards player number 5. As a fellow police officer, he already suspected 5's identity. It's impossible for the police officer not to be suspicious, right? 5788910795. As luck would have it, 5's speech and behavior this round were not good, which made 4 suspicious of him. Now 4 feels like 5 is like a yin and yang hook, with a very wide range of disadvantages. He is not speculating maliciously about the identity of player number 5. It is really that the police are looking for a wolf. Number 5 is the most likely one and has the biggest gangster side. In addition, he made some high-sounding excuses to stand on the side of number 10 this round. Who else can he suspect? Player 11, I suggest you check on player 5 tonight. It's true that he voted for you, but that doesn't mean he's a good person. Especially after this round of speeches, you should be more careful with him. Listen carefully to what 2 and 6 say. If player 2 is a wolf, it can only be a gargoyle. He can't really handle the little wolf card. Actually, listening to his speech alone, he was quite good, with good logic and perspective, but the Panchi gargoyle just coiled around him. Or maybe I'm wrong, and the gargoyle didn't go to police at all. If that's the case, 2 can admit it. He still defended player 11 when he went to police. For example, he said that if 12 is a young wolf, it is unlikely to retreat easily. If he can retreat early, the possibility of 11 and 12 being a double wolf is very small. For example, he refuted the 10th police officer's definition of the relationship between 11 and 12 one by one. This is where he is not like a wolf. Unless he is a gargoyle and his perspective is not turned on, if he knows 10, he will not speak up for 11 like that. 366106110. Instead, I thought of the possibility that 6 was deliberately talking about the explosion and padding. This mentality is well prepared, including his dialogue with 10. If he is a prophet, he must pad 6 and drill the ship. These are more in line with the mentality of a good person. So, player 3 has accepted it for now and doesn't want to play him as a wolf. Alright, that's all I want to say, officer. 5, 9, and 10 are most likely 3 wolves. Look for the gargoyle among 2 and 6. Let go of the external positions for now. That's it. Pass. End of this chapter. Chapter 51. A gun stands here. Who is in favor and who is against? Player number 3, please speak. You did a great job. Player 4 gives you a thumbs up. I was wondering if you were a hook, but player 10 deliberately used the first badge flow on you to give you an identity. But after listening to your speech this time, I know you must be a good person. You were able to vote for player 10 despite the pressure from player 11's badge. It shouldn't be a hook, but you really heard that player 11 was a prophet. You were logically on the side. In this case, the number of police officers should be between 5 and 7, and 5 has the largest number of criminals. He actually turned around and sided with player number 10 this round. His behavior and mentality were not good. The key is that his reason for turning back is untenable. He said that 10 did not call him a wolf just because he was on the bandit ticket, which made him feel very good about it. 1010115511. But according to his entire logic, 11 is a gargoyle, and Big Brother and Little Wolf don't meet. When playing the police badge flow, it is possible to hit the wolf teammate. 5111055510. 5 and 10 are very likely to be 2 wolves. When the sheriff was voting, he didn't dare to charge, but the police felt that he could lead the charge because 10's speech was generally good. In addition to the speech of number 10, I think the reason why the number 5 player's thinking has changed is probably related to the speech of the previous player. 6810, 610, 511, 65. But when he saw 8 vote for 10 and the police spoke up for 10, he started to have some thoughts. From this point, we can also see that player 8 is a good person who stands on the wrong side. He gave 5 a lot of confidence. Otherwise, 5 would not dare to charge. Assuming that 6 and 8 are on the wrong side, with 2 good guys on the wrong side, will the wolves choose to charge? Most likely they will. If there is only one, wolves should be more inclined to play the hook and use the good guy on the wrong side as the anti-push position. So in my opinion, if 5 is a wolf, 6 and 8 must be good people. If there are wolves charging at 6 or 8, 5 is unlikely to change its attitude and go back to stand by 10, because this situation is not suitable for the wolves to fight hard. Someone has to hook them. After all, there is little hope of resisting 11. Only 2 people are so stubborn that they want to get into the wolves team, like 6 and 8, and the wolves will not be able to resist voting. The core of the speech by player number 3 is to use the yin-yang hook at 5, which greatly increases the risk of being a bandit. Then he infers that players 6 and 8 are both good guys standing on the wrong side. It's just that his logic of inferring that 6 and 8 are all good people is really a unique angle that ordinary people would not think of. He believed that the reason why player number 5 found a reason to go back and stand on the side of 11 after voting for 10 was because there were more good people standing on the wrong side in the front position, which gave him the confidence to charge and set the pace. 1068610510. This means that the impact of 6 to 10 when player number 5 stands on the side is not that big, but with player number 8, it is completely different. If 6 and 8 are both charging wolves, 5 will not be able to turn back and stand on the side of 10. In this situation, the wolves must keep a spark to fight back if they charge with all the members. Therefore, player 3 came to the conclusion that 6 and 8 could not be 2 wolves, and they were even good guys standing on the wrong side. This is the diversity of people's thinking. You have your way of finding the wolf to stand on the side of, and I have my way of catching bandits and identifying prophets. Everyone has different perspectives and angles on looking at problems. This is also the reason why some people's speeches can be recognized, some people's speeches are average, and some people speak like wolves. If everyone talks about the same thing, or even the same thing, how can we identify the good guys and the bad guys? Player 5 is the one who opens the wolf under the police. Player 7 cannot be played for the time being. After all, the hook is not what we are going to play today. The police start the wolf, which may be 1, 9, or 10. I thought the speech of player 6 was very wolf-like before, and even suspected that he was playing a padfly, but after listening to his speech in this round and the relationship with player 5 on the same side, I think I should have played him wrong. He is more like a good guy on the wrong side. 91116106111112, 1691610, 1910161991. So, my playing 1 and 9 double wolves is no different from player 9 playing 1 and 6 double wolves. It may sound like that at first glance, but in fact, the difference is huge. I will definitely not make the same mistake. After all, I just used this to beat someone else. Actually, I clicked 1, 9, and 10 for the 3 wolves, which involve gargoyles. I think player 1 is most likely a gargoyle. He may have been sending a message to the wolves by jumping into the crowd when he first spoke. He may have wanted to tell the wolves not to knife him tonight or that the person he tested last night was a civilian. Anyway, from what I've heard so far, 1 is the one who sounds most like a gargoyle, and 9 is Xiaolang. He may not be aware of this problem, so he typed 1. Wait and listen to what 1 has to say, especially see how he chooses sides and what logic he uses to choose sides. If he dares to say that he doesn't take the test, he probably can't say that unless he has some skills. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. I'm a good player with a good bottom card, so I'll stick with player number 11. That's it, we've passed. Player number 2 please speak. Why do I feel like player 3 is a ghost the more I listen to him? I recognized him on the police station and felt that he was a good chatterbox, but I can't agree with what he said off the police station. 6 and 8 are both good guys on the wrong side, and 9 is a wolf with a hook. Is this correct logic? I feel like player number 3 is a completely different person when he's on the police and off the police. When he's on the police, his logic in beating player number 6 is very correct, and his mentality is also very good. He even thought of the cushioning move. But when he got to the police, he changed. Everything was illogical. I felt his mentality was not good anymore. Now I don't dare to think he is a good person anymore. From my perspective, player 6 is unlikely to get a good card, and the possibility of him hitting the pad is very low. If he just wanted to fill in the wolf pit with 10 as a cushion, it's impossible to say that the probability of 11 and 12 becoming wolf teammates is the same. According to him, the 11 to 12 twin wolves are a low probability event, but 11 to 12 are not twin wolves, which is also a low probability event. Good people cannot use the so-called 11 to 12 twin wolves as a low probability event to stand on the side of 11. After such a statement, could he have been a scapegoat? It's impossible to think about it. He really wanted to help player number 10 to get player number 11 out of the game. So, I can only play 6 and 10 as wolves, and both the top and bottom police officers of 9 are very hostile to 10. Although I can't guarantee that 9 and 10 will not be on the same side, this is only the first day, so there is no need to force 9 into the wolf pit. Even if you suggest that 11 check 9, I think it's okay. It's too outrageous to just play 9 and 10 double wolf. The first person on the police station to stand by 11 was player number 9. The things he talked about are what most of us good people who close our eyes agree with. Hitting him without logic is like being a hook wolf. It's unacceptable. We can suspect that 9 is the hook, which is fine, because the wolf pit he set up under the police point is not quite right. 1, 6, and 10 cannot form 3 wolves. But based on this alone, it is definitely not right to say that he and 10 are teammates of wolves and he is doing the overhead kick. Player 8 said that 10 didn't try to kill the police because 9 and 10 were both wolves. 10 didn't want to lose the kill to his wolf teammates, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and kill the prophet. But this is just speculation. If we say that 10 and 9 are double wolves just because 10 didn't throw a check to the back of the police, it would be too unfair to the 9th player. Of course, I'm not chatting this up to get player number 9. I don't know him. I just heard you guys all play 9 and 10 double wolves, and there's no logic, it's all conjecture, so I want to express my opinion. Player 2's attitude toward player 3 has changed dramatically. In the police report, he readily acknowledged that 3 was a good person, but now, not only does he no longer acknowledge that 3 is a good person, he is even beginning to doubt 3's identity. Because he doesn't agree with what was won in round 3. Not to mention that number May 5th not be a wolf, even if he is a wolf, he cannot infer that number 6 and 8 are good people. Player number 6 on the police team instigated and set the pace for player number 10, and player number 8 on the police team helped player number 10 to score. Both of them have very big bandit faces, so how could they be easily defeated? What's more, he recognized both of them at once. He couldn't understand the train of thought of player number 3. Player 4's speech was well made, and his logic was very sound. He was able to think that 10 couldn't recognize 11 just because 5 used the first badge on him. I don't want to think that he is a wolf anymore. If there were 4 or 10 wolves, player 4 would never talk like this. The people in the front position didn't realize this anyway, so why would he bother to pick on his wolf teammates? Even if 10 is not a wolf, this is a flaw in his speech. Player 4 pointed it out and there is nothing wrong with it, which shows that he carefully considered the logic. I accept the number 4 player. No matter who is the prophet between 10 and 11, he has to be a good person. But let me talk to player 4. Don't tell me I'm a gargoyle. How can I be worthy of a gargoyle? If you want to talk about gargoyles, player 3 is the most suspicious. I can sense the changes in his mentality from the police to the police. Why do I say I don't dare to think he's a good person anymore? It's because I'm afraid he's a gargoyle. Player number 8 voted for the bandit, and the police helped the wolf to vote for the incitement. His behavior and speech were not good. I can't say that he is definitely a wolf, but he will eventually fall into the wolf's pit. The wolf should be between 5 and 8 when the police are in the game. As for player 7, how should I put it? The wolf pit he chose when the police are in the game was a bit problematic. He made the same mistake as player 9. He should not have played both wolves at 1 and 6, but his behavior and speech were good. I still say that, try not to use overhead kicks on the first day. If you keep thinking about using overhead kicks, there will be no good players on the field. 15681037. Maybe I clicked too many positions. There's nothing I can do. There are too many cards I'm unsure of right now. I need to listen to the speeches again and slowly narrow the wolf pit. Let's start with player 10 today. I don't want to play 11 and 12 as wolves for now. I told you that if player 12 is a wolf, he won't retreat easily. 10 told me that the timing of 12's retreat just shows that 11 and 12 are wolves. I was thinking, if 12 is really 11's bad teammate, then he deliberately retreated at that time. Isn't that intentionally betraying his teammates? It's obviously illogical. There is only one possibility. Player number 12 is a good guy. He didn't think too much when he retreated. When he saw the jump between number 10 and number 11, he was afraid of misleading the good guy's sight, so he retreated quickly. So, in my opinion, 11 and 12 cannot be a pair of wolves. If nothing unexpected happens, 11 is the prophet. After listening to player No 2's speech, Ren Fan felt that he was very likely his wolf teammate. In fact, the guess of player number 8 is quite reasonable. Player number 10 jumped under such great pressure and could only throw away the check to compete with Ren Fan's strength. But instead of checking and killing 9 to raise his prophet status, he checked and killed Ren Fan, which made it easy for the good guys to think that he was forcibly checking and killing the prophet. From the perspective of benefits, the behavior of player number 10 is abnormal, and there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Either number 10 is really a prophet, or number 9 and number 10 are 2 wolves. If the good guy wants to stand on Ren Fan's side, he has to play 9 and 10 double wolves. If he doesn't want to play 9 and 10 double wolves, and only plays 10 tough jumps, then there is something wrong with his mentality and logical thinking. Therefore, Ren Fan felt that 2 was most likely a wolf and 9 was a good guy. Player 8 had played 9 incorrectly, so he raised 9 to gain favor. Player number 1, please speak. I found that you guys are really good at misinterpreting other people's speeches and leading the conversation. I said on the alert that the Prophet should not come to test me, because I have the ability to stand on the side, but 11 and 12 directly configured to kidnap me. Later in the conversation, it became that I stood on the wrong side and became a wolf. 11 and 12 have good rhythm. From the listening point of view, neither of them do well in my position, so I don't really want to stand on the side of 11. Of course, this is from a personal emotional point of view. From a logical point of view, 11 received the check and killed the opponent and threw the gold water to 12. The force was quite strong. But as player 6 said, it is a low probability event that 11 and 12 are both good guys, which is also a low probability event. Then it becomes a multiple choice question. Some people prefer 11 and 12 to be both good guys, while others prefer 11 and 12 to be both wolves. I am definitely the latter. But I am not following my head because of my butt. It is not because the configuration of 11 and 12 forces me to do so. I just don't like them. If the number 10 player is a wolf, there is no reason for him to give a check to number 11. Even if number 9 and number 10 are both wolves, I don't think he will choose to give a check to number 11. He doesn't want to define the identity of the wolf teammates, and he can have countless reasons to give a check to the external position. For example, he could say that he was playing a dragon locking game and checked player number 8 in the other position. Or he could say that he has a habit of checking people, etc. Giving 11 a check is the most unwise choice, although a small number of people will think that his behavior is not in line with the benefits of being a tough wolf and tend to side with him. But more people will think that his forced investigation and killing of the Prophet does not sound good and leave a bad impression. Player number 10 must have thought of this, but he still chose to throw a check to number 11. I think only the Prophet would do this. The tough wolf would rather throw a check to his wolf teammates as an identity, throw gold water to let his wolf teammates play a hook, rather than forcibly kill the Prophet. In fact, the logic of player number 8 is very reasonable. Either 9 and 10 are wolves, or 10 is a Prophet. However, judging from the comments made by 9 in the 2 rounds of police promotion and police demotion, he and 10 probably cannot be wolf teammates. Especially in this round with the police, he is extremely hostile to 10. Not only to 10, but also to 6. If he were a wolf, he would only pretend to be hostile to 10, and I'm afraid he wouldn't have the same emotion towards 6. So, if 9 and 10 can't be twin wolves, then 10 is most likely the Prophet. In addition to these external factors, player 10's own speech was also particularly well done. Especially his comments on the players under the police this round, which really touched my heart. He didn't condemn the number 1 vote as everyone has a different definition. He didn't rush to acknowledge the number 1 vote and still wondered if the number 8 might be a cushion. Although there are some issues with 5, ignoring the fact that 11 is a gargoyle and won't meet with Cyaran. But the flaws do not outweigh the merits. Anyway, I feel that 10 is talking like a prophet, which makes me want to stand with him. Player number 1 is good. His boasting was not in vain. He really stood on the right side. The logic was also pretty good, and he explained from several aspects why he thought Ren Fan was a tough guy, which sounded quite reasonable. There is a saying that goes, whether the cat is black or white, as long as it catches the mouse, it is a good cat. Don't worry about its logic, as long as it stands on the right side. Player number 8 is a good guy. The logical point of recognizing him is that he thought of either 9 and 10 as twin wolves, or 10 as a prophet. I marked the wolves for player number 6 because he could see that 11 and 12 were all wolf teammates. It was amazing. 111211121112111. Oh, by the way, he also specifically mentioned the timing of player no 12's withdrawal. At the beginning, player number 12 did not withdraw because he was not sure that player number 11 was the boss. After he was sure that player number 11 was the boss, he withdrew without hesitation. Player 7 was laughing there, saying that 12 was a good guy and would back off when 10 and 11 jumped. He was not waiting to confirm whether 11 was the big brother. As soon as he said this, it was obvious that he was wrong. 7 and 11 should be the 2 wolves. Player 7 is charging and setting the pace for the big brother. There is no way they will let player 11 be pushed out today. So, the one who started the wolf under the police should be player 7. Player 5 turned back this round. If he and player 11 were teammates of the wolf, it is impossible for him to suddenly turn back and stand on the side of player 10. What can I say about player 4? Although he is on the wrong side, I don't think he is a wolf. At least his logic is correct. 10 really shouldn't have rashly recognized player 5, because 11 is a gargoyle who jumped into the trap, which is not the same as jumping into the trap with the little wolf. It's reasonable to play 4 against 10. I can't call him a wolf just because he stands on a different side than me, or because he doesn't stand on the side of 10. It doesn't make sense. 3 wolves are on the police. I think it's 9, 11, and 12. The margin of error lies with player no 2. The speech of the second police officer was not bad, and he didn't sound like a criminal, but the second police officer was more suspicious, and we need to pay special attention to him. 7, 9, 11, 12, this is the wolf pit pointed out by player number 10 on my side. I can't say that all 4 wolves are correct, but they are basically the same. But I won't kill player number 11. After all, he threw gold water to player number 12, which is quite powerful. It's true that I choose to play 11 and 12 as wolves, but this doesn't mean that I won't play 11 and 12 as good guys at all. If number 11 can talk me back to the last position, then I might vote for number 10. Otherwise, I'll have to let you go first, brother. In fact, it's not just 11. If player 12 can make me admit that he is a good person, I will also turn back. The two of them are in the same boat. They will rise and fall together. Player number 12 may jump to the ecstasy to give the good guys a correct perspective. I believe in the witch hunter. As long as he jumps, I will vote for player number 10 and will not say that he is the last player who forced himself to wear clothes and vote to resist the prophet. But if the gravekeeper jumps at 12, I'm sorry, just mark the wolf and attack. If the last jump is not a strong god, then there is no point in jumping. Jumping out will only make the good guys think that the wolf is trying to steal the turn by jumping the god card. I think player 12 understands the logic. It depends on how he talks later. Okay, that's all I want to say, officer. The bottom card is a good guy, stand on the side of player 10, that's it, it's over. Player number 12 please speak. Luckily I have an identity in this game, otherwise I might not be able to persuade you to come back. I am a hunter, I stand here with a gun, and welcome the werewolves to fight me. Why do I dare to throw a gun behind the police to check and kill the fake identity? It's this gun I rely on. Player number 12 stood up and jumped a hunter, which made Ren Fan raise his eyebrows. He didn't know whether number 12 was such a hunter or a wolf forcing himself to wear clothes to resist the prophet and grab the round. He must be hoping that 12 is a real hunter, so that the good guys won't be able to deal with the duo of 11 and 12. As long as they can't deal with the duo of 11 and 12, he will be the Iron Prophet. As for whether he is a gargoyle, he just checked 12 and knew that 12 was not a prophet, so he jumped up from the spot and threw gold and water to 12 to try his strength. Or he is a little wolf and he heard that 12 was pretending to be a prophet, so he threw gold and water to 12 to try his strength, but he couldn't figure it out. Because the possibility of these two situations occurring is too low, it is better to stand by Ren Fan instead of doing this. Again, I have no grudge against him. Since the possibility of him becoming a prophet is 99%, why do I have to worry about the 1%? I know that if I'm the last person to be promoted, even if I'm a hunter, there will still be people who question my identity and think that I'm a wolf pretending to be a hunter and want to take this opportunity to forcefully push forward the prophet. Let's put it this way. If someone in the outside position jumps against me as a hunter, I will be eliminated first tomorrow. No matter who it is, as long as she jumps against me, I will be eliminated and I will be kicked out. Let me shoot. If you still don't believe me after all I've said, then I can't do anything about it. To put it bluntly, if player 11 and I were both wolves, with the police badge in hand, even if I didn't jump into a trance, I could still push player 10 out of the game. 2, 3, 4, 7, 9, plus the votes of player 11 and me, this already controls the situation, right? If so, why should I go to the extra mile and become a hunter? I jumped out just to let the good guys know that 11 is a prophet. With me, the hunter, standing by him, you don't need to discuss the double wolves of 11 and 12. If the werewolf wants to fight me head-on, I welcome it. Otherwise, just sell out your teammates and fight back. But then again, it's too late to make a counterattack now that the speech has been sent to me. After all, once the words are spoken, they can be spilled. I know whether everyone's speech just now was good or bad. I can only say that the good guys had good luck in this game. I cheated my identity and got the fortune teller. He threw gold water at me with great force, forcing the werewolf to fight the 11th and 12th wolves. And I happen to be a hunter. Otherwise, there will definitely be fools who stand on the wrong side. Listening to the words of player number 12, the joy on Ren Fan's face became more and more intense. Because he felt that 12 was most likely a real hunter. His tone and state didn't seem like a wolf pretending to be a hunter. And as 12 said, if he was a wolf, there would be no need to pretend to be a hunter in the last position. Anyway, there are enough votes to oppose player number 10. He can jump to the hunter, so he can't pick up the wolf card mentally, not to mention that he has the confidence to talk to good people. If someone jumps to him, he will be eliminated tomorrow. Once words like this come out, if he is a wolf, he is a complete jerk who is here to mess with the mentality of his wolf teammates. It is almost certain that the prophet will be rejected, so why should we give good people a chance to correct their perspective? It is precisely because of this that Ren Fan feels that player number 12 cannot be a wolf pretending to be a hunter wearing clothes. He threw this golden water on the hunter, so it can only be said that the good guy deserved to lose. It's no wonder that the hunter mindlessly stands by Ren Fan. In this situation, does he have any other choice? Player number 10 plays the two wolves at 11 and 12, and he runs to stand beside 10. He plays Ren Fan as a gargoyle, who just happened to have tested himself last night, and then he throws gold water to him to try his strength. How dark must his heart be to want to see the prophet throwing gold water to himself? Moreover, he went to stand on the side of player number 10, which was a typical case of trying to please a cold butt. He was not so mean. After a pause, player 12 spoke again. After listening to all the speeches, I feel that player 8 is particularly confused. His speech is actually quite good, and his logic is self-consistent, but his butt is too crooked. He only thinks that player 10 is a prophet, but why doesn't he think about player 11? Is there any reason why he is not as good as player 10 in talking? From his behavior and words, it's clear that player 8 is a gangster. It's no exaggeration to say that he is a charging wolf. So why do I say he is a fool? It's because he might have two wolves when he got to 9 or 10. This is his get out of jail free card. Without this sentence, 8 would have to stay in the wolf's den. With this sentence, 8 is most likely the good guy on the wrong side. I think player number 9 might be the hook. Although it's not a good idea to talk like this on the first day, and it hurts No 9's feelings a bit, but whether from a logical point of view or from the position pattern combined with No 10's remarks, the possibility of number 9 and number 10 being double wolves is very high. 2910119. If the test result is gold and water, we will be relieved. Otherwise, we will always be suspicious and afraid of 9 or 10 pairs of wolves. And if we have this mentality, it will give the werewolves a chance to exploit loopholes. They will find ways to set the pace with 2 wolves at 9 and 10, and use 9 as a resistance position. If it is detected and killed, then it will be a hidden mine. After all, he is playing the reverse hook. Even if the good guys want to get 9 or 10 pairs of wolves, the people who do banditry in the external position and get bandit tickets to sneak into the wolf team have not been cleared out, so it can't be pushed to him. To put it simply, the good guy may be a double wolf if he gets 9 or 10 in the dream, but in terms of the round, 9 is relatively late. After all, he is on the right side, so his status is always higher than those who stand on the wrong side and do banditry. According to this line of thinking, if player number 9 is a wolf, he can only be a little wolf. If he is a gargoyle, then player number 10 won't be so secretive since he doesn't know player no 9. 977977. The police will open the wolf. Judging from the current situation, it should be player 5. Player 4 will definitely not be able to get it. 1011551111. But in fact, 11 is the big brother in the eyes of player 10. This is where 10 is very popular. Once 4 makes a statement like this, even those who are not good people have to recognize him as a good person. On the other hand, player 5 not only did not realize this problem, but because player 10 used this problematic logic to recognize him, he developed a favorable impression of player 10 and turned back to stand on the side of player 10. This mentality is problematic, including his statement that 10th player's identity was defined very well by the police. With all due respect, I really don't see what's so good about it. He didn't even think that player 5 couldn't be recognized. How can you call this good? Player number 1 called this explosive bandit's speech a flaw. He really downplayed it. If these were all minor problems, minor flaws, there would be no talk of exploding it. So, if player 1 doesn't do his job well, he's just trying to smooth things over for player 10. This is not the mentality of a good person. 1, 9, and 10 are most likely 3 wolves. Player 6 is considered a margin of error. If 9 is not a wolf and we played her wrong, then 1, 6, and 10 are 3 wolves. Player 1 is probably a gargoyle. The wolf under the police is temporarily designated as player 5, and 8 is the good guy who stands on the wrong side. 4 and 7 are temporarily unavailable, although the location of wolf 7 is a bit problematic. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. Hunter leads the team to send out player number 10. Whoever agrees or disagrees, the vote will be on me. That's it. Pass. End of this chapter. Chapter 52. The prophet's tricks are too tricky. Player number 11, please speak. That's great. Once player number 12 becomes a hunter, it saves me a lot of trouble. I can even say that no matter how much logic I use, it is not as good as the gun in his hand. As for whether 12 can be a wolf in the last position and pretend to be a hunter, forcing the number of votes to push against the number 10 player, theoretically it is possible, but 12 himself said just now that there is no need for that. If we were wolves, we would have a pretty good chance of winning the 10th place, but we'd be close to it. If that's the case, why did 12 still jump into the hunter? This jump inexplicably gave the hunter a correct perspective. It was a complete self-defeating operation with no benefit. So, if player 12 can jump to this hunter, he must be a hunter. There is really no need to worry about him being a wolf. Putting aside the identity, if we look at the logic, 10 can't hold the prophet card either. He has too many explosive points. First, the police are on top. He threw a check at me. The police badge flow doubled up to suppress the police at 4 and 7. As soon as these words were spoken, the bandits were directly killed. In his eyes, player number 12 is a card with a hard-to-define identity. He could be a wolf or a good guy. When he is unsure, who else should be put into the first police badge flow for inspection than player no 12? As a result, he double-pressed the police. This is not the mentality and perspective of a prophet. He said that he played the police badge flow in this way to canvass votes. The key point is that the police badge flow of the prophet is not used to canvass votes, but to open up perspectives and define the focus card of the identity that is difficult to define. Doesn't player 10 understand this? Regardless of whether he understands it or not, his badge flow will explode with 4 or 7 smooth tests. Player number 9 talked about this. He said that there was something wrong with the badge flow of player number 10. He shouldn't have tested player number 4 and number 7 in sequence. He should have tested player number 12. Then he can't be a backtrap in my case. Although many people are doubting that 9 and 10 are double wolves, and that the 10th player is afraid to define the identity of 9, so he threw a check to me, and 9 stood by and I was just playing a hook, but I don't think that's the case. But player number 9, I can still protect you while I am here. If I am out, someone will definitely come out and lead the game with 9 or 10 double wolves, saying that my logic is wrong. So, to be on the safe side, I'll test you. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand so many people questioning you. Ren Fan really understood the skills and art of speaking, which minimized the resistance and antipathy that the other party had when he went to test 9. If Ren Fan openly said he suspected player 2 and player 12 were a pair of wolves like player 9 and player 10 did, and then checked player 9 at night, that would definitely make player 9 feel disappointed, and he might even get upset and go to side with player 10. But what Ren Fan said just now was very comfortable to listen to. He didn't test 9 because he suspected the double wolves at 10 and 9, but because he was afraid that the werewolf in the external position would lead the pace and use 9 to resist the push. To put it more bluntly, Ren Fan tested him out of consideration for player 9, so how could player 9 not be moved to tears? Such a thoughtful prophet, love it. Let's talk about the second explosive point of player number 10. He rashly recognized that player number 5 was a good guy. His logic was that I had put the first badge flow on player number 5. Number 5 and number 11 would not meet. I wanted to win the vote of player no 5. But according to his logic, I was checking and killing the jumping gargoyle, and the gargoyle's police badge attack was not like the wolf who would deliberately avoid the wolf teammate. Without opening the perspective, it is very likely that the gargoyle will use the police badge attack on the wolf teammate. So, player number 5 must not be recognized. Player number 10 recognized player number 5 because of my police badge flow. This is a very big explosion point. But it's outrageous that the police officer didn't mention this until player 4. Finally, it's about his definition of the identity of player number 6. He said he didn't want to play 6 as a wolf playing a cushion, but the problem is that the statement made by the police on 6 clearly exposed the bandits. 6 used such a statement to stand by him. As a prophet, he definitely can't pretend nothing happened anymore. If 6 is a good guy on the opposite side, how come he can't even discern that player 1 can't be a wolf teammate with us? When I was so strong, he was able to go to side 10, so he must be someone who is very confident in his side. And it's impossible for such a person not to think that player 1 didn't meet with us, but he doubted player 1's identity. That's a problem. 10 If he is a prophet, he will definitely talk to the good guy and say that 6 might be playing a pad fly, because 6 is standing on the side and he has a problem, and the conversation is too explosive. But player 10 had no such awareness at all. He simply said that although player 6's chat was flawed, he couldn't be beaten and sent flying because of that. This mentality is undoubtedly that of an iron wolf. Ren Fan talked about 3 explosive points of player 10 in one breath, each of which was well-reasoned and convincing. With these logics and the identity of hunter number 12, it is a foregone conclusion that he will be able to resist the attack from player number 10. Now Ren Fan was a little worried that 12 was a hunter. He sounded so much like a prophet, and wondered if his wolf teammates would kill him at night. This kind of situation is not uncommon, and is even quite common. The gargoyle wears the clothes of a certain god brand, and the little wolf thinks it is real. The same goes for the prophet, especially since he was wearing a police badge, which made the little wolf feel nervous. If the judgment is wrong and he is really a prophet but is mistaken for the eldest brother, it would be embarrassing. Let's click on the wolf pit. Player number 4 under the police must be a good person. First, he was the first to reach 10 and couldn't rashly admit the explosion point of 5. Second, he was in the first police badge flow of 10 and voted for me under pressure. These 2 points are enough to prove that he and 10 will not meet. As for whether 4 can be a gargoyle, that is not something we need to consider today. Player number 8 is on the bandit ticket, and the police are helping number 10 to incite. It is very likely that 8 and 10 are double wolves. I don't think 8 is a good guy who is on the wrong side. If he had been a little more careful about my prediction, I wouldn't have directly called 8 and 10 double wolves. The key is that he didn't have it, so I will give him a taste of his own medicine. If he doesn't think I'm a prophet, then I won't think he's a good person. Player number 5 has a gangster side. Although he voted for me for the police badge, his speech was not well done. He inexplicably turned back to stand on the side of player number 10. His logic is completely untenable. As for player number 7, I can't get him to hit a hook for now, and I don't really want to get him to hit a hook. Because there is one thing that makes me feel that he is not a wolf. That is, he said that the timing of the 12th player's withdrawal does not mean that 12 is a little wolf who is trying to determine whether I am the big brother. The same is true for the good guy who pretends to be a big brother and withdraws. Since he can talk like this, I have a good impression of him. If I can avoid thinking he is a wolf, I will. In this case, the only player who can start the wolf under the police is player number 8. 5 is the margin of error. 161016. I'll check on player number 9 tonight. Use the second badge flow to attack player number 5. There's no need to check on players number 1, 6, and 8. Either you take a photo of yourself to climb out of the wolf pit, or you will be beaten by the resistance. Today, I will release player number 10. I hope that after listening to me, all good people will stand on the right side and vote. Those who stood on the wrong side are not too late to turn back now. Okay, that's all I want to say about this round. Police badge flow 9, 5 tests, player number 10, passed. Everyone has finished speaking and the exile vote begins. As soon as Ren Fan took the microphone, the system's prompt sound rang in everyone's ears. It can be said that there is no suspense in this round of exile voting. Ren Fan chatted very well in the last position, which was perfect. Whether it was the good people who recognized him or the players who clicked into the wolf pit, they all had reasons and were completely tenable. With the hunter's support, it is easy for him to resist player number 10. 10 seconds passed in a flash. The voting results are now in front of everyone. 13681011, 245791111210. As expected, player 10 was pushed out. But looking at the voting pattern, if Ren Fan's speech is worse, or he fails to get 5 or 9 votes, he will be eliminated. Fortunately, the result is satisfactory. There is no guard on this board, and the hunter is already stuck on the table. Once the witch and the gravekeeper are found, the sword can be used. Player number 10 is out. Please leave your last words. My wolf teammate, I wonder if he is sleepwalking, making me, a big brother, jump out of the water. Originally, I threw a check on player number 11 just to create an opposing side, because 11 doesn't feel like a prophet to me, but more like a wolf in disguise. As a result, no one followed the 11 pair jump. I wanted to retreat but couldn't. If I retreated, it would be a one-sided prophet. I would definitely go to the anti-push position under the warning. Instead of doing that, it would be better to just jump with 11 pairs. Maybe we can trick the good guys into pushing him out of the game. But unfortunately, it was just a little bit off. At this point, I can no longer hide it. I have to take a photo of my identity. Otherwise, I'm really worried that my wolf teammates won't be able to tell who is the prophet and who is the big brother. I'm telling you right now, I'm the eldest brother. Player number 9 I checked last night is the gravekeeper. The hunter has already jumped out, and the only thing missing is the witch. You guys should worry about it. Listening to player no 10's speech, Ren Fan was dumbfounded. The prophet was out and jumped into the gargoyle, tricking the little wolf into killing him at night. This operation is so cool. He was originally a little worried that the little wolf would take him as a real prophet. Now that 10 did this, wasn't he deliberately trying to get him into trouble? Who would have thought that the prophet would be eliminated and recognize the big brother? This is illogical. As for player number 10 reporting that 9 is the gravekeeper, that must have been a casual remark. Tomorrow, as long as 9 says that he is not the gravekeeper, the good people will understand his good intentions. In this case, if Ren Fan throws gold water to 9 again, the result can be imagined. There is only one possibility that player number 10 will fail, that is, player no 9's whole card is a wolf, and then he will not be able to wear the big brother's clothes. As long as the wolf is not a fool, he will be able to recognize the intention of being the boss when he is eliminated with 10. As long as 9 is not a wolf, 10's routine can kill Ren Fan. I just thought about it. My wolf teammates didn't come out to play as a stuntman. Did they make a mistake about who is the prophet and who is the big brother? Maybe they think I'm a prophet. If I were a ghost, I wouldn't be likely to come out and pretend to be a ghost, let alone throw a check on 11. And 11 looks like a gargoyle in their eyes. After testing 12 last night, they knew that 12 is not a prophet, but a hunter who has faked his identity. So they took advantage of the situation and threw gold water to 12 to increase their strength. Whenever the prophet speaks up, he will definitely play 11 and 12 wolves, but 12 is a hunter, so he can't beat them at all. This is the fundamental reason and benefit for player number 11, as a gargoyle, not to lie low and test people, but to come out and show off. If Xiaolang really thinks so, then my death is very unjust. Actually, I was afraid that Xiaolang would think so and think 11 was a ghost, so I took the identity photo directly. And I identified the gravekeeper on the first night. This information is very important and cannot be brought into the grave. It must be reported. Now I have said everything I need to say. Tonight you can kill player 11 first, then player 9. This is equivalent to testing player 11 for nothing. The wolves still have a chance to win. Player number 10 was very cunning, fearing that little wolf would not believe that he was the big brother, so he specifically explained why he wanted to be the prophet on the alert. And there was a hint of sarcasm in his words towards the little wolf, mistaking the prophet for the eldest brother and thinking the eldest brother was the prophet. Once such a statement came out, it was simply adding insult to injury for Ren Fan. Originally, the probability of him getting stabbed at night was 10%, but after the conversation with player no, it was probably close to %. Even though Xiaolang had some suspicion that 10 was a prophet wearing Big Brother's clothes to trick them into killing Big Brother, he didn't dare to keep Ren Fan. What if Ren Fan is really a prophet? And if he is asked to test people for 2 more days, what will happen? It's time to go all out and rather be wrong than let off the hook. No matter who is the prophet or the Big Brother, just get them all out. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. After player number 10 left his last words, the game immediately entered darkness. At the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room were all cheering for player number 10 crazily. Awesome. What is operation? This is what operation is. If you want to learn the technique, just follow 10. It's amazing. Although there may be some failures, it's really awesome. I'm about to witness a hell scene, brothers Ialangdeo, it's so funny. It would have been better if you just stayed quiet, but you had to do something rash. Now you're reaping the consequences, right? You deserve it. This show is really good. It tried to be cool, but ended up being a nobody. This prophet is so good. He wore the Big Brother's clothes when he was out, forced the little wolf to wash his hair, and fooled their Big Brother Deo. If he hadn't had a cerebral infarction for 10 years, he wouldn't have thought of such a routine. Actually, there's no need. With the gravekeeper here, we can always see the angle of view. If the 9th card is a wolf, it would be counterproductive. Just wait for Big Brother to get stabbed. I learned something from today's live broadcast. When the prophet is eliminated, he can wear gargoyle clothes. You can be a big brother and get stabbed by a little wolf, and you still want to teach us how to play games? Go play in the mud. The barrage was filled with gloating and mocking voices, which made Ren Fan laugh and cry. He really didn't expect that player number 10 would wear his clothes. This is really a case of giving someone a taste of his own medicine. He stole the prophet's clothes, and the prophet stole his clothes. One fooled the good people, and the other fooled the werewolf. Gargoyle, please open your eyes, please select the target you want to check. The system's prompt sound came into Ren Fan's ears. He looked at the screen and thought for a moment, and finally turned his gaze to player number 3. 3 was on his side when he was speaking, but in the end he voted for him. His words and actions were inconsistent, and he changed his vote at the last minute. He might have an identity, otherwise, it would be easy to get himself killed by playing like this. The most important thing is that the speech on the third police is relatively strong, and the direct plate 6 is a wolf, which also shows that he may be a god. If the test result is 3 and it turns out to be a god, then give him the police badge and wait and see how the good guys deal with him. It can be said that Pan 3 is a good person with a dirty identity. But Pan Ren Fan can also do the opposite and give the police badge to his wolf teammate. As long as you are brave enough, you can play like this. After all, the prophet dares to wear gargoyle clothes. But no matter how the game goes, the good guys will ask player number 3 to take a picture of his identity. If he has an identity, it is natural for him to be the sheriff and lead the team. If his identity cannot be revealed, he will have to be pushed forward. Don't say that he voted for Ren Fan. The more this happens, the more suspicious good people will become. As for the wolves, when they saw Ren Fan give the police badge to player number 3, they should be able to guess that 3 is a god. Otherwise, there is no reason for Ren Fan to give the police badge to 3. Thinking in his mind, Ren Fan checked player number 3. The next second, the result appeared in front of him. She is a witch. Seeing this information, Ren Fan was immediately delighted. His judgment was indeed correct. Player number 3 had an identity and was a powerful witch. In this way, he found the witch and the hunter, and pushed the prophet out of the game, so the MVP should be his again. As for Xiaolang, he even killed the big brother. How can he still have the nerve to win the MVP? Unless they can realize that player number 10 is trying to trick their brother Deo, but it's not that Ren Fan underestimates his teammates. Those 3 guys really don't dare to keep themselves. Therefore, Ren Fan has prepared for the worst. It cannot be said that the wolf teammates played badly, it was mainly because the 10th routine was too deep. Who would have thought that the prophet was pushed out, and instead of trying hard to tell the good guys that he was the prophet who left, he put on gargoyle's clothes and recognized the big brother. From a god's perspective, it must be felt that although the 10-jump gargoyle's conversation seemed quite reasonable, there was still something wrong. However, being in the middle of a chess game, with only a little time to think at night, is a completely different experience. The night operation was quickly over. After dawn, a dialogue box popped up on the screen. The person who died last night was player number 11, without any last words. Although he was mentally prepared, Ren Fan was still a little depressed when he really saw himself being stabbed. Fortunately, he has completed all the work that a gargoyle should do, and even exceeded it. Now it depends on the performance of his wolf teammates. If he wins, he won't bother with these guys about being stabbed. If he loses in the end, he will be considered kind if he doesn't scold them. Please ask the police chief to choose to hand over or tear off the police badge. The system prompt sounded, and Ren Fan gave the police badge to player number 3 without any hesitation. This operation again puzzled the audience in the live broadcast room. Giving the badge to a witch? What does that mean? Are you going to take revenge on your wolf teammates? It's really tragic. He didn't die at the hands of a good guy, but died at the hands of his wolf teammate. I just want to say that this wolf teammate did a great job. The prophet played really well. If the good guys win this game, carve the MVP on the prophet's face. It really made me laugh. 1-for-1 exchange at the limit. A good man becomes a prophet. Brother Longdeo, they are all talented. I can't see his expression, I guess his face must be green. I suddenly feel a little excited when I think about it. The badge was given to the witch. To be honest, it was a great idea. The wolf could guess what he wanted to say right away, and the good guys had to make a choice. Believe it or not, 3 is a good guy. Player number 11 chooses to hand over the police badge to player number 3, and player number 3 becomes the sheriff. The system's beep sounded in everyone's ears. When the good guys saw Ren Fan give the police badge to player number 3, they all frowned and had a lot of question marks in their heads. How can this police badge be given a value of 3? If it is verified that player number 9 is a wolf, the badge should be given to player number 12, because player number 12 is both a Goldwater and a hunter. If it turns out that player number 9 is a good person, then the police badge will be given to player number 9, and player number 3 will never get the police badge. Ren Fan's flying of the police badge like this really made the good people's mentality explode. Now they don't know that Ren Fan is a wolf, they just think that Ren Fan is the prophet who got stabbed. After all, 10 admitted that he was a wolf and left yesterday. Only when the gravekeeper jumps out can the perspective be corrected. Otherwise, even if the good guys can't figure out why Ren Fan gave the police badge to 3, they won't figure out that he is a wolf, and they can't figure it out. Please choose the order of speeches for this round. Player number 2, please speak. I don't understand. If I remember correctly, the badge flow that 11 played yesterday was 9 and 5, right? Even if we verify that player number 9 is a wolf, we still give the badge to player number 12. How did we get it to player number 3? I can't figure it out. Could it be that player 11 thought that player 9 was the gravekeeper and didn't need to be checked, so he temporarily changed to the police badge flow? But it's still impossible to give the police badge to player 3. Unless he didn't check 9 or 5, and instead checked player 3, because there was something wrong with 3's ticket pattern yesterday. He agreed to stand on the side of 11 and play 10, but in the end one ticket was on 11, and then 11 became suspicious of him and went to check him. This is the only way I can think of. Although it is outrageous and not what a qualified prophet should do, I can't think of a more reasonable explanation. Player number 2 didn't open the perspective, so naturally he couldn't understand why Ren Fan would fly the police badge to player number 3 who had nothing to do with the police badge flow. Even if Ren Fan gave the police badge to player number 5, he could understand it. After all, the gargoyle reported that 9 was the gravekeeper. In this case, there was no need to check 9 again. It was also reasonable to check player number 5 who had the second police badge. The question is, if 5 is gold and water, the police badge is given to 5. If 5 is checked and it is a kill, the police badge is given to player number 12. What does it have to do with 3? Since normal logic doesn't work, you can only use your imagination and guess a possibility that sounds plausible. If he was a gravekeeper and knew that 10 was left by the prophet, he would completely understand Ren Fan's actions. I think we should look for the wolf among the people who voted for the bandit yesterday. 13681011. Since 3 received the gold water, he must be a good person. I don't care why 11 changed his mind and went to test 3. 31681011. This shows that the logic of 11 yesterday was completely correct. 5 and 9 have 2 error tolerances. Player 9 is the gravekeeper, and 5 should just listen to the comments. Now that the prophet and the gargoyle are gone, there are 3 wolves on the field, the police are pushing in front, and the witch has poison in her hand. No matter the situation or the round, we good guys have the advantage. Why don't we use player number 1 today? His face should be the biggest on the field, bigger than players number 6 and 8. In my opinion, his speech yesterday was just a charge, and the logic of standing by player number 10 sounded far-fetched. It is true that police officers 11 and 12 set up a kidnapping for him, but who caused this problem? Why didn't they set up a kidnapping for someone else? Wasn't it because player 1 said he had the ability to stand by the team, so he didn't need a prophet to verify it? It's obviously his own fault. He misled others, but he turned around and blamed the configurations 11 and 12 for kidnapping him. Isn't this a typical wolf-like statement? He also said that if player 10 doesn't check for player 9, he can't get the wolf card. What's the result? Is player 10 a wolf? Don't judge others by yourself. Everyone has different ideas. If player 9 doesn't check for player, he can't be a wolf. What kind of logic is this? In short, the logic behind player 1's support for player 10 yesterday was untenable. In addition to his ticket type, I don't think it's too much to call him a sure wolf. Player number 2 killed point 1 directly, leaving no room for maneuver. In his opinion, the wolves were most likely rushing to vote yesterday. Those who voted for Ren Fan were of low status. After player number 3 was eliminated, there were exactly 4 wolves, 1, 6, 8, and 10. This should not be a coincidence. Among the 3 people, player 1, 6, and 8, his speech was the worst and most like a wolf. So, he came up with 1 today. Unless 1 can take a picture of a witch, he won't believe in jumping into the gravekeeper. After a pause, player 2 continued, good people don't need to doubt my identity. To be frank, my status is second only to the God card and gold water. Because what I said yesterday was all correct. For example, many people played 9 and 10 double wolves, and the player at number 9 was playing a hook. At that time, I told the good people not to play the hook too early. Although the wolf pit at the bottom of the number 9 player's guard spot has some issues, you can't call him a wolf just because of that. That's not right. If my trump card is wolf, I will definitely follow the trend and set the pace to play 9 and 10 double wolf, and use 9 as a resistance position. I won't talk to good people, so don't rush to play 9 and 10 double wolf. There is also player number 8. Many people think that he is a good guy who is on the wrong side, but I would say that after all, player number 8 is the one who helped player number 10 to incite and lead the tempo. He must be pushed into the wolf pit. It turns out that he is a wolf. From these 2 points, it can be seen that I must be a good person. If anyone doubts my identity, he is either a wolf or... I won't tell you what it is. Think about it yourself. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. Player number 1, pass. Player number 1 please speak. Okay, I'm on the wrong side, so I'm telling the truth. My bottom line is that I'm a civilian, so I'll show it to the police. Yesterday I sided with player number 10, and it was definitely not forced like 2 said. From my perspective, I really don't have a good impression of 11 and 12. They set up a plan to kidnap me and that was not a good thing to do. I just said that I have the ability to stand on the side and hope that the prophet will not come to test me. How did it reach the level of configuration kidnapping? Did I say that I would not stand on the wrong side? As for what I said about player 10 not being able to pick up the wolf card if he doesn't check for player 9, there is nothing wrong with that logic. He is the wolf who comes out to show off. What's the benefit of checking for player 11? He must be checking for the police to compete with player 11. I said this on the police Sending out checks and kills is always more powerful than throwing gold water. I just want to stand by and throw out the prophet who checks and kills. It's not easy to check and kill the tough wolf randomly. If you're not careful, you might hit the big brother or the iron plate. So, if 11 receives the check and then throws the gold water to 12, the force is strong, but if 10 throws the check to 9 after the warning, the force is comparable to 11. In this case, why doesn't he give it a try? Choosing to throw a check to 11, isn't this lowering your own prophet status? It doesn't make sense. I think my logic for standing on side 10 was quite sound. Although I stood on the wrong side, it can't be considered as forcing myself to stand on the side and charge, right? Player number 1 is not a gravekeeper. After 10 is eliminated and he recognizes the wolf, he realizes that his situation will become very bad. He will most likely be in the resistance position, and there is a high probability that he will be pushed out. But even so, the water still needs to be surfaced. We can't just lie there and let it flow. Whether a good person can recognize him is one thing, but whether he is serious about his actions is another. Player number 11 turned over the cards and gave the police badge to 3. It is really hard to understand. I haven't met a fortune teller who doesn't judge people by police badges for a long time. To be honest, if player 10 hadn't admitted to being a wolf, I would have continued to side with 10, because the wolf pit he pointed out yesterday and his behavior of throwing the police badge to player 3 today made me unable to admit it. But there's nothing we can do. No matter what, 11 is a prophet. He can give the badge to player 3, so 3 is the good guy. Player number 2 was very hostile to me and kept shouting that he wanted to get me out. Although he was on the right side and had the right vote, I felt that he had a gangster side and might be a hook. From my perspective, when you click on the wolf pit, 6, 8, and 10 are likely to be 3 wolves. Yes, it's just a high probability, not a certainty. Because I can stand on the wrong side, and player number 3 can stand on the wrong side, it does not rule out that good people among players number 6 and number 8 may also stand on the wrong side. Putting myself in their shoes, I won't kill candidates 6 and 8, but after listening to their speeches, I will choose one to vote for. Assuming that 6 and 8 are both wolves, then there must be a deep water hook wolf in the outside position, which may be player no 2. To be honest, when the prophet and the gargoyle jump against each other, there is no such thing as a charge or a hook, because even the wolf may not know who is the prophet and who is the boss. So, isn't the so-called charge or hook just empty talk? So, the person who got the right ticket yesterday may not be a good person, and the person who got the wrong ticket may not be a wolf. I hope the good people won't beat me to death with one stick. If I were a wolf, there would be no need for me to jump to the front of the police and speak. This would not bring any benefits to the wolf, and would only make me the focus. As a good person, I jumped to attract the attention of the gargoyle, so that he could not help but test me. This can also be regarded as helping the god card to block the skill. Anyway, I'll just go with 6 or chapter 53. The wolves are about to split. Player number 12, please speak. Well, I'm not targeting anyone. I just want to say that the prophet who doesn't judge people by their police badges has something wrong in his brain. I expected 11 to get killed. The gargoyle has revealed his cards, but little wolf still won't kill 11. Let him test the enemy for one more day, and then he can turn in his cards. If 11 is killed early, there will still be a chance to make a deep push. But I never expected that 11 would be able to give the police badge to player 3. I was so confused. Where did this talent come from? It's really confusing. To be honest, if player 10 hadn't recognized the wolf and left, I would have called him the wolf just because player 11 gave the police badge to player 3. If a prophet doesn't check people according to the badge, people who don't know would think this is a novice game. Player number 9 is the gravekeeper, so can't player number 5 check? I think player 2 is right. Player 11 probably saw that player 3 suddenly changed his vote and suspected that player 3 was a wolf, so he thought of testing player 3. The problem is, what's the point of checking 3? How do the good guys know that he is a wolf after checking 3? How can they fly the police badge? If the police badge is thrown to me, I will only think that player number 5 is a checker. I can't guess that the checker is player number 3 even if I scratch my head. I can only say that it's a good thing that 3 is a good person, otherwise, even a perfect start would have been ruined by him. Player number 12 was very dissatisfied with Ren Fan's behavior. In his opinion, a prophet who did not test people according to the police badge was a fool. Good people are not gods, so how can they guess that the prophet will suddenly change his mind and check people outside the police badge stream? This will cause great trouble to the good people. In other words, Ren Fan was lucky this time, and player number 3 was not a wolf, so he could give him the police badge, indicating that player number 3 was a good person after being verified last night. Otherwise, how should this police badge fly? If you fly the ball to player number 12, the good guy will think that player number 5 is checking for you. But if you fly the ball to player number 5, you're afraid that he is a wolf. Isn't this just creating trouble and difficulties for yourself? Although the good guys had a big advantage by pushing the gargoyles out of the game on the first day, there were still 3 wolves on the field, and one of them might be a deep water hook wolf. If you can create one more pit, you will increase your chances of winning. If Ren Fan loses when testing people like this, he will definitely be scolded to death in the end. There were 5 people who voted for the bandits yesterday. Excluding player number 3, there are only 1, 6, 8, and 10 left. Let's pick them one by one. Maybe there are good people among them, but we can't recognize them. Just like player 1 said that he just stood on the wrong side and didn't mean to charge player 10 to set the pace. But this is just his one-sided statement. Such explanation and justification sounds far-fetched. What's more, he said himself that he has the ability to stand on one side. If a person who has the ability to stand on one side stands on the wrong side, I think it is disrespectful to him if we don't beat him up as a wolf. Really, no kidding. If player 1 in my game is the good guy on the wrong side, then that would be an insult to his ability to choose sides. Of the two options, I would rather believe that player 1 is a wolf who is trying to attract votes and lead the trend, rather than a good person who is just bragging and talking big. And player 1, yesterday I changed my hunter role to vote for player 11, but even so, you still resolutely voted for player 11. How can I understand that? I can only say that you treated me like a wolf. I had a very clear discussion with player 11 yesterday. If we were wolves, we wouldn't pretend to be hunters when we already had enough votes to defeat player 10. But you didn't listen to me at all. Now you are crying and acting pitiful, saying that you are not just scrambling for tickets, so what were you doing before? Player number 12 didn't listen to the advice from player number 1 at all, and yesterday's ticket pattern was a wolf pit. Since it turns out that player number 3 is Jinshui, the remaining 4 players will come out one after another, and there will be nothing that can be done even if there are good people. Yesterday he jumped into the hunter role to give Ren Fan a ticket. He still stood on the wrong side. He must be either a wolf or have a mental problem. Although there are many people with mental problems these days, such as Ren Fan, he can't always think that way about everyone. According to normal logic, 1, 6, 8, and 10 are the 4 wolves, and this wolf pit looks perfect. Be alert to the 3 wolves above and the 1 below. There were police officers who led the charge and those who rushed for tickets, and they all looked like bandits. Today, we can play player number 1 first. There is a saying that goes, if you want to wear the crown, you must bear the weight. You can't just use your big guns without paying a price. If you are really a good person, this will be a lesson for you. Don't say you are strong by standing on the side in the future. 6 and 8 are tomorrow's rounds. There is nothing wrong with their speeches. 8 leads the rhythm and 9 and 10 are double wolves. This is setting a trap for the good guys and the prophet. If 11 hadn't spoken in a more tactful way, 9 might have turned around and stood by 10. After all, no one likes to be rejected. He was the first one to stand on the side of 11, but he was still suspected of being a hook. Who would feel good about that? So, player 8 was very insidious when he played 9 and 10 as a pair of wolves, but player 11 was smart enough not to jump in head first. But being too smart is not good. It's easy to do stupid things. Next time, remember that no matter what the situation is, a prophet must never change his police badge without permission. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. Player number 1, that's it. We've passed? Player number 9 please speak. I can't play 1. I'm afraid I'll have to tear off my police badge today, because I checked last night and found that player number 10 was a good person. When these words came out, the good people were shocked. 10 is the good guy who left? How is that possible? Didn't he say that he was a gargoyle himself? He also complained that Little Wolf didn't come out to fight back. He could only bite the bullet and fight the prophet head-on. Otherwise, if the prophet was on one side, he would be the first to go to the resistance position. Now player 9 says that he has verified that player 10 is a good person and left. So the question is, if player 10 is a good person, why did he admit that he was a wolf and left? What is the benefit? There must be a reason. When a good guy is eliminated, he admits his mistake and admits he is a wolf. Isn't this crazy? There is really no harm without comparison. Compared with player number 10, player number 12 suddenly felt that Ren Fan was much more normal. I know you are very surprised and find it hard to believe. I am the same. How can a prophet who admits that a wolf has left be a good person? It really shattered my 3 views. But facts speak louder than words. He is indeed a good man, unless the system went wrong. I thought about it for a long time last night, and I vaguely understood why player 10 wanted to leave the wolf. There was only one reason. He wanted to trick the werewolf into killing player 11. From his perspective, 11 can only be a gargoyle. When 12 jumps into the prophet to check 11, his opening speech and status make it impossible to tell that he is trying to deceive others. But 11 dared to throw gold water at 12. There is no reason for a little wolf to do this. Only the gargoyle, knowing that 12 is not a prophet, would throw gold water at 12 to increase its strength. The advantage of doing this is that it can drag the hunters into the water, and the prophet who doesn't know the truth will definitely attack the 11th and 12th wolves. 12 is the little wolf that attacked the big brother. In fact, it's not just the prophets, good people with their eyes closed all use this logic. 11 is a gargoyle, but the little wolf may not know that. From their perspective, 12 is a good guy who faked his identity. It just so happens that 11 is a prophet who verified 12. As for player 10, maybe he's just a good guy who likes to have fun, or maybe player 10 is a prophet and player 11 is a gargoyle. In both cases, they don't need to come out and play tough roles. 11 is a gargoyle. His power is infinite. It is easy for him to resist 10, the prophet. 11 is a prophet. No matter what 10 is, they will not come out to play. If 10 is just a good guy who likes to have fun, it doesn't matter if he retreats to a one-sided prophet in the end. May 11th not be able to return to the wolf on the first day. When the wolves couldn't tell who was the prophet and who was the big brother, 10 made a decision that went against his ancestors. He wore gargoyle clothes, announced that he was a gravekeeper, and tricked the little wolves into believing that he was the big brother. He then went to kill player 11 at night. In order to increase his credibility, he explained in his last words why he gave 11 a check. It was because he felt that 11 was a wolf and wanted to create an opposite identity with his wolf teammates. As a result, Xiaolang refused to jump, and he was stuck on the stage and couldn't get up or down. In the end, he had no choice but to jump anyway. It was useless for him to retreat into the water. The police had to take off, and even after retreating into the water, the police still had to go to the anti-push position. This reason can barely explain why he wanted to be a prophet and why he didn't back down in the end. The most important thing is that normal people would never think that a prophet would run away and admit defeat. I have played this board for hundreds of games, but I have never seen a prophet who would run away and admit defeat. Maybe it's because I am ignorant. And I can feel that his every word and action is putting extreme pressure on the little wolves. He is washing their hair, telling them, hinting to them that if they don't kill 11, they will have to surrender, because if 11 is allowed to test people for one more day, the wolves will have no room to survive. If Xiaolang believes him, it would be best to kill 11 at night. If he doesn't believe him, it doesn't matter. There will always be a gravekeeper who will come out to correct the situation. Although player number 10 reported my identity correctly, I am sure that he guessed it. The advantage of doing this is that when I wake up the next day, I can tell the good people that I am not a gravekeeper and that the information reported by number 10 is wrong. This is not something a wolf brother would do. In this case, even if the wolf tries to jump into the gravekeeper, it won't be able to do so, because I'm still standing with the real gravekeeper, unless they mark me as a wolf as well. But I can't become a wolf teammate with 10, because 11 has already made it very clear. Listening to player No 9's speech, Ren Fan nodded repeatedly. He felt that what 9 said was absolutely right. The reason why 10 dared to wear the gargoyle's clothes yesterday was because of this mental journey and purpose. It would be best if you can trick the little wolf, but it doesn't matter if you can't. Anyway, the gravekeeper will jump out the next day to show you the real face, and as long as 9 is not a wolf, the information can be matched with that of the real gravekeeper, and then the werewolf will not be able to jump out at all. If you have to jump in pairs, you have to mark 9 and the gravekeeper as wolves at the same time, but 9 and 10 cannot be double wolves. This is the logic that Ren Fan himself came up with. In this case, the wolves can only take a step back, let the gravekeeper correct his perspective, and the good guys turn around and stand on the side of the prophet. This was the strategy of player number 10, it was flawless and indeed quite impressive. Even Ren Fan, a wolf, had to admit it. And all his teammates of the wolf team were fooled. It's not true to say that they are bad. After all, the pressure from level 10 was too great. He kept giving them a wash. As long as the prophet didn't die, the wolves would hand over their cards. Under this psychological effect, Xiaolang really didn't dare to keep the prophet and go to the external position to kill people. Player 10's trick was quite tricky, but he didn't expect that he was right. I am the gravekeeper. When he told me I was the gravekeeper yesterday, I was sure he was a gargoyle. But it turns out that he is a good guy. I feel it more outrageous than any of you. But if you calm down and think about it, you can still figure out the benefits that player number 10 will get from doing this. Didn't you guys at the front wonder why player number 11 gave the badge to player number 3? Do you understand now? He is not a prophet at all, so of course he does not need to follow the police badge rules. The police badge was given to player number 3 for two purposes. One is a dirty identity, which makes the good guys suspect that 3 is his teammate with the wolf. The other is to take an unconventional approach, so he gave the police badge to his teammates, letting them know that he was the boss and that he stabbed the wrong person last night. Whether player 3 can survive in the end depends on how the good guys play and how player 3 talks. If the good guys think player 3 is being corrupted and player 3's own speech doesn't sound like a wolf, he will be recognized. On the other hand, if the good guys think that 11 was just being daring and gave the badge to his wolf teammate, then they can tear up the badge and vote 3 out. Personally, I am inclined to the latter. 3 and 11 are both wolves. Yesterday, 3's ticket was on 11. At night, 11 verified that 3 was a teammate of the wolves, so he gave him the police badge. It's hard for a good person to deal with 3 and 11. After all, 3 was 11's choice yesterday. Judging from the ticket shape, the two of them can't be twin wolves. This may be the reason why 11 dared to take the risk and give the police badge to 3. Anyway, I'm more inclined to the 3 and 11 double wolves. Unless he can show his identity or talk very well in the last position, otherwise, my vote will most likely be on 3. Player number 1, you don't need to show off, and don't panic or doubt yourself. You are good at standing on the right side. The one who should come clean now is player number 2, the one who put the ticket on number 10 yesterday. Hear the words. Player number 1 straightened his back instantly, and he said that from what he saw, number 10 was more like a prophet, and even No 12's hunter jump could not shake his support. As a result, 10 were eliminated and recognized as the wolf. At that time, he was so broken-hearted that today he could only stand at attention and take the beating, like a grandson. Now that the gravekeeper has jumped out to face the real person, he can finally hold his head high and breathe a sigh of relief. It's not him who is on the wrong side, it's the hunters, those good guys who think they are on the right side but are actually joining the wolf team. 24571112 player 5 can actually be put aside for a while. He voted for 11 with the badge, but when he spoke under the police, he wanted to turn around and stand on 10's side. In the end, he voted for the bandit. I guess it was because he was influenced by the hunter. After all, he was not firm in his side. Once player 12 jumped to the hunter, he would definitely be led into the ditch. Anyway, I think player 5 might be a good guy who chose the wrong side. If he was a wolf, after he voted for player 11, no matter if player 11 was a prophet or a big brother, he would have to follow player 11. There was no need for him to go back and stand on player 10's side and make himself the focus. This behavior does not conform to the behavioral logic of wolves, so the round 5 is placed last. 2, 4, 7, 11 are most likely 4 wolves. Player 3 is the error tolerance rate. I am worried about him after he received the police badge, but it doesn't seem appropriate to directly click him into the wolf pit. Let's listen to what he has to say later, especially to clarify the reason and logic behind yesterday's vote change. I still say the same thing. Although I kind of want to tear off the police badge, and even have the mentality of preferring to kill the wrong person rather than let him go, I still have to listen to what player 3 has to say. If he has status or can talk well, I will vote for player 7. Otherwise, I will vote for him. After listening to player No 9's speech, the good guy felt that all the logic of his previous game had collapsed. 10 is not a gargoyle, Ren Fan is the real ghost. 3 and 11 could also be double wolves. You can't just accept 3 because of his ticket pattern. You need to listen to what he says in the last position, especially why he suddenly changed his ticket yesterday. The good people who were originally thought to be on the other side became the ones who voted for the bandits, and the ones who voted for the bandits became the ones who stood on the other side. The two polls were reversed in an instant, and everyone's mentality took a 180-degree turn. It was a little hard for the good guys to accept it for a while, but they had to accept the reality. It couldn't be that player number 9 was a wolf pretending to be the gravekeeper, right? In this situation, he, as a wolf, jumped out to incite his dead and wolf recognizing wolf teammates. He must be crazy. Therefore, we can only recognize 9 as the gravekeeper. Of course, if someone in the back position jumps out and takes 9, we'll talk about it then. Player number 8, please speak. I accept the role of gravekeeper 9. I misjudged him yesterday, it was my fault, but from now on, 9 is the iron gravekeeper. Whoever plays against him in the back position, and whoever tries to break the logic disc and makes 11 the prophet, will be the wolf. Yesterday I felt that it was not right for 10 to be eliminated and directly admit to being a wolf, but I couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. When I woke up today and saw 11 flip the cards and give the police badge to 3, I still felt something was wrong. Now I have found the crux of the problem. 10 is not a wolf, 11 is not a prophet. They are like swapping clothes. The prophet dances like a gargoyle, and the gargoyle dances like a prophet. They have a tacit understanding. But now the truth is finally out. 10 is the true prophet, and 11 is the wolf. And he walked as a gargoyle. The wolf's knife landed on him last night. I can only say that he did a great job. Player number 8 stood up and acknowledged number 9, his tone very firm and resolute. If there is really someone in the back position who jumps with 9 pairs of gravekeepers, he will definitely beat the opponent's wolf. Any hesitation for a second is a disrespect to himself. Many people in the front position use ticket type to determine the wolf pit, which is definitely not okay. Because the wolf has no idea who the prophet is or who the big brother is. In this case, what the wolf thinks is a charge is also a correct vote, and the barb may be a charge. Just like yesterday, player 10 shouldn't have recognized player 11 because of player 5's badge flow. Today, we can't use the ticket type to find the wolf. Otherwise, player 11 wouldn't have been stabbed. Think about it, isn't this the truth? Player number 8 still has a clear mind. Given the current situation on the field, it is indeed unreliable to use the ticket pattern to find the wolf. Even the wolves don't know whether they are charging or hooking, and don't know who is the big brother and who is the prophet, so they are just like the good guys with a closed-eye perspective. Since it is a closed-eye perspective, the vote type is useless. There is no question of whether it is a vote rush or a back hook to establish an identity. We can only roughly judge who is the wolf based on yesterday's speech. Yes, it's just a rough judgment. The reason was that the wolves didn't know whether they were charging or hooking, so the whole thing was a mess. For example, player number 6, he always stands next to 10 as the guard. Judging from the results, he should be a good person, but is it possible that he is a wolf and mistakenly thinks that 10 is a wolf teammate who is charging? Of course it's possible. If we follow the normal way of thinking, wouldn't we mistakenly regard player number 6 as a good person? Therefore, the situation in this round is special. Neither the voting pattern nor the speech can be used to fully judge a person's identity. Player 6 has a gangster side. Although he stood on the right side and voted correctly, his speech yesterday was indeed illogical. 799777679. But I'm not saying this to attack player 6. I just want to tell good people that even if it's player 6, they should be more careful. Maybe he originally intended to charge, but ended up standing on the right side by mistake. You can also doubt me in this way. For example, I was a wolf in the plate. My original intention was to charge player 10 and give him a ticket so that he could get the badge. But I ended up recognizing the wrong person. 10 is not a wolf. He is a prophet. The only good guy I can recognize now is player 1. His side and ticket type yesterday are secondary. The main thing is his performance this round. I feel that he is not very capable of holding a wolf card. If he is a wolf, at this time and in this situation, jumping people is almost the same as recognition. Would a wolf be willing to be pushed out like this? Even so, he said that we should put ourselves in their shoes. He could be on the wrong side, and there might be good people among 6 and 8 who are on the wrong side. He did not insist that 6 and 8 are both wolves. This mentality and speech made me feel that he couldn't be a wolf, so I accepted no one. What can I say about player 3? I don't think he is a wolf. Although player 11 gave him the police badge, which is a bit like 3 and 11 being wolves, I think this operation is more like a dirty identity. But feelings are just feelings after all. We still have to listen to player 3's speech and see how he explains the sudden change of vote yesterday. Yesterday, player 12 jumped to the hunter position at the last position, which further improved the profit level of player 11. In addition, player 11 also had a good chat at the last position. In this case, why did 3 change his vote? This is what I'm most looking forward to 3 telling me. Nothing else is as important as this. 9 out of 10 times, player 2 is a wolf. He has always been on the side of 11 and has a one-sided logic. I guess he thinks 11 is a prophet and wants to play a trick. In fact, I'm afraid even he himself didn't realize that 11 is his big brother. Plus, 2 was also on the bandit ticket yesterday, which makes us even more suspicious of his identity. Oh, yes, and the change in his and his subordinates' attitudes towards 3. The more I think about it, the more I feel that he is not a good person. The superior police officer recognized 3 without a second thought, and the subordinate police officer secretly said that 3 might be a wolf. His mentality is extremely bad. Today I want to play player number 2. If 9 says 3 is not a wolf, then I will play 7. Actually, it is also possible. Looking for wolves under the police, I think player 4 can be released. Although he is on the wrong side, his logic is very correct and he doesn't look like a wolf. Especially since we didn't realize that there was something wrong with 10's logic in recognizing 5. He got it, so in my opinion, that's a good identity. So what if 10 is a prophet? There is a problem with the logic, but there must be nothing wrong with 4. And let's put ourselves in his shoes. If 4's trump card is a wolf, and 10 and 11 are big brothers and prophets in his eyes, is it necessary for him to vote for 11 despite the pressure from the police badge? Assuming 10 is the big brother, and he is in 10's first badge flow, it would be great if he could give 10 a vote. No one would call him 10's wolf teammate just because of this. Similarly, if 10 is a prophet, voting for him can help him gain recognition, but there is no need to vote for 11. To put it more simply, if 4 is a wolf, it is unlikely that he will vote for 11 under the pressure of the police badge. He will only vote for 10 in accordance with the police badge. Regardless of whether 10 is a wolf or a prophet, he will benefit. But 4 went to vote for 11 despite the pressure from the police badge. His actions don't fit the logic of wolf behavior, so 4 should be the good guy on the wrong side. The police officers' wolves are between 5 and 7. The bandits in 7 must be bigger, and the round should be before 5. 2, 7, and 11 should be the 3 wolves. I'm not sure about the other one. Maybe it's player 3 or player 5. I can't figure out the positions outside. Let's listen again. According to my thinking, I would prefer to play player 2 first, but since player 9 mentioned player 7, then player 7 should play. Unless player 3 talks too much today, the police badge won't be torn off. Okay, that's all I want to say in this round. I'm a good guy, and I hope you can recognize me and not treat me as a wolf on the wrong side. That's it, I'm done. Player number 7 please speak. 1, 8, 9, and 10 are the 4 wolves, right? I didn't want to jump out at first, because 10 had already recognized the wolf and left, so there was no need for me to come out and correct the view. But 9 wore my clothes and reported false information to trick the good people into standing by 10, so I had to jump out even if I didn't want to. It was not until now that I understood why player 10 reported that player 9 was the gravekeeper before leaving. It was because he did not want player 11 to check player 9, as that would mean a kill. So, 10 said 9 was the gravekeeper. In this way, if 11 was a little more flexible, he would not check 9 again and would only check player 5. Today, 9 saw that 11 was flying the police badge and the good guys were extremely dissatisfied with him, so he pretended to be the gravekeeper and tricked the good guys into standing by 10. As soon as player number 7 reported that 10 was the wolf, Ren Fan knew that he was a wolf teammate. It is estimated that they have not realized until now that they have killed the big brother. Before the gravekeeper jumps out to report the information of the verifier, these wolf cubs probably don't know who the real big brother is. At this time, 7's choice to jump to the gravekeeper with 9 is actually a helpless move. He knew very well that the fact that the big brother gave the police badge to player number 3 meant that number 3 had status, otherwise, the police badge would not be given to number 3 for nothing. The gravekeeper and hunter are already out, so isn't player number 3 the witch? Once the witch jumps to the last position for 3 times, or the conversation goes a little better, he will have to face the resistance. Instead of sitting and waiting to die, it is better to fight bravely. If you still have to be resisted, then there is nothing to say. The wolves are now trying to break the logic and turn the big brother who admitted to being a wolf out into a prophet with sophisticated tricks. Only in this way can they have a hope of turning the tables. Otherwise, 3 and 12 are both gold and water, and 2 and 4 are on the opposite side. They can't even find a position to resist the push, and it is the wolf teammates who are in danger. especially after player number 12 said 1, player number 9 couldn't sit still anymore. At this point, they could only burn their boats and take a gamble. There was no better choice. The so-called 10 is the prophet's recognition of the wolf's showmanship. He tricked the little wolf into killing the gargoyle. It was all fake logic packaged by him. Did he really think that the little wolf was so easy to fool? Couldn't he kill the hunter? Couldn't he kill the gravekeeper directly? I hope good people will not be confused and be led astray by player 9's few seemingly reasonable speculations. No prophet would admit to being a wolf after being eliminated. The reason why he admitted that he was a gargoyle was simply to protect player number 9. It is even possible that he forced number 9 to wear the clothes of a gravekeeper so that even if the real gravekeeper jumped, the good guys would not believe it. 19108910. This is where he does well. If 8 is really not in the wolves, there is another deepwater wolf at the outside position, probably the number 5 player. Player number 7 interpreted player no 9's remarks as a last-ditch move by the wolves. If the good guy believes that 9 is the gravekeeper, the game can be turned around. Otherwise, he can surrender his cards and admit defeat. At this point, the wolves can no longer sit and wait for death. Team 9 must come out to rescue player number 1 and cannot just watch player number 1 being pushed back. 7 talks like this to make the good guy feel that 9 has a reason to take the risk and pretend to be the gravekeeper. If it really is the two wolves 1 and 9, if 9 remains indifferent, then the wolf team will really be doomed. 10 says that he is a gargoyle, but the information he reports is wrong. How can a gravekeeper in an external position not be suspicious of 9? At that time, it would be too late for 9 to jump into the gravekeeper. He who strikes first will gain the upper hand, and he who strikes later will suffer. He should put on his clothes when he needs to, without hesitation. Player number 3, 11 went to check on you last night. It must be because of your sudden change of vote that made him suspicious. He couldn't help but did something that a prophet shouldn't do. But think about it, can 10 hold the prophet card? Is there a prophet who recognizes the wolf and walks away? If 11 is the wolf, is it necessary to give you the badge? Just now, how murderous was player number 9? He thought that players number 3 and number 11 were very likely to be wolves. Number 11 gave you the police badge not to dirty your identity. His words and deeds all seemed to be trying to trick good people into tearing off the police badge. With such a mentality and remarks, can he hold the good guy card? How the votes are distributed, whether the good guys win or lose, now it all depends on your decision. Player 3, I hope that giving you the police badge is not a wrong decision. End of this chapter. Chapter 54, is there no trust between people? Player number 6 please speak. Is there any need to think about it? 9 must be the gravekeeper, 7 Iron Wolf. If 9 and 10 were twin wolves, would player 9 hit player 10 so hard? If you're saying that he hit 10 to gain an opposing side to establish himself as an identity, then just hit him a little bit. There's no need to kill his teammates. And the comments made by player 9 were definitely meant to put player 10 to death, and were not meant to create an antagonistic relationship at all. 11910. 91. Not to mention that player 1 is in the anti-push position, even if two wolves are in the PK at the same time, as long as player 9 can be recognized, the wolf team will be invincible, so player 9 will definitely not put himself in danger for player 1. If he can't even sell his teammates and only wants to save his teammates, then he should just go to bed early. As long as he is not a newbie, who can't sell his teammates well. So, the reason why player 7 jumped the gravekeeper in the bet is totally untrue. As long as player 9 jumped the gravekeeper, he must be the one. There is no such thing as a wolf wearing clothes and jumping into the gravekeeper. It is even more impossible that some forced logic could be used to turn a big brother who recognized the wolf into a prophet with sophisticated tricks. He recognized the wolf to trick the little wolf into killing the gargoyle. To be honest, if player number 9 has such a strong motivation, why would he use the hook? He directly led the rhythm with 11 and 12 double wolves yesterday, why would he use the hook? Since player number 9 chose to play the hook yesterday, it is impossible for him to charge at player number 10 when player number 10 is running away. Even if he wants to jump the gravekeeper, he should report the correct information, so that he can fight against the real gravekeeper. Also, player 11 turned over the cards and gave the badge to player 3. Is this something a prophet could do? Obviously not. As player number 12 said, the prophet will definitely test people according to his own badge flow and will never change the badge flow without authorization. But player 11 gave the police badge to player 3. Isn't that a bummer? I guess he knew the gravekeeper would come out to report the information, so he stopped pretending. It is effortless for player 7 to distinguish between 9 and 6 pairs of jumping gravekeepers. Yesterday he beat 7 as a wolf, and today 7 jumped out as a gravekeeper. It would be strange if he could recognize it. The most important thing is that 7's information shows that player number 10 is a wolf, which conflicts with his side and logic, so he naturally doesn't believe 7. Although player number 9 was once a werewolf he suspected, his logic this time was perfect, completely opening up the good guy's perspective. He has already acknowledged 9. Just like what player 8 said, whoever jumps onto the gravekeeper with 9 will be the wolf. Player number 7, I know you are forcing yourself to jump into the gravekeeper with number 9. If you don't jump, you will have to suffer the resistance today. If you jump, you may still have a chance to trick the good guys into continuing to stand by no 11. After all, 10 is the one who recognized the wolf and left. This is your huge advantage. It's a pity that 11 didn't give the police badge to player 5. If 11 had given the police badge to player 5, the good guy might not have turned around and stood by player 10. In fact, we have to think about it seriously. Why did he give the badge to player number 3 instead of no 5? I think there are only two possibilities. 115553. The second is that if 11 is tested and the bottom card 3 is a wolf, the police badge is given to 3. I hope the wolf team will always have the initiative and the right to return the votes. I have the same idea as player number 9. 3 must not be released. If we are talking about dirty identities, wouldn't it be better to have the dirty identity of 11 and 5? Is it necessary to have the dirty identity of 3? Of course, we can't beat player 3 to death. After all, he voted for 11 yesterday and behaved well. It's not right to beat him up as a wolf just because 11 gave him the police badge. We'll see what player 3 has to say. There are two main points. First, why does he think 11 gave him the police badge? There is no love or hate without reason. 11 would not have given him the police badge casually. Secondly, why did he change his vote to 11 yesterday? He was on the side of 11, both on and off the police. He even called me a wolf, calling me a double wolf on 6 and 10, and even saying I was a flying cushion. I remember all of this. It would be fine if the last position 11 and 12 talked a lot, but it's normal for 3 to hear the problem and turn around to stand on the side of 10, but objectively speaking, 11 and 12 talked well yesterday. Especially when player number 12 switched to Hunter, even I was shaken and almost put my vote on no 10. I, a person who firmly stood on the side of 10, doubted my stance yesterday. How can a person who originally stood on the side of 3 suddenly change his mind? This is obviously abnormal. So player 3, if you want the good guys to recognize you, you must make these 2 points clear, especially the latter one. As for the wolf pit, it's actually quite obvious. The police will probably open 2 wolves, player 4 and player 7. On the police, 2 and 11 are 2 wolves, and 3 is the error tolerance rate. If 4 is not a wolf, 3 must fall into the wolf pit. On the contrary, if 3 is not a wolf, 4 and 7 are 2 wolves and have no way to escape. Today, player number 7 will be the first to appear. It's quite funny when I think about it. He killed the big brother at night, and in the daytime he said that the little wolf wouldn't be fooled so easily. Doesn't it hurt to say that? Okay, that's all I have to say for this round. 7, that's it. Pass. Player number 5, please speak. I am definitely a good person, you don't need to doubt my identity. If I were a wolf, since I voted for 11, no matter if I voted for the right prophet or voted for the big brother, I would never turn around and stand on the side of 10 under the police. Because once I say something like this, I will definitely become the target of everyone's criticism. It's not a wise choice to make myself the focus of attention. The fact that I turned around and stood by player 10 under the police shows that I am not a wolf. Although it may sound a bit exaggerated, it is true. As for why I voted for player number 10 in the end, it was mainly because player number 12 jumped to the hunter. I felt that wolf was unlikely to jump to the hunter in that position. They also talked about this themselves. At that time, I felt that I was on the wrong side. Number 10 should be the wolf, so I put my vote on him. Player number 5 stood up and talked about the reasons and thoughts behind his decision to bet 10 yesterday. According to his logic, if he was a wolf, he would not jump back and forth. He would vote for Ren Fan with the police badge, and then turn around and say that he was standing on the side of 10. This is a taboo. Good people are very disgusted with fence-sitters. Even standing on the wrong side is better than being a fence-sitter. 5 naturally understands this truth, so he said that he is a wolf and would not turn around and stand on the side under the warning 10, no matter whether Ren Fan is a prophet or a gargoyle. Although this logic is not particularly tenable, it does make sense. At that time, 10 and 11 were jumping on the prophet, and the wolf didn't know who was the big brother. In this case, why did he turn around and stand on the side of 10? I recognize player number 6. He should make a good speech this round. I won't talk about the logic that 7 is a wolf pretending to be the gravekeeper. The main thing is that he said that 11 must have tested me last night and knew that I was a good person, so he didn't give me the police badge. I totally agree with this statement. Although 11 is not a prophet, he still has the ability to test people, and there is a high probability that he tested me. If I were a wolf, he would have given me this badge. This would have been like sending a message to the wolf team that he left as the eldest brother. 10 is a prophet, don't believe what 10 says, and 9 is not a gravekeeper. 11 didn't give me the badge, which means he verified that I'm a good person. As for why he chose to give the badge to 3, that's another story. Anyway, since I wasn't given the badge, it means I'm not with the wolf team, and that's the point I want to make. If player 6 was a wolf, he wouldn't have used this logic to recognize me. His words and mentality are no longer a wolf in my eyes. When the police start to attack the wolf, player 7 will definitely not be able to escape. Player 4 is also facing a large number of bandits. Yesterday, after I turned around and stood at level 10, he started to attack me like crazy, and it seemed like he wanted to turn me into a defensive position. If 4 is not a wolf, and the police open 3 wolves, I think it is 1, 2, and 11. Player 1 can't let go. Although he voted for 11 yesterday, and his vote shape doesn't seem to be on the same side as 11, this doesn't mean he is a good person. After all, the wolves even recognized the wrong big brother, so it is not ruled out that 1 wanted to charge 10, but ended up becoming the hook by mistake. As for player 3, I didn't hit him. It actually has something to do with myself. I feel like his behavior is quite similar to mine. I said who I supported when I spoke, but in the end I didn't vote according to my speech. On the surface, my words and actions are inconsistent, but in fact, I am not a wolf, and number 3 should not be a wolf either. As I said before, when you can't tell who is the boss and who is the prophet, it's better to stay still than to move. When someone speaks, you should vote according to their side. If you change your vote rashly, you will definitely be beaten the next day. What's more, 12 jumped to Hunter at that time, and 11 was most likely a prophet from the good guy's perspective. He was a wolf rushing at the prophet. Is he crazy? No matter how you look at it, player 3 should be a good guy on the other side. He must have his own reasons for changing his vote. Just listen to him talk later. My current wolf pit is 1, 2, 4, 7, 11, 5 into 4. Player 7 must be the first to go today. That's it, I passed. Player number 4 please speak. If this guy is not a wolf, then what is he? I didn't want to kill him at first, but after listening to his speech, I am basically sure that he is a wolf. 566115555. But when it came to 5, it became that they verified that he was a good person, so they didn't give him the police badge. That's a huge difference. Having an identity and being a good person are two different concepts. Player 5 must either admit that he is a witch or 11 must test him and give up on his identity when he realizes that he can't corrupt his identity. Instead, he gives the badge to 3, who has a corrupt identity. Anyway, the god cards have basically been found, and the ticket type of player 3 yesterday is unlikely to be a wolf. Giving him a police badge can achieve the effect of a dirty identity. Secondly, when player 5 recognized 3 and switched to attack player 1, it gave me the feeling that the perspective was opened. I just suddenly thought of a possibility. From the wolf's perspective, what would he think if he saw 11 turn over the cards and give the badge to 3? There are only two types. One is the dirty 3 identity, which is almost the same as the good guy, but the other is to pass on the message and tell the wolf team player number 3 to bring an identity. I think that the way player 5 is beating around the bush to say that player 3 is a good guy is probably to win the favor of player 3. If player 3 really has an identity, it can only be a witch. After all, the Gravekeeper and Hunter have both jumped out. Everyone else is suspecting that 3 might be a wolf. Under such circumstances, 5 suddenly says that 3 is most likely a good person. You can imagine what 3's impression of him is. I think this is a typical wolf trying to win the favor of the good guys. 3 is a witch and has a police badge. As long as 3 recognizes him, who else on the field can beat him? Speaking of player 6, his speech this round was not good. If 11 really finds out that 5 is the real deal, then he can just give him the badge. That would be like passing a message to his fellow wolf teammates, and it would also be considered as him playing some role as a gargoyle. How is it possible that after checking 5 IDs, they won't give 5 the police badge? On the contrary, if you verify that 5 has an identity, you have to hand over the police badge to 5. On the contrary, if you verify that 5 is a wolf, you can't give him the police badge. So, I think 5 and 6 are probably 2 wolves. Player 5 is almost certain to be a wolf. Player 6 won't be killed, but he has a large banditry. Although he has always been on the right side and voted, who knows if he didn't mistake 10 for a wolf teammate and charge. Logically, I shouldn't think badly of him. The main reason is that he was suspected of keeping the top 6 this round, and his bandit side suddenly became prominent. Listening to the speech of player number 4, Ren Fan had to admit that this player number 4 was an expert and had really good logic. On the first day, he talked about the explosive point of player number 10, which no one in the previous position had talked about. Today, he directly said that player number 3 was a witch, which was something that no one in the previous position realized. It would be fine if the 4th card was a wolf, but if he was a good guy, then he was really amazing and his level was much higher than others. Now all the god cards are on the table, but there is a question: is player number 9 the Gravekeeper? To be honest, Ren Fan felt that the possibility that player number 9 was the Gravekeeper was relatively small. He should have understood the good intentions of player number 10 to admit that the wolf had left, so he wore the Gravekeeper's clothes. I don't know if the little wolf can realize this. Ren Fan is deeply worried about the IQ of his wolf teammates. I think the wolves below the police are 5 or 7, and the ones above the police are probably 6 or 11. The ones in the external positions are probably all good people. Player number 2 has a slightly bigger gangster side, but there's actually nothing wrong with his comments. It was only when player number 9 jumped into the role of Gravekeeper that the tide began to turn. To put it bluntly, 2 was put in the wolf's den not because of his speech, but because 1 and 3 were both recognized. If we don't beat him up, who else can we beat? What's more, he was indeed on the wrong side and got voted by the bandits. I know that many people disagree with me pointing out that player number 6 is entering the wolf pit. You disagree because of his vote pattern and side he stands on. But the situation in this round is special. The wolves themselves can't tell who is the prophet and who is the big brother. It would be wrong for us to stand by the side and find the wolves to identify the good guys based on the ticket pattern. Player number 8 brought up this issue, so he should be good at playing my role. If he were a wolf, he wouldn't have talked about something that would be disadvantageous to him. If player number 6 doesn't protect 5, then I definitely can't play against him, but he said 5 should be a good guy, so I feel that there may be something wrong with his cards. Today, player 7 comes out first. I cannot accept him as the gravekeeper because if player 9 is the wolf, even if he has 100 guts, he cannot say that player 10 is the prophet who recognizes the wolf and leaves. If he dares to say that, I will definitely accept him as the gravekeeper. Player number 3 please speak. 4 should be a good guy. If he were a wolf, I'm afraid he wouldn't openly talk about me being a witch. Firstly, such a conversation is likely to arouse my disgust and attention. After all, his remarks are like undermining my status and even trying to open my eyes. Secondly, if I don't play the witch in the last position, they will kill me at night and wear my clothes during the day. It will be difficult for the good guys to figure out that the witch is fake. But player 4 didn't have these thoughts and concerns. He directly said that player 5 was suspected of deliberately trying to win my favor. Because from the wolf's perspective, I am most likely a witch. Once such a statement came out, I wanted to think that he was a good person. In fact, I had the same idea as player 4. From the moment player 11 gave me the police badge, I felt something was wrong. It wasn't until player 9 jumped to the gravekeeper's perspective that I knew this badge was not a police badge, but a death warrant. Just like 4 said, the gargoyles won't give the badge to good people for no reason. Wolf knows this very well. Since the badge was given to me, it means I should have an identity. So, I won't hide it anymore. The trump card is indeed the witch, and Yinshui is player number 1. Player number 3 knows that he can no longer hide his identity. Even if player number 4 doesn't say that he might be a witch, he still has to take a picture of his identity. If he didn't take the photo, he would definitely be stabbed at night, and when he woke up in the day, there would definitely be a wolf wearing his clothes. This was the fundamental reason why Ren Fan gave him the police badge, forcing him to jump out. In addition, the good guys were eyeing him covetously and were very suspicious of him, so no one would believe him if he didn't take action or speak. If he had known this would happen, he would not have voted for Ren Fan. Not only did he not vote Ren Fan out, but he also ended up exposing his identity. It was such a loss. Just now, many people asked me to explain why I suddenly changed my vote to vote for 11 yesterday. Obviously, there was nothing wrong with 11's speech, and 12 even jumped on the hunter to support him. Logically, I should have firmly believed that 11 was the prophet. To you, my behavior may seem abnormal. In fact, you didn't understand my statement. Do you remember what I said under the police? I said that 5 is a big criminal, 6 and 8 are probably good people. Even if there is a wolf between 6 and 8, they can't both be wolves. If 6 and 8 are both wolves, there's no reason for 5 to follow the wolf teammate to stand on the side of 10. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. You have to take care of both sides. So, 5 will definitely not meet 6 and 8, and 6 and 8 cannot be twin wolves. This is what I want to emphasize. But the wolf pit that 11 set up at the last position was a pair of wolves 6 and 8, and player 5 had to use the badge flow. Once such a wolf pit appeared, I couldn't recognize 11 as a prophet, even if there were hunters to support him. At the time, I felt that 11 might be a gargoyle. Coincidentally, I tested 12 last night and found that it was a hunter. That's why I dared to throw gold water to 12 to test its strength. It is not even ruled out that he verified that 10 was a prophet and knew that 12 was either a wolf teammate or a good guy who was faking his identity. He stood up and threw gold water at 12, directly pretending to be a prophet. In short, after finishing the wolf pit at 11 o'clock, I can no longer recognize him as a prophet. The vote will naturally hang on him. The so-called 11 and 12 shared edges are just high probability situations. If I can't calculate the high probability, then I'll calculate the low probability. Player number 10 was eliminated and admitted to being a wolf. This operation was really a bit tricky. I was completely confused at the time. When player number 9 jumped, the gravekeeper said that he was a good person, and all the mysteries in my mind were swept away. In such a short time, he was able to think of wearing gargoyle clothes and tricking little wolf into killing 11. He is really amazing. Although he didn't beat 11 in his speech, he was able to kill someone with a borrowed knife, which can be considered revenge. We are leading the round now. After pushing player number 7 out of the game, I will poison another one tonight. If things go well, there will only be one wolf left on the field tomorrow. Player number 5 has a large criminal presence. Either the police will only open one wolf, or if they open 2 wolves, 5 will not be able to escape. The speeches at 4 and 8 were very well done. I accept them. Player number 3 suspected that player 5 was a wolf yesterday, and his idea has not changed today. Just as 4 said, 5's speech this time is just like a werewolf with his eyes open trying to win the favor of the witch. The main reason is that 5 admits that his logic is too far-fetched. He says that the two of them are quite similar in that their words and deeds are inconsistent. 3 totally disagrees with this statement. What does it mean that he says one thing and does another? He just heard that something was wrong with the wolf pit that Ren Fan ordered. He felt that he was on the wrong side. Why was his words and actions inconsistent? Player number 5 doesn't even know how to flatter, but ends up flattering the horse's hoof. Player number 1 is my silver water. He can't be a gargoyle. The probability of Xiaolang self-slashing on this board is extremely low, so number 1 accepts it. In this case, the potential of player number 2 is very high. It would be unreasonable not to point him into the wolf pit. The 2 wolves on the police are 2 and 11, and the 2 wolves under the police are 5 and 7. As for player 6, his comments on the police are quite rogue. He helped player 5 this round, so it is not ruled out that there are 2 wolves for player 5 and 6. But the number 6 round must be behind the number 2 player. After all, he stood on the right side and voted yesterday. If he still has to walk behind the drill wolf team and the bandits, it doesn't make sense. Today I will play 7. Tonight I will poison player 2. Tomorrow it will be player 5's turn. If the game is not over after playing 5, I will play 6. We are leading the round now, and we have enough margin for error. If we still lose, then forget it. After listening to player No 3's speech, Ren Fan was very disappointed with him. As a witch, how could he figure out the logic? It was agreed that the wolf team would have a wizard, but he actually wanted to put out player number 7. Couldn't player number 7 be the gravekeeper? Think about how miserable player number 7 is. If he jumps to the gravekeeper, he will be hit by the resistance. If he doesn't jump to the gravekeeper, he will still be hit by the resistance. He will die anyway. Everyone has finished speaking and the exile vote begins. After player number 3 passed the mic, the system's prompt sounded immediately. There is no suspense in this round of exile voting. Player number 7 will definitely be pushed out, and there is a high probability that he will be eliminated with a unanimous vote. The werewolves in the external position didn't dare to rescue him, and it was impossible to rescue him at all. He might as well be decent and choose to self-destruct. The wolves' situation is now precarious. If there is a hook among 4, 6, and 8, there is still hope of winning the game. If 2, 5, and 7 are 3 wolves, just hand in your cards. Meeting such a wolf teammate, Ren Fan can only say that he is unlucky. I won't say anything about Brother Deo, it's barely understandable, but why do all of them speak so like wolves? After 10 seconds, the voting results came out. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1 2 7. It was neat and tidy, without a single strange vote, and even 7 voted for himself, which made Ren Fan laugh and cry. It seems that 7 has given up. Player number 7 is out, please leave your last words. You really are, why don't you believe that I'm a gravekeeper? Just because I'm a wolf, you don't believe me? There's no trust between people anymore, right? We all believe that the prophet is the boss and killed player 11. Why can't you believe that I am the gravekeeper and killed player 9? You don't even know the proper etiquette, Mei Limao. But to be honest, before 9 became the gravekeeper, we really didn't think 11 was the big brother. He talked too much like a prophet. On the contrary, 10 talked like a wolf. So, this can't all be blamed on us. Player number 11, you must stay calm. Anger is harmful to your health. Listen to my advice and don't get angry. Player number 7 can imagine with his toes how angry Ren Fan is. The gargoyle pretended to be the prophet and not only snatched the police badge, but also pushed the prophet out of the game. In the end, he was killed by the stupid little wolf with a single knife. Anyone would be so angry that they would vomit 3 liters of blood if this happened. I guess when the time comes to review the situation, Ren Fan will point at their noses and curse them. If he doesn't curse their ancestors for 18 generations, he will be considered to have a good temper. If he was Ren Fan, his anger would be enough to smash his phone and computer. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. If you ask me, this matter is mainly to blame for player 10. If he doesn't recognize the wolf and walks away, or if he keeps telling us that we must kill the prophet, maybe we will go and kill the hunter. But we are really scared. Just like 10 said, 11 is a prophet with a police badge in his hand. If we let him check people for another day, we can still fight him. But if we keep him for another night, there will be no fun. I hope player 11 can understand. Think about it from another perspective. Doesn't this also show how good you are at pretending to be a tough guy? You even fooled the wolf. If you had been a little worse in your conversation, if you had shown even a little bit of wolfishness, we would have spared you. Listening to what player number 7 said, Ren Fan immediately rolled his eyes and said, thank you, Originally he wasn't that angry. It was just that the wolf teammates were of average level and the prophet was too cunning that led to this embarrassing situation. But the more he listened to 7's words, the angrier he got. He couldn't blame them entirely. Could it be that Ren Fan needed to reflect on himself? He is not some kind of reflective freak who has to reflect on himself for everything. Isn't that a sign of mental illness? Please close your eyes when it gets dark. After player number 7 left his last words, the game immediately entered darkness. At the same time, the number of viewers in Ren Fan's live broadcast room has increased from more than 30,000 to more than 40,000. More and more people are giving gifts, and he estimates that he can earn hundreds of thousands from gifts alone that night. Wait for the anchor to scold my teammates. I heard that the anchor has a foul mouth. I want to see it for myself. I think what player 7 said makes sense. You are a gargoyle, but you didn't just stay hidden. You had to come out and jump. It's not unfair for you to die. This is the result of doing something rogue. Don't do anything rogue next time. Isn't this hindsight? Did the prophet make any tricks when he was eliminated? If he hadn't recognized the wolf and tricked the little wolf into killing the big brother, would the good guys have the advantage now? The wolf is going to lose. The witch poisoned one to clear the hole, and another one will come out tomorrow. Even if something goes wrong, there is still another one. With 2 error margins in hand, if they still lose after this, they are really bad. Why do I feel like there are deep-water barb wolves? 2, 5, and 7 are 3 wolves? I don't believe it. Looking at the dense barrage of comments on the screen, Ren Fan raised his eyebrows. Now the only way for the wolf team to win is to kill the gravekeeper. Will you wear the gravekeeper's clothes tomorrow? As soon as he said this, the entire comment section was asking if he had lost his mind or if he thought good people were idiots. He stabbed the gravekeeper and put on his own clothes. Even a 3-year-old child couldn't be fooled by this. You don't think player 9 is the gravekeeper, do you? I don't think that's such a coincidence. He should be a civilian who came out to put on clothes to block the knife. Except for the gravekeeper, he has the clearest perspective. When 10's verification information was wrong, he knew that 10 was pretending to be the big brother and tricking little Wolf into stabbing me. It all depends on whether my Wolf teammates can think of this. As long as we kill the gravekeeper, we will most likely win this game. Ren Fan's words immediately made the audience in the live broadcast room explode. Player number 9 is not the gravekeeper? What a joke. Fuck, that makes sense. 9 might not be the gravekeeper. It's not a coincidence that 10 just guessed it right. It must be 9 who opened up the perspective because of 10's comments. Oh my god, what kind of game is this? Everyone likes to wear clothes so much? You show off and I show off too. Let's see who can show off more, right? Forget about counting on the Wolf teammates. They can even kill the big brother. How can they think that player number 9 is not the gravekeeper? I guess they will kill player no 3. Why do I feel like player 6 is the Wolf? Maybe he wanted to charge but ended up identifying the wrong Wolf teammate and hooking him instead. Why don't I encounter such players when I play? They all explode when they get the Wolf, or explode the bandit after chatting for a while, or the good guys just play randomly for a few rounds. I guess he's in a high tier. He's in the Champions League right now, so he might want to give it a try. The night operation was quickly over. After dawn, the system announced that the ones who died last night were player number 5 and player number 8. They died in no particular order and without any last words. 5 or 8 double death. Obviously, player 5 is vulnerable to poison, while player 8 is vulnerable to knife. The fact that this knife could land on 8 shows that the Wolf is not stupid and he finally realized that 9 might not be the gravekeeper. End of this chapter. Chapter 55, The Wolves Wave in the Atmosphere. Please choose the order of speeches for this round. The system's beep sounded in everyone's ears. Player number 3 chose to speak in reverse order without hesitation. Player number 2 please speak. I'm not a wolf. I'm really not a wolf. How could I know that 10 was the prophet who recognized the wolf and left? It's really outrageous. If it wasn't for player number 9 jumping out to report the information and correct the perspective, I would have been on the side of player number 11 throughout the game. I would never have thought that player number 10 was a prophet showing off his skills. You guys are calling me a wolf, but you have to check your logic, right? It's true that I'm on the wrong side, but those who are on the wrong side are not necessarily wolves. I think my perspective is completely consistent with that of a good person.